Gio, are you here, Gio?
Yeah. Yo, what's up, Don?
You're not here, man. I was driving and my charger is whacked, so like I was having like playing with the charger, trying to get it to get in place and shit. So,
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, it was like you were hot micing a bit. Yeah, it was like some blast. It was like a music, sounded like a radio or something, or like it doesn't have to be radio, but yeah, some kind of music.
So yeah, I guess you got it covered. But I was gonna ask you. Sometimes I load up, I see that the stream is live on YouTube, and like I'll try to just watch on another device instead of this Discord on YouTube, and then I'll click on it, but it won't ever load. It'll just do black screen loading circle constantly when it says you're live. Do you know what's up with that? And then sometimes it will work on the same device.
That's interesting. I haven't heard of that happening to anyone. Does it happen on like what are you talking about on YouTube or?
Yes, on YouTube. And I mean, it's always like 5 to 11 people. I haven't seen a pattern with like viewer count. And I have let it sit for like 30 minutes, hour, and it still won't come up. It'll just stay that black screen with the circle loading, the loading circle dots.
Huh. But other YouTube videos play?
Oh yeah. It'll be your stream.
What a good man, Don.
Wow. Well, that's interesting. I mean, it shouldn't be happening. Like I see on the Streamlabs, it shows because that's what I'm streaming it from. It shows like, like if there's any frames, because if it was running slow on my end, then that is a possibility. It could be lagging, but it would show if there were any drop frames, and I haven't seen any drop frames in a long time. But if you're saying it's just a black screen, it wouldn't quite be that, because that would be more if it was lagging. But if it's just not loading at all, I'm not sure. I haven't heard of that, unless it's some kind of shadow ban thing that they're doing. I don't know.
It's probably not a shadow ban. It's probably a mix of like loading and lagging, but it is a skip pattern. Like it worked. I watched a stream, then another day didn't work, and then another day after it worked, and then now again, like today earlier, it didn't work again. So it's twice it's like not worked with a day in between where it has worked.
Interesting. So, I mean, maybe that just to go a bit conspiratorial on it, maybe it is a shadow ban thing, because otherwise. Coach is
I always guessed it was in between.
I mean, like, it's just a possibility, because if it's weird if it only happens with this channel, if you can just instantly open another. I mean, every time I open, because I often will open it and have it open on one of my screens just to see if it goes down, or I don't always, but sometimes I do, and pretty much every time I open it, it always opens and plays right away. Like it's never not loaded for me.
Could you imagine? I'm gonna imagine. In your head, I imagine like the government is they're such losers. They're such losers that they're like, hey, Johnson, get over there to take care of Gio's server. Make sure those, like, I don't know, 10, 15, make sure those 15 people can't see a goddamn thing he's showing, dude. It's like, yeah, I'm on it, sir. Like, must be like, they have like nothing else to do. But
keep frustrating them. Keep frustrating them so it doesn't grow.
That is an absurd characterization of it, though, dude. I mean, what it is it's all through their system. It's all, I mean, getting automated.
Automated.
Yeah, things are flagged. Channels are flagged. I'm not even saying that. Well, first of all, I know they're shadow banning the number of viewers. That's for sure. We've actually verified that. We've had like 15 people in the VC, and at least 10 of us were all logged in on YouTube, and it was showing like one viewer.
Huh. You know what? I'm
not saying there's thousands. I'm not saying there's thousands watching, but sometimes there might be 40, 50 and it's only showing 20, or sometimes there might be 30 and it's only showing 11. Sometimes there might be 15 and it's only showing 2. It does seem like there's something like that going on, because we've already verified that.
We'll say this: there's a slight delay on that, but also I agree with you though, because I do think that not only did they admit that they were going to do that to Flat Earth and stuff, but they probably doing it more. They probably treat it more haphazardly than other network, other channels or whatever.
It's pretty much, if you wanted to use the term Flat Earth, it's pretty much one of the most shadow banned in terms of what I'm saying. Not something that's just outright banned, but the shadow ban. It's like the highest on the list in terms of that category.
Do you have that tag on your SOEs or what? Is that part of your?
No, I don't have the term flat Earth anywhere at all. Like not on the Discord or on YouTube or Twitch or anywhere. Yeah, there's that term. What?
I said SOE, bro. All right. Anyway,
SOE.
SEO.
Oh no, I don't have any. But there is the word Earth a lot, and there's cosmology and stuff like that. But yeah.
Okay. Can I say one thing? Bro?
You can say as many things as you want. I'm just kidding, because you said one.
I mean, I did. Y'all was. I'm glad y'all start talking and stuff, because it was just. It's happier now. Let's just put it that way. But it was something. I'm trying to remember. This great man told me one time. Maybe it was like Beck or somebody. He said, "I'm a winner, baby. I could feel it." So I need y'all's help. I need y'all's help, though. Okay. There's me and my friends have been having a debate. So I'm calling out for all intellectual opinions. And this is serious. You guys familiar with like books like The Incorporated Man and other like
my favorite superhero?
Yeah. Is it The Unincorporated Man? That's the book. And there's like I don't know, is it Black Mirror? Like there's like these Twilight Zone shows where like motherfuckers go to other worlds and you just get like these different type of credit systems and all that shit. So me and my friends just arguing like crazy about Bitcoin today. Kosho, one, he says Bitcoin is the only one that has a blockchain where nobody owns it, and there's no other blockchains like it where it's just, people have to do the work to unlock it, and no more coin can ever be created. He claims it's the only one, bro. Come on,
that's true.
It cannot be true. I don't know. Come on.
There's plenty of proof of work.
Right. And then he said Ethereum, motherfucker can do that in Ethereum. I thought Ethereum platform, people was liking that shit more. But anyway, okay, so that's tertiary bullshit. So Kosho, Gio's
right. Know more than I do about this stuff.
Okay, this just gonna be an opinion one, all right? This is like the you're the king of the kingdom question, okay? And just you get to have your opinion, your divine, benevolent, maleficent, whatever opinion that you want to have. But if you was to give everybody premise number one, you say, okay, like y'all free to do whatever y'all want, and free market and all that. But when we first start, okay, we can either give out all the land, everybody gets a piece, and then you can do whatever you want with it. And then from then on, and if you have kids, you got to share yours with them, right? Or that's scenario one, okay? Scenario two is, or the king give out some little bits of land and save a lot more of the land or whatever and keep it like national, and incentivize people to have kids and say every time they have a kid, they get another piece of land. And then maybe when you die, that part goes back to the national or something like that, and it cycles. But like you'd be incentivized to have kids. You know what I'm saying? To give them more. Which way do you go ahead?
Pick one of those two bad choices.
Yeah, it can be a bad choice. We're in a vacuum here, so it's not like
listen, man, I wanted to tell you that I hope we're cool, because it seems like you haven't been cool with me lately. That's one. But two, I don't think those are good choices.
Well, Kosho, are you keeping the cool, or is it intermittent?
No, I honestly, because we had bad blood because he visited, and I was going through some shit. I think he thinks I didn't want to meet up with him, but I did. But it doesn't matter. We're cool though, right, Down?
Yeah, he did get up with me, like he says. I think he didn't want to get up with me, but he did get up with me because he is a covert secret agent, and I seen him behind me every single day, and he thinks I didn't.
I know. Anyway. No. Well, okay, so that's a whole nother level. But regardless,
Kosho, you did kind of fall through that time, though. I mean,
No, dude. You have. Trust me. I have things going on that you guys.
I'm not
don't even
calling
see.
you out, but I just remember you were on the live stream. We were like, dude, aren't you going to go see Don? And then like,
I know. People were giving me shit, but yeah,
I still got the Trump. I still got you Trump, and you don't even know how you told on yourself, neither, bro.
And I don't even know what you mean because I didn't tell on myself because I didn't do anything wrong. But it's not
You
important.
remember when you said
no,
sorry?
I'm not calling you an agent, but if you didn't meet up, I'm just kidding.
Oh my goodness.
It's whatever, bro. Who gives a fuck? Anyway,
well, how did I give myself up? Just tell me how I gave myself away.
So, do you remember when you said sorry to me? You said too much information in your apology. You said, "I'm sorry." Your words were this, and I'm not. I just cannot give 100%. I can't believe I'm giving you anything more because you should know it. But you said, "I'm sorry, Don, that you blah blah blah." That when you said blah, that was too much information. You shouldn't have. You didn't know that. I didn't tell you that.
Okay, so you think I was following you? You think I knew where you were and I was tailing?
No, I'm not. I don't care what you were doing. I'm just saying there was an assumption made by you when you said sorry, Don, that this and that, and I'm like, bro, like, maybe I didn't. You know what I'm saying? Like, what did you talking about?
I don't even know what you're talking about now, man. But so if you're not going to blatantly tell me, then let's go back to the land thing.
Read your fucking text message. And no, I love you, bro. I love you. Listen,
right,
I love the intellectual strength opinion, even if it's like not genuine or deceptive. Like it's like that's still part of like evolution. You know what I'm saying?
Genuine, Don. Let's call you John. It is genuine. Okay.
Oh no, you come off that way. You come off that. I mean, but with any subject or hair, but like right, like man, I don't give a fuck who somebody is. If you're gonna exercise my brain, bring it.
Fine, but let's put that aside for right now because you're my boy. That's what's up. Okay, now the land thing, I think they're both bad ideas. Okay, if I had to pick one, first of all, if you have all the land, you're just gonna just give it out to people just because they're there. I wouldn't do that. And then
you're against America. He's against America, guys.
No. And then you're gonna give it out to people just because they have kids. That's even worse idea. So I'm just gonna stick with. I'm not gonna do either of those things. Yeah.
Okay, let's start this off. When everybody came to America, you think it's a better idea that they got the land just because they stood on it with a gun?
I think they repopulated America in a reset event.
Well, they kind of did in a way, but that's according.
And then started. Yeah. What would be cool with the land thing is just how about nobody owns or doles out land to anyone else, and we just live on the earth.
Oh my God! Listen,
there's plenty of land for all of us. Like we could all have. I forget what the number is, but you know, like every human on Earth could have like 30 acres or something like that. Like
so let's do that. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. Coach says it's a bad idea. And the thing is, Coach, forget it being a good or bad. Just put yourself in a scenario where you say there's initial it seems like you're against the concept of initial distribution. Period. I'd love to talk with you about that, like an adult, like specificity why you're saying my idea is bad, and then you should give a replacement idea, even though falsification and blah blah blah. I'll take it either way. But Coach, I've thought this through like deep, bro. This is simple level 1 distribution. I just be like, hey, there's a group of people and they split everything. How is that a bad idea?
Because some people have bad ideas and you're just giving them the resources to do their dumb shit with. Where if it's not yours, then you don't have no say, and it should be shared. But if you have full access to all of the land, then if you think you're a good person, you might feel justified in coming up with your own purpose for this land.
Right. Okay, I get you. Like I did say king, so I apologize. I did kind of say king, and that kind of puts it in like you have the power, and then you should be smarter than other people, and then you could use it for more productive efficiency. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair criticism. But maybe if it was more like you, the king, is we, the group of the king. You know what I mean? Like we, the starting group. You know, like, and maybe not one person. So the group has all that power, and they would kind of agree to share. That's the premise. They would say, you go there, I'll go here, I go there. We'll all, vow to keep it safe or whatever. That's the responsibility of community starts to come in. But really, the question, Kosho, is just give each. It's like kind of human behavior. Like, do you think that would incentivize people to be more family oriented? It would be more like the traditional, like, arranged marriage things.
No.
Whereas like the other one is like, hey, you want to just have babies so your bloodline and your wealth grows. Like the community says, hey, there's more Smiths over here. So they'd get a bigger ration. Everyone still, theoretically would have to pull their weight in the free market, because if you're not, people aren't going to feed you, and you're going to end up having to give away your land to get food if you don't stay active and work at a balanced community sustainability. But I mean, this is simple level one. So I didn't think you were going to just come in with a bad idea. I'm saying, which one would you prefer and why? Like, I figured you could entertain the hypothetical, bud. And I like your opinion, man. Ain't no bad blood. Same chill. I really want Riding's opinion because he's not from America. That's why I've seen him up in here.
Riding agrees with me a lot on these kind of things. But I would say out of those two choices, then yeah, I would give the land out to the people, but not all the land to everybody. I would, give like equal. I give them like an equal amount. Like, you get like 10 acres for each family or something.
Right.
Something like that. And I would, do it in a useful way, so that land that they got they're able to grow crops and stuff on.
Produce stuff, yeah, of course.
So is the idea to give more land to people that have more kids?
There's two one could just be like the founding fathers get a portion, like Kosho says, and then their lineage offspring would be sharing their initial starting portion. Or the other scenario is the community can reserve a portion, a neutral portion, divvy out the rest, and then people can be incentivized to have kids, as every new person would heir a slice of land, a portion themselves. See, it's like a birthright. It's like the birthright scenario. It's basically we're saying, hey, you're gonna get a piece of land birthright, either that your family's gonna share from you or the group is gonna share from you. That's kind of the hypothetical that me and my buddy be talking about all the time. I was wanting y'all. So we got heated on it today, and I was like, man, and I want to ask some non-Americans too, specifically.
You remember?
Right on. That's cool.
You know, George Washington, the way he got in good with the right people was because he was actually a surveyor. He was a surveyor in Ohio and shit like that. And so there's a big difference between the American story and whatever story you're telling. Because in America, there was land that people already lived on. And then there was other countries who also wanted the free land and stuff. So they needed people to prospect and move out and live, roam the land and shit. So if that's not necessary, then I don't think that you need to give away free land.
No, you don't need to give it away. People are just gonna come take it from you if they're stronger, right? I mean, who gives things away? Like, where do they do that? Where do they do that at Kosho? Give away things?
In America.
Where is that done?
America. We had the Homestead Act. They gave people money and free land just to move there.
Gave them money.
Yep.
They gave.
They still do this in like Kansas.
Oh yeah. I think the they that you're saying gave,
Give me 35 seconds.
I don't count it gave when there's someone took from that otherwise wouldn't be giving. Doesn't, you know what I'm saying? But maybe they did, Kosho. Maybe it's like you said, nicey nice here in America. It's a place where people just give things. But I'm legit like, dude, like people be like, why is it, you know, so
You cut out.
really?
But yeah, I
Oh,
mean, they hook us up. Like, they give us all this free education. It's like, wow, thanks, guys. That's all available. You get your textbooks.
totally free.
Totally free.
Afternoon all.
Free
up, man,
equals
Bob?
inflation.
Hey guys.
What's up, Bandy?
What's the hot topic this afternoon?
We're talking about women and if we like them anymore. Don's thinking no, not really. I think I'm gonna like them forever. So
I can't stand them.
I'm just kidding. Yeah, yeah, we're talking about I don't know, just bullshit. But no, yeah, Don, for sure, the Homestead Act. Not only did they do it back in the day, they did it as recently in Alaska. They would give you free land and pay you, but there still is places in America, really shit places nobody wants to go, that they'll pay you to move there, and they'll give you a house, and they'll pay you to move there.
What about just not having money at all? Do we really need it? Or
So there's a couple.
Does it just isolate us and split us up more?
No, you need to have a system. I mean, I guess you don't need to, but you need to have like either a community that will always, like you said, always take care of people's needs, or you have to have some sort of ledger system or something, right? I've heard people talk about emeritus systems, and those are the most appetizing to me.
You need a reward system in place of some sort. Because if you're going to keep society going, things need to be done.
Yeah, to achieve goals. Yes, you need
exactly right. And it doesn't matter what those things are. These jobs still have to be performed, right? But for you, Don, to I don't know, sit in an office, in a cushy office, and have a really cushy job, and then for me to be in a mine, mining my ass off, but at the end of the day, we get home and we still have exactly the same. That is not fair, and it is not equitable at all.
Oh no, because the guy in the office works 3 times as harder than you because he has invested in his brain power and how to trick people into giving, more than the other guy. So obviously he deserves more, Bandsaw. I mean, come on. Obviously, and then the people who work hard, the guys who don't want nobody wants to do the office job. Everyone wants to be the coal miner. Same thing with doctor, but no, really. The hard work, get more. The farmers, the miners, the doctors, because that's good. That's actually the awesomest hero shit. Going in bones and bloody and all that shit, bro. That's the heroes. Okay, doctors number one. Doctors number one.
I disagree. 100% disagree. If you're going to put doctors up on a pedestal as the high and almighty, 100%
surgeons
with that. Disagree.
You tell me who's better. I'm ready.
Because your surgeons cannot do their surgery unless I'm in the mine mining the metal to make your little scalpel blades.
I got you, but I'm just saying both are hard jobs that people wouldn't want to do. I'm saying they're both icky. I would rather, it's easier for me to go get the coal. For me, it's easier for me to get the coal than a surgeon. And the surgeon is a little more, is probably more invested training wise. So that's why I give a nod to that guy.
So that's why I think there has to be a reward system, and how that reward system is worked out and how it is equitable. I suppose that's the $64,000 question, isn't it? Like, how do you work out what is worth more and what is worth work less. Because I suppose in a roundabout way, there's an argument to say that pretty much all the jobs are equal too. You know, they're all just as important as one another in a society, in a community.
I think there's a balance. I think there's definitely balance. Like,
Yeah.
I want to ask you guys this. Do you guys have over there a stupid ass thing that I think is the proof of, the proof of just the wastefulness of many of the world economies? There's a thing called poppets or poppins or something. And it's like a little plastic tray with like an ice cube tray with little bubbles in it, and they just have different things printed on it, like Mickey Mouse or sports teams or SpongeBob or fishes or.
Oh yeah.
Did y'all have that over there?
Oh, we have lots of wasteful stuff over here, Don. It's not even funny.
Yeah, look,
To be
fidget
honest
spinners
with
at least are physics. The shit that they have now, it's not even. It can't. Who invests millions of dollars to say, let's, what we got? The world needs just a plastic thing for a kid to hold, and just, kids need. It's zero purpose, zero. I can't do it, dude. It's just disgusting. No. On delivery toys from now on demand toys. This is ridiculous. On demand industry. No more wasteful competition. No more risks, unneeded risks of material and time wasting. No. Doctors and minors only, please. Thank you.
But it's
Y'all don't have them? Did y'all have fidget spinners? Y'all have fidget spinners, right?
Oh, yeah, unfortunately, yes.
Right. Well, that at least, it's physics and stuff. So
That's physics. So what's your idea of utopia, Don? Like, how would you set it out? Who does what? Like, is there money? Is there no money? Like, is there a reward system? Like, what's your...
Oh, smart people. That's my just smart people.
You guys are crazy.
Okay, so where's your what's your scale of smart?
He thinks what's it smart, so
like what people know, like.
So do you, Kosho.
No reason bullshit.
I think he could be smart. He's too arrogant to be smart.
Me?
No, but I'm done talking about him.
Who the fuck would you talk about?
I don't know. How's your rebuttal to his 100-odd quotes going, Kosho?
Oh, okay.
Say what?
I thought you were working vigorously on a rebuttal to all his quotes that apparently have been cherry-picked and taken out of context.
Now my work is done.
Your work is done. You finished it. Okay.
Yeah, I advise people to look into each one of those quotes.
Can I ask you a question? Do you ever think about an energy field like a photon, like just a sheet that just stretches out forever from the source and never has any holes in it, and it's just like a sheet in the field, like a plane in the field?
Like a bubble.
Yeah.
Expanding bubble, like an expanding bubble.
Yeah, if it was 360, yeah, bubble. Yeah.
Yeah.
But if it would be whatever the face of
it is 360.
What is a photon?
See, that's what I'm trying to do.
Don almost just described it.
Yo, what's up?
What's up, bro?
I was just looking over some videos of the Georgia Guidestone's destruction.
Yeah. What do you think about that? I just saw that.
I think they did it. I think they did it. I think they did it themselves because remember we were using it as a flat Earth proof. There was a hole drilled through that was aimed at Polaris, right? The thing's been in the ground for 42 years. It's still aimed directly at Polaris. There's a hole in the top that shines through noon every day, shines through the fucking hole in the top. There's like all these things that prove the Earth is flat. So it's just they conveniently got rid of it. It was up 42 years. It served its purpose. They made their point, but it was just like, hey, how is this fucking thing? And they shot themselves in the foot. They're like, hey, we just got to get rid of this. Oh, fuck. It was doing them more harm than good. I mean, it's always done
That's
more harm than good. But I think now that we were using their shit against them, they had to get rid of it.
So you're saying that because it's aligned to Polaris?
No, not just Polaris, to the sun. It's a fucking, and it's anchored in the ground. Yeah, noon every day.
The sun one isn't that big of a deal to me, though. The sun one, but the Polaris.
Like hole. If you can go
how exact
every single day, and it shines through the hole in the top. So these things have to be in precise alignment. If we're spinning around and orbiting the fucking sun at 66,000 miles per hour, that's never going to fucking happen. Everything is precise like a fucking clock. Don't you get it? We're not moving at all. It's fucking apparent and it's obvious, and that's why they destroyed it.
Hold my beer.
Is it real estate related? Or are they keeping? Is the real estate change hands, or are they just? What reason are they? I didn't hear about this. This cool.
It was the New World Order monument to eugenics and depopulation and all that shit. So they put it out there. The first thing on the list: lower the population to no more than 500 million. They tell us what 7 billion people exist. So do the math. A lot of motherfuckers need to die, right? That's what they want.
Did you just say they got rid of the Georgia Guidestones?
Oh, dude, they were blown up. Banzai. Like apparently the story I've heard so far, because I posted, it's all up in the chat. A bunch of people were posting videos, but as far as I know, because I only saw sort of whatever the mainstream release on it was, and I actually did watch Jay Dreamers. He did a live stream on it. I did watch the first couple minutes of his live stream as well. He took calls and stuff. He was taking calls from people, and they were talking about it. But yeah, apparently, as far as the kind of story goes, at like 4 a.m, the security cameras have on footage just this huge explosion, which basically blew out like one of the pillars. Because they basically call it like the Stonehenge, the American Stonehenge is what sometimes they refer to it as. But it's basically but it's more recent. I mean, well, not to even compare it to Stonehenge, but anyways, it's much more like modern day kind of these like 4 pillars. But anyways, so yeah, one of the pillars kind of just exploded. It was like a fairly, it wasn't a huge explosion, but it was, big enough to take it out. And then the next day they smashed the other 3 pillars down, because I guess it was like I guess perhaps a safety hazard at that point. If you just have these, because if one of those huge things fell, it could injure someone or take someone out. So
it was pulverized. It weighed those blocks weighed 43,000 pounds. And it was fucking pulverized. One of them, and then part of the cap. There was a lid on it, right? The capstone. That was partially damaged, so it had to come down because it was a safety hazard. You got this giant slab of stone just teetering up there, and it was unstable, so they just destroyed it with a backhoe. The rest of it.
Yeah. So Ron, you don't think it was done by someone like, in the, I'll just call it a civilian, like in terms of.
No. You want to know why? Guess what time it happened at?
4 a.m. It's saying
3:33. There was a 3 minutes and 33 seconds. It's like they can't make it more fucking obvious.
Wait, what time? Wait, what time did they claim? What is it?
Okay, it was 4:03 and 33 seconds when the explosion happened.
They actually gave it in seconds?
No, you watch the footage in the surveillance and you.
Oh man, these guys are too cool.
Did you say 4:03?
4:03 and 33 tenths.
Jesus Christ!
It actually wow! It actually says all that on the footage. That is actually.
You watch the footage the moment it explodes, and you pause the frame, and that's what it is. And guess when they put it up? 3/22, March 22nd, 3/22, Skull and Bones.
What? Okay,
I gotta
DM me, man. Coach, DM me, bro.
All right, I'll DM you. But I got a different idea.
1980, March 22nd.
Yeah, like I just heard about it today, so I haven't really like thought about my, I haven't looked in more to it or thought more about what, whether it was done by them or whether it was done by a civilian. I mean, it is pretty weird. And at least from the news articles, they seemed very just, oh, this thing was exploded today, so it was taken down. You know what I mean? Like, it didn't seem like it was like, oh, it was like vandalization. Like, they didn't even put that kind of narrative in it. At least from what I saw, it was just like, yep, this thing just had an explosion, and we just took the rest of it down.
Gio, you know how they're so fucking cocky and they like to rub shit in our face? The next thing they're going to do is get rid of the United Nations logo, the World Health Organization logo. They're going to get rid of the flat earth map off their fucking logo, and it's going to disappear. You won't see it anymore. Just like they did, they used to have an AE projection on these weather stations like NOAA. NOAA is like a national weather organization, and they removed the AE projection. Because when you look at it, you're like, oh, fuck, this is how the wind patterns move. This makes sense. What's this circle I'm looking at? Oh, that's the fucking Earth.
So you think they took out the Georgia? Yeah, exactly. No, I know what you're saying for sure. So you think they took out the Georgia Guidestones because it was actually because of the Polaris thing, that it was actually too easy for people to be able to just go and see that, it
was the sun as well. Every day at noon, it lined up with a hole. So it's like, it's a fucking clock.
But they would say that's how the heliocentric system works too.
No, it doesn't work that way, Gio. Let me move 2 items and see if they ever align. Let me just
at least with the Polaris part, in terms of,
would they ever align? If you're moving parts, you have moving parts moving at thousands of miles per hour, and they're going to align every fucking day, all night, every night? No. You can't do that. You can't maintain alignment with all things moving. 2 things, even 2 things. You can't do it.
Well, I mean, their explanation for the Polaris not moving is because that's the axis of the globe, and they've got everyone convinced of the globe. And then the sun one, I mean, they say that we're in like a consistent orbit, so that the sun would do that. Because I mean, they still explain like sundials and shit like that. Like, they still say that that's happening on a heliocentric globe.
It doesn't even make sense. Did you ever shoot a rifle when you have to try and maintain your sight alignment? If you even breathe wrong, just breathing, your heart rate, your pulse, squeezing the trigger, it's almost impossible. Well, it is impossible to keep the crosshairs perfectly still because you're alive, you're breathing, you're moving.
Probably.
So the distance that it's at to maintain that alignment, the amount of precision is an impossibility. All the while the Earth is moving, not just the 1,000 miles per hour, that's 1,500 feet in 1 second. You will not maintain alignment for 1 second, let alone 42 years. Those stones were there 42 years, and it never got out of alignment. It just does, dude. You have to be a complete fucking retard not to put it together. You can try and explain it away, but it's the most retarded explanation.
I'm pretty retarded myself. But you know what? I think Witzett's the one who, I think Witzett bombed the Georgia Guidestone, dude.
He did not, Tosha. Don't even be saying.
Say you went and took a piss, right? And your piss was red. Well, I did drink some cranberry juice. Maybe that's why my piss is red. It's like, does anything you ever eat or drink come out the same color? No, it doesn't. It's like,
when it came to the hole in the stones there, a lot of people did believe that the explanation about the tilt and all that sort of stuff lined up exactly with the hole itself, and the little movement of the North Star too, because it's not exactly. It kind of does move like a little bit.
Well, you see it through a fucking hole. It's a 1-inch hole. It's a 1-inch hole, and it's always visible.
Of course, it's always visible, even with the little movement that Polaris has. It still is within that hole.
Do you know what type of precision that would have? That's like, it's more precise than a Swiss watch. It's fucking there within the amount of precision to maintain alignment.
And they're saying that because of the tilt of the Earth and all that sort of stuff, that the whole alignment and stuff was not a problem. Right? That is the story. Now, whether or not it is true or not, that's a different thing. But
yeah, I mean, I think it's a pretty big ask for them to even ask people to believe this stuff. The fact, because they have to say that the stars are like practically infinitely far away, like they're absolutely light years. So they have to make up light years and make up a whole pseudophysics based around light years. And then because of that, they can then try to use relativity to claim that we're moving at a perfect rate of speed along with the relative motion and everything to where the stars look like they're more or less in the exact same position, even though they will claim that they move over time. And then they're going to claim Polaris is there because of the axis of the spin of the Earth. So, I mean, in their model, like if you took like a mainstream globe heliocentric professional astronomer or something to that Georgia Guidestones, and if you had a flat Earth person saying, "Oh, look at this, it shows the stationary," they would come right back and say no, and then they would say what I just said there. Like they have it in their model that in their minds it works because basically they're just making the stars as if they're close and local because they're just saying they're infinitely far away. And then Polaris, they just say it's the axis of the globe, even though it's not. It's just the center of this spin of the field around us.
You guys want to see something cool?
There was three things besides just that. There was another one that aligned with the movement of the sun across the horizon and then the sun at noontime. So there was three different things, not just Polaris, and they all line up perfectly.
You want to see something cool?
The
and
odds
I agree
of that,
with you too, though, Ron. I do think that's a clear indication that they are. It is a clockwork, and of course they're close and local because that's what we see. We're human beings. We don't see light years is not a thing. We're human beings with eyes that only see so far. So yeah, those things are clearly close enough for us to see them.
do you know the odds of that?
We're just a human animal. So
the odds of even aligning that, if we were moving at all, let alone like moving faster than the speed of sound, the odds of that are zero, right? It's like fucking no possibility whatsoever.
I've never heard the sun claim the thing that you're saying about the sun lining up every single day. Let
me send you this thing. There's a 5-minute video.
It doesn't line up every single day.
Hold on, I'll send a video.
Because we have a war monument here in Melbourne, and on the 11th of the 11th at 11 p.m. right, every single year without fail, the sun shines through this particular hole and then beams down on a monument. It happens at 11/11/11 every single year without fail. But that's only once a year. It's not like every single day at the same time. Like
we have a statue like that too. It's for Veterans Day.
Yeah.
He goes over all three of the indicator, these holes, the alignment of the holes, and tells them. It's actually Truth Stream Media that he chopped up their video and put it in there.
Yeah, I've been trying to show you something, dude.
What are you
spent a lot of time putting this together, dude. What the hell?
Who are you talking to?
Gio, you got rid of your profile pic? Or is that
what the hell? Were you asking Gio about his profile? I'm trying to show you something, dude.
Yeah, I was trying to find a new one, so I was trying this one. I was looking through my list and trying to see if I could. Yeah, because I've had the one that I've pretty much had since I created this account. So yeah, I was thinking of finding a different one.
I'll give you a new one. I'll send you a pic.
That's a really cool picture, Gio. However, I'm trying to show you something, Ron. I'm trying to show something to you.
All right.
Yeah, these are the record of the Polaris.
The record of what?
Polaris.
Here was the hole. This was the hole you're talking, the glory hole. You look through and it's got fucking Polaris through it.
This is his movement in 40 years.
Well, it's no longer there, so we can't have people observe this anymore.
The point is, you can see it's getting closer to the North Star. It means it's getting closer to the North Celestial Pole.
Okay. Oh wait, this is the wrong one. This is another hoax. Hold on.
That's crazy. So they're basically just saying that some random civilian at 4 o'clock in the morning had nothing better to do, but they went and put some explosives under it and blew it up.
Well, is that what they're actually saying though? Because I mean, wait, did you read that, Banzo? Are they saying that?
Yeah. Well,
that it was done by hoodlums.
Yeah, pretty well. That's what they're suspecting at the moment, but they are still conducting investigations.
I got you. Well, because the thing I was thinking about that, if they have the security footage of the explosion, wouldn't they have the security? Because my understanding there is that you can pretty much just drive up to it. Like there's no, gates, or you don't have to pay money, or it's just there, So when if you're driving down the road, you just pull over and walk up to it.
And they got security cameras there. Did you say?
Well, apparently, because they had the footage of the explosion, which they claim is the original explosion, and even though it is just right there and there's not any gates, like you can go there 2 in the morning or whatever. Because Witsit did a live stream there, I believe. Remember when they were there like the middle of the night? So anyway, and that's what Witsit was saying. It was that he was surprised that you could just literally walk up to it. So, however, I'm not surprised they have a security camera as well. If they do, but I guess that footage shows that they do. I guess I didn't know of one previous, perhaps, but I guess I'm just saying I'm not surprised if that's the case.
Well, yeah,
but wouldn't they have? Sorry, but I know I said a lot there. But the last thing, but my main point is, wouldn't they have video footage of these people installing the bomb if that's the case?
Well, I don't know, because perhaps conveniently they had the footage down at the time of the placing of the bomb for maintenance purposes.
Oh my gosh!
But what they are saying here in the article, what they are saying is they do have CCTV footage, and they have noticed a car seen near the monument shortly after the explosion. So not at the time, not placing the bomb, just shortly after, because obviously of maintenance issues.
Wait, is that really what they said? Is I just haven't seen this yet. Is that
the maintenance thing? I just totally made up, Gio.
Okay. You were trolling me. I was going with it, and
I was referring to like the Pentagon thing on 9/11, where everything was down for maintenance.
Right.
But they are saying that they do have footage, but it's saying that they only have a car spotted shortly after the explosion, not like nothing as in at the time of or placing of, which is interesting in itself. Like we've got footage of a car, shortly after it, but they're basically they're just saying, like, they're suspecting some random civilian woke up in the middle of the night and thought, I've got nothing better to do this morning. I'm going to go blow up the Georgia Guidestones for no particular reason.
Yeah.
Because conspiracy theorists think that they're an evil plot, right? It's undoubtedly going to turn out to be some QAnon conspiracist, isn't it?
Really? Or, well, they didn't. I don't know. There's plenty of other things they could have blown up. Like,
well, what if it was a do weapon?
Blown something else up. Therefore,
what if they used one of their What if they used one of their do weapons to do the explosion?
I was thinking that, Gio, because you know what? The energy, there was no shrapnel or anything. Like if it was a bomb, there'd be like residue. There'd be bomb fragments and whatnot. Even on the stone, you'd see residue of the explosives.
Dude, that would be crazy, because they just quickly knocked them down, and they're probably shipping them off to China.
Dude, the do weapon is so precise. You could hit it anytime you want. You've seen the house sliced in half. You've seen that shit, right? How precise that fucking thing could. They could. If you could slice a house in half, when it destroys the house, dude, it goes right to the edge of the driveway and it cuts a straight line right where the house was, the garage. Boom, it's right there. It couldn't be more precise.
Hey, Wolfgang, did you watch the video I posted that said what about a do?
Yeah, but I didn't see it. It was just over so fast. My eyes are not so good, It's like it's too quick, and like I said, my eyes aren't as good as they used to be. I got glasses and have a hard time seeing that shit if it's real quick.
Maybe the real reason they destroyed it is because it proves the flat Earth.
That's what I said.
Through full Earth. Oh yeah, okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
I was just telling Gio that earlier. I'm like, dude, they shot themselves in the foot. This thing is a perfect monument for flat Earth. How it's totally undeniable.
Well, not,
At least for the
not
stationary.
only the hole, it had
This-
all the writings on it as well, too, didn't it? In regards
Well,
Oh,
to
they
yeah.
intended. See, they're very
Mm.
cocky. They put their shit right in our face, right? Like they put
Mm.
their logo of the flat Earth map on their fucking UN, on their World Health Organization. You know who the World Health Organization. That's all we heard about is those motherfuckers every day for the last 2 years. Their logo is also like the UN, has a flat Earth map. So constantly, I think they're going to get rid of those logos next.
Maybe they're going to claim that they destroyed them when they do this like truth reveal thing, or when Trump becomes president again. They'll claim it was like that was them taking out the New World Order, and that we could trust them instead. You know, that kind of thing.
No, dude, it was them covering their footprints. It was like, hey, this
No,
thing's
I
being
know
used
that,
against.
but they may say it was their act against the people they want us to believe were the bad ones.
They need to do more than
even though it's the same people.
they need to do more than vandalism. Other people spray painted it and vandal it. Like, no,
Sure,
dude,
I'm saying that could be one thing they use later on to say, oh
you
yeah,
need to see
we
people
destroyed that
hanging.
because of the bad people are gone now or whatever.
You need to see 6 million evil pieces of crap hanging from a rope. Like here, Christmas
Yeah,
tree
you do.
decorations.
You
and
do. Maybe we do, but for the
we
common
all
people,
do. Yeah.
they may be like. Plus, it's going to bring attention to what they said now that it's in the news. I mean, most people don't even know what the Georgia Guidestones were, but now that they're blown up, maybe I don't know how big a report it. I don't know how mainstream that news is really, but.
Did you ever hear of Vlad the Impaler?
Oh yeah.
He was like the real Count Dracula. He would impale people on a pike, on a sharpened stick, and just leave their corpse for just to rot on the stick. And he did this with thousands of people, and he lined the roadway. So when he was being invaded, they were so horrified, looking down rows of like 5,000 bodies impaled with a stick, and they
Why are you
freaked out.
mentioning that?
What's that?
Why are you bringing that up?
Because I'm saying that's what needs to be done to these motherfuckers who put those. Now that the stones have been torn down,
they could do something
we need to take
or something that
dude. You
seems
keep
like
talking at the same time. I'm trying to complete a sentence. Can you hear me at all? Because I mean, it's counterproductive if we both talk.
I didn't mean
at the
to.
same
Yeah,
time.
what the hell, Dave? Oh my god!
I was trying to add to what you were saying. I may be too loud.
All right, I don't know what I was gonna say.
You said that's what needs to be done with the people that have been perpetrating all this shit.
Yeah, time now that they're down. Now that the stones have been destroyed, we need to take down the people who put them up.
Why? Are you guys against the Georgia Guidestones? Like, are you happy they got destroyed?
Why would
I'm
you be
against
happy,
what they
Dave?
stand for. Do you want to kill? Do you want to kill 90% of the population? Do you think that's a good thing?
But they
Does
didn't.
the Georgia Guidestones say we should kill 90% of the population?
No.
Well, put it together. Figure it out, smart
Put
guy.
what
We
together?
got 500 million, right? We're starting with 7 billion. How do we get it down? I know Bill Gates did a TED talk. He's getting partially there. How do you come to 500
maybe one way.
when you have 7
Way to
billion?
get
How
down
do you
from
reduce
7
it?
billion to 500 million is family
How does
planning
that
over
happen?
generations. I just told you family planning over generations. So you'll go from 7 billion to 500 million over a few hundred years. It's not going to happen immediately. It's a long-term goal.
What's the plan with that?
Because that's what they said. That's what Bill Gates said. If you read more than just that specific quote, he's talking about family planning and bringing the population down through family planning over generations, over a long period of time.
Right. Did you hear about what I actually looked into this, and what did you hear what he actually said? The reason that the population would go down from what he planned to do?
The reason family planning. Yeah.
You're calling it family planning, but he
that's
said
what he called it as well.
Right. But the theory behind it is that we educate people and get them vaccinated, right? And because they're vaccinated and educated, and more people are educated and vaccinated, they'll be in that range of people. If you look at this other graph that he shows, that educated people have less children. Therefore, eventually there'll be less children. So through education and vaccination, he reasons that more educated people will choose to have less children. That is not that's not a plan. That's not a plan. Plus, he's vaccinating the people along with it, which doesn't mean they're going to live longer.
That's a plan, though. And I mean, not only is that a plan, but that is the current state of events worldwide. In the countries with a more educated population, they have lower birth and growth rate. You look at countries like Japan, for example, that has the most educated population on the planet. They also have the oldest population because no one in Japan is having children. But can we get back to the Georgia Guidestones? Why are you guys happy?
Wait, you trust Bill Gates? You trust Bill Gates? Is that what you're saying?
I don't need to trust Bill Gates to know that the more educated you are, the less children you are likely to have. I don't need to trust Bill Gates to know that.
Think about the reasoning of that, though. Just because you've educated
but it's a fact,
and vaccinated them.
Yeah,
it's a fact that maybe it's a fact that more educated people have less children, but the reasoning behind it.
Not education, debt. Debt idiots.
What are you saying, Doug?
It's not educated people. You mean university diploma holder, meaning debt idiots.
Okay, yeah, people like me, debt idiots, yeah. But can we get back to the Georgia Guidestones? Like, why are you guys
I didn't hear anyone claim that they were happy or unhappy. I think basically we were just talking about the fact that they were apparently blown up.
Oh, no, Jill.
And then demolished. I think, I mean, I would say
you could have learned everything you learned on the job, buddy.
It's definitely symbolic. It is symbolic that those things are now crumbled to the ground. That's where they should be because the messages on there are pretty, like the real energy behind it is very dark.
Yeah, but Gio, did you not hear what Dave and Wolfgang were talking about? They were happy it got destroyed. They talking about putting people on pikes.
I wasn't talking about that. It wasn't about being happy about it. You misinterpreted everything everyone was saying, dude. And
all right, my bad. Are you happy?
Make the population go down over that period of time doesn't seem like the Georgia Guidestones were planning on waiting for educated people to have less children. That's just the reasoning on that is I'm baffled that you think that's reasonable.
But are you happy that Georgia Guidestones got destroyed?
I mean, I think it's cool. I think they were cool as like an astronomical device, essentially, because they were very large stones, and then the fact that you could see Polaris through the center hole was pretty cool. That part was pretty cool. The messages on them, yeah, there's definitely a very strange kind of weird dark vibe between behind those, like in terms of just the way that they're written. And then it does talk about population reduction and that kind of stuff. So it's pretty that part's bizarre. But
that's the only one though, right? Everything else on there seems like pretty benevolent, right? Having a fair court, being in balance with nature, all those things seem all good. It's just the first one where it talks about reducing the population to 500,000, don't you think? Or am I misinterpreting the rest of it?
All right. I'm not really too sure what they actually say. You guys know more about this stuff than I do, but it sounds like we're all in agreement.
Well, they're kind of like they're like a 10 Commandments kind of a vibe in a sense. I'm not linking them directly to the 10 Commandments, but I mean sometimes people do refer to them as that. Like there's a similar way that they're kind of listing
wasn't
out
it
these
Commandments of the New World? Wasn't it billed as that, or the plaque says something about these are the 10 Commandments for the New World?
Yeah,
it's just for a new age of reason or some shit. But I think we all agree that whoever bombed it should be condemned, right?
But wait, wasn't there a time capsule? Did they dig up the time capsule, or wasn't that even placed yet? Because there was something about the time capsule. Was it actually buried? Well, then they could get that out.
I don't know if it's still there. But do we all agree that whoever bombed it should be condemned?
Capsule will be put there.
Of course, Nate. Of course.
No, Nate. I don't think anyone's saying that. What is that? What you're saying?
You're too busy to have.
I don't know. It sounded like that's what Wolfgang and Dave was saying. I just want to clarify.
No, dude, you might have gotten here late. No, Wolfgang was. That's Ron. Yeah. He was saying that it was done by the same people that put him up. He's saying that was An inside,
Oh,
it's an inside job, if you will. That's what he was saying.
okay.
That's what Wolfgang was saying.
Yeah, that's what Ron was saying. Wolfgang.
See,
Yeah.
even Dave didn't get that.
No,
But
I was
okay,
saying that
if
it's
that's
the
what he
same
was saying.
people. No, Nathan, stop trying to claim what I get or don't get, because you don't get it. You don't get what I get. That's for sure. I was
You just
saying it's the
asked
same
Joey
people.
if that's what he is.
Well,
whoever blew them
but
up
I was
should be-
saying on top of that, if it is the same people, they're going to claim that they got rid of the bad guys and act like it was them getting rid of them, even though it's the same people. If it was the same people, right? And then I said, to start with, maybe they got rid of it, which also I guess Wolfgang said that maybe they got rid of it because showing the Polaris through that little hole, hard to work that one out on a globe, that's for sure.
Adjustment layer. How do you add that? Are you okay?
Riding, you're hot miking.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
I mean, I either way, I think that those guide stones coming down is interesting. I think it's symbolic because even on the level of whoever did it or even whoever put them up, there's still the level of just the creator itself creating it. The fact that they were put up for the time that they were, and then now they're down. So, did they say they're going to rebuild something there, Bandsaw? Has it said anything about that? Because what if
They're
they're
gonna
just going to do like a bait and switch deal and just build a bigger one?
Build it back better.
Yeah.
No, they're not saying anything like that, but what they do say about it is it was when it was initially commissioned, the people that made it, Alberton Granite Association, gave an exorbitant price on it because they didn't particularly want to do it, and they were surprised when the group accepted the quote. But apparently, it was built to withstand catastrophic events. And it's a monument meant to act as a compass, calendar, and clock. Well, it didn't really withstand a catastrophic event, did it? By the looks of things, but
Maybe it was a show of power. Like, okay, here's what our dew weapons can do.
perhaps, yeah,
Fuck with that.
yeah.
Or maybe it was just some, hardcore Christian terrorists that decided, we want this thing gone. Because in the beginning, when it was built, the main opposition it was getting was from the Christian community, right?
Yeah.
So isn't that the most logical?
But what it does say here in the article that the monument has become the focal point of conservative conspiracy theories over the last
Yeah, that's
years.
true. Yeah, it could be a backlash for that.
Yeah, with allegations in regards to the New World Order, population control, and whatnot.
That's true.
And they've got a Georgia governor lady that was talking about blowing them up like a couple months ago, that she thinks they should be taken down. And she was a QAnon person, so that doesn't make any sense. She was saying destroy the Georgia Guidestones, but she was a QAnon person. So interesting. I wonder if that's like the opposite of what you're saying now. Yeah, and then she's been quoted recently, and she lost her election, and she's claiming, fraud on the votes and stuff too, and they're paralleling her with Trump. She's running. She was running for Georgia governor, I think.
Candace Taylor, a far right conspiracy theorist. She has made it the center point of her campaign opening.
Really?
In a glossy. Apparently, in a glossy campaign video, she announced her Executive Order 10, which would see the monument demolished. Throughout the video, she nods at other conservative talking points and conspiracy theories. The video starts with a reference to the CV conspiracy, with Miss Taylor saying over 4 million people got the juice with something that took only 9 months to create. Ask yourself why.
Yeah.
Then she moves on to demonic human sacrifices.
Yeah.
This lady
Yeah.
crazy.
Well, it's kind of like
What?
not aligned with QAnon.
Yeah.
It's like QAnon. The QAnon side would claim that's a deep state thing.
Yeah.
The Georgia Guidestones, the deep state thing about the New World Order, and that they're trying to. So it's actually the opposite, kind of what you're saying. If we listen to that side of it, but you were saying that other people could align
guys,
it as what the conservative people want.
Check this out. That's on her fucking website when she was campaigning. For decades, the global Luciferian regime has seeped its way into our government. They demoralized us with humiliation rituals as they tore down our historic monuments, persecuted our children, blah, blah, blah. They erected statues spelling out the exact plans they had for us. On my first day as governor of Georgia, I will move to demolish the demonic plans of our enemy. The satanic agenda is not welcome in our state. Support my fight by contributing and watch as I turn the Georgia Guidestones into dust. No wonder she didn't win. Jesus.
Yeah.
Right, but she's right about half of that for sure, at least. Hey,
when was
Nate,
that from?
did you watch the video that I posted of the where the Guidestones being destroyed? It's like a flash of lightning.
No.
I don't know if they're claiming it's lightning, but it just pulverizes it. It's not just some terrorist bomb thing. That thing was just like pulverized. It looked like a directed energy weapon.
The BitChute one?
No.
Oh damn! Yeah,
Nate,
I'm watching it now. That's crazy.
When was that governor thing from?
This is when she was running for governor. I don't know. It doesn't say what years.
So what the? So are they saying she did it? They're saying like she.
No, but
no. This is on her website. This is her Executive Order 10 on her website.
Yeah, but she lost the election, so it wasn't like she had it done. But they could blame it on the QAnon people. You know,
there is an awful lot of dust, and the directed energy weapon that they use at 9/11, it does that. What Judy Wood she referred to it as dustification. And when I look at this footage, it does look like a massive dust cloud. I mean, if you just had a bomb on there, yeah, it would turn some of it. I mean, I guess, we'd have to see what the rock material was like and everything, but you would think that, yeah, it would like crackle it and you'd see some parts fly, but this thing literally turns it into just a massive dust cloud.
Yep.
And it does seem to have a thrust to it that sort of has that like water fountain kind of energy to it, which is what also at 9/11, the way the buildings came down. Yeah, I would say from just looking at this footage, it does look like likely that could be.
All right, so this is 100% 99. Like it's definitely this happened. I guess this is a public claim that happened. Number two, I haven't watched anything. What do y'all think about this video? How many camera shots they got? One, and what is it? Some security camera? What is it?
Yeah, it's supposed to. Yeah, it's like
there's a whole other video I posted that shows them knocking the rest of them down with the bulldozer.
That's all we're given. So that's what I'm asking. Where's the rest of the security footage? Because if somebody planted a bomb on it, then they would have the footage, right? There's a light and there's a camera.
Exactly. Right.
Now, granted, that rock is on the other side, so like I get that, like meaning from the camera. So I get that, like, but still, you would see people come up with bags of things, and and see them.
Could the footage be a?
But I mean, it just happened. Maybe they're still looking into it.
Right. Yeah, they can't release for an investigation.
Yeah, but like they're gonna tell us the truth, even if they pretend to tell us the truth, we can't believe them, right, Nate?
What?
Even if they pretend to tell us the truth about it, we don't know if they're telling us the truth because all the fucking news is fake.
No, that's legit footage from
most all.
No comment, Dave. No comment, man.
Yeah, man, it's true.
But yeah, we won't know what really happened. No, all I'm saying is right now all we can do is speculate. We don't have enough information to make any conclusions, so we're stuck speculating. Until more information is released, we're not really going to know what happened.
This is the videos from Georgia Peru investigation.
Well, what are they actually saying?
I think because there's a suspicious vehicle that
that was seen leaving the scene.
Where'd you get that?
GA Bureau investigation.
Post it.
I did.
He just posted it. Yeah, this is crazy.
This is the vehicle. So yeah, it demolished. They ended up taking down the rest of it because deemed unsafe.
That little silver sedan?
Yeah, that's the suspicious vehicle apparently they're looking for.
And then what about footage where, I mean, they should have footage of people going up to the stones.
If there's cameras on the other side, right? Yeah, I get what you're saying, Gio. There's cameras on the other side now. Maybe they're, like the other guy said, they're waiting till they...
Yeah, I mean, how was... Oh, this is... Okay. I was going to ask, like, was this leaked? But no, it's the Georgia Bureau of Investigation that put this out.
Maybe they're covering up the DEW weapons by making it look like somebody drove off.
New weapons?
The DEW weapons, the directed energy weapons.
DEW weapon? All right.
You know what it looks like to me? It kind of has a effect of lightning.
Yep.
You notice
Well,
that?
that's what they're saying.
Yeah.
I think that's what they're reporting on it. Like, because where I got that post, the people that in the chat that posted it were saying that does not look like lightning, like as if someone claimed it was lightning.
Well, it kind of does look like that, yeah. Which would actually not play into it not being lightning, but it being a directed energy weapon, because those kind of replicate that same physics. But if that was lightning, we would have seen the light and we would have heard, it would have been different. Like, doesn't look like lightning hit, but it has the same like energetic reaction. Yeah. Like, it doesn't look like an explosive. It looks like something struck it and then dustified a part of it in a sense.
Think about if it really was lightning. I mean, not that they could, I mean, they can control the weather, but regardless, you'd almost have to look at it like an act of God.
Well, yeah, and then if you get into that kind of conception of it, that's even more intense. If it some kind of like dry lightning that just happened in the ether.
Right? Like God said, fuck the New World Order.
Yeah, I mean, speculate, man. Like, that's all we can do right now.
Well, this one has the footage. The one that he showed, that Awaken just posted, that one actually does show the camera from the other side. So they have cameras on both sides. Wow, the dustification is even more profound on the second one. That is a huge dust cloud.
Where was that?
And it looks like it's, see how it looks like the dust is like creating like a water fountain effect as it spreads out? That's what it did at 9/11 as well. The dust, the way that it furls out, it's not the way regular explosives do. Explosives go in layers, but this is going like more in like it's like a water fountain vortex effect.
Well, I see that color, the car in the back, right? Seems like it's the car.
Yeah, it's a car because, I mean, it moves away as the video plays.
Yeah.
That's crazy. But yeah, if they have this footage that's running all night with lights and they claim this happened in the middle of the night at 4 a.m., then they absolutely should have footage of the whole night. And if they have cameras from both sides like this, they would absolutely see who went up to the stones and did something to it.
Yeah, so, I'm sure they have footage, you know. It's just they investigate.
Should be able to catch them.
Yeah. Let's just give it time, you know. I'm sure sooner or later they'll apprehend the perpetrators.
You think so, huh?
What would you guys do if it turned out to be flat earthers?
It's going to be Lee Harvey Oswald's long lost son.
Yeah, but like, what would you guys do if it turned out to be like some flat earth terrorist cell or something?
Did you say that you thought the car moved away as the video plays where it blows up?
Yeah, on the video that Awakening posted.
Yeah, but I don't think it's. I thought at first because I heard you say that and I went and watched it, but it's not a car. It's just a plume of smoke.
Did you look at the picture I posted, Dave?
There's two of them. One of them just shows a completely unable to make out any detail. Like all the windows are blacked out. It's like a blacked out window sedan. That's all you see as it just drives by. The other one seems to be the explosion from the other side.
Oh, okay. I thought Nate was saying that the car drove off right after it exploded.
Okay, that part I don't know. I didn't hear that. I thought that maybe the car was earlier or something. But I guess I don't know yet.
Oh wait, Nate posted something. It looks like there's a car in the distance.
Yeah.
You think that's a car?
But well,
no, that's not a car because it's not
they're
moving.
suspecting that's the same car. There's two videos. One where you see the silver sedan, and then one where you see the explosion for the other camera. But right at the start of the second video, it's that thing I just posted now.
No,
that
but
thing
that's
in the
not a car
distance
though. That
circled
just
in red.
lights up. That just lights up.
so?
It's not moving.
Mm.
Is that supposed to be a station?
What is that then?
Well, it kind of looks.
What is it then?
It does look like a flare, like a reflection off of something.
It's really not funny, Kosho, what you were typing in chat there. FYI.
Oh, it's not funny. But I think what Kosher's typing is accurate. Whoever did this, I think is someone that's into conspiracies. That's why I'm asking the question. What would you guys do
asking
if it was a flat earth?
Where people were in a joking type of way? I don't think it's actually, I think it's a poor taste joke at best.
Well, it could be politically motivated too, like the people who are taking down statues, like Civil War statues.
Yeah, what Kosho's doing, Kosho, is really, it's not cool because you keep, you're trying to kind of make this like troll joke about Witsit. It's not cool.
Oh.
I mean, well, just because Witsit went to the Georgia Guidestones, I get, and also I think Nathan, wasn't he with Nathan Thompson at the time?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, and they did like a live stream.
Yeah.
Kosho's just trying to spread like fake information about Witsit being.
Hey, Kosho, by the way, did you come up with a nice quote that was just quoted?
Yeah,
the comparison.
Wow, Kosho.
Kosho's just
sorry, man. I didn't realize that's what Kosho was doing.
Just bald face trolling.
But what would you guys do if it was a flat earther? Because it's most likely someone that's into conspiracies, you know?
No, dude, I'm not sure anyone has claimed any like for sure conclusion on what they think happened, but Ron came in saying that he thinks it was done by, the cabal of controllers, like that they put up the stones and they took them down. That's what he thinks.
Okay.
And then we've talked about if they did take them down, could they have used one of their directed energy weapons? That's possible. Then there's like whatever the mainstream info is. I haven't read.
But it's also possible.
I just saw one thing on it, and the thing I saw was pretty neutral. It was like, oh yeah, there was an explosion. There was an explosion, and the things are taken down. It didn't really seem like they were building, at least from what I saw. I didn't read too much of a narrative, but I'm sure there's other articles and more information. So.
Well, here's a interesting take. Like, perhaps whoever did it, it was a planned thing to actually bring attention to the messages and what were on the stones.
Yeah, that's what Dave said. Dave said after Ron was saying he thinks it was done by them, but and then that's what Dave was saying. Like maybe this would bring more attention to him. Yeah, get it in the news and all this stuff. And then more people read it and stuff. And then if they build a bigger one in that area, then it's even like if they build new ones or whatever.
But I mean, if they destroyed it, like people are going to be talking about it for 10 days, and then no one's going to care about it anymore. It's going to be gone forever. Like, wouldn't it have more attention if they kept it there? Why destroy what you made? It's going to bring temporary attention for a week, and then we're going to be talking about the next story next week. No one's going to care about these things because now they're gone forever. I don't know, man. I just feel having them there brought way more attention than destroying them.
Not necessarily forever. Who knows? Time will tell then, eh? I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we all speculating, Banson. None of us have the answer. We're all speculating. We're just throwing out what we feel is most likely, and some of us feel it's most likely that it was someone into conspiracies. Based on the fact that the people that gave it the most
it looks like a directed energy weapon
when it was constructed were conspiracy.
It wasn't necessarily just
direct energy
whatever.
weapons at their access.
Whatever association,
Yo, I'm just speculating, guys. I'm
association
just
you're trying to make. Well, what I would say is that whatever correlation you're trying to make with conspiracy, it's not really necessarily the case. I mean, meaning that because there were actually a lot of people, just even religious and otherwise. Like, have you seen in the past that they've been vandalized? Have you seen that? Like, people have done like spray painting on them and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen
It's
that.
not
Still
just
related to people that believe in conspiracies. I mean, if you look at the type of spray paint that went on, it was, talking all this conspiracy stuff, right?
Not really. It was different things. It wasn't really. It was more like religious, actually, from what I saw. Like there was it said Jesus at one point. It was said something like about Jesus.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, that's just my speculation, man.
What I'm saying is that in the history of the Georgia Guidestones, just what they are and whatnot, I'm just saying that they've gotten a lot of flack from a lot of different people. I would say, and if you want to use the term conspiracy, then you could, if that's the term you use in terms of
but I mean,
people that are aware of,
Gio, have you actually
groups
seen
of people that are doing criminal things, and the fact that it talks about reducing the population. I mean, it says maintaining the population at a certain level. So that means that you're already kind of in a playing God position. Like if you're going to be maintaining population, instead of just live and let live, letting people live their lives, you're going to be controlling that, and then it also implies that number that they give is so much lower than the human population on Earth, massively, to where what other interpretation could you make other than a massive portion of the world's population would have to perish? So it is bizarre on that level.
Yeah, so, Gio,
a lot of different. I'm just saying it's gotten flack from politics, it's gotten flack from religions, it's gotten flack from, if you want to call it the conspiracy.
I hear you. But
hey,
if you
Gio,
look
what
at
if
the
they're lying
vandalism,
about the population? It's already at 500 million.
Yeah, but if you look at the vandalism, like I just posted images of it. This all points to conspiracies. Death to the globalists. Obama is a Muslim. Council on Foreign Relations is ran by the devil. The elite want 80% of us dead. See number 1. Like that's conspiracy stuff. That's the graffiti that was put on the stones way back when. And I just posted pictures so you guys can all see it. It's all there.
That's fine.
I don't know, but like I said, I'm just speculating.
Hold on, you're saying it as if you're refuting something, but yeah, we're all aware they've been vandalized.
Yeah, but you were trying to refute my point that the vandalism relates to conspiracy theories. You were trying to say it's just religious in nature, but it's not necessarily.
Well, they were. I was talking about specific ones. I think there were 2 or 3 that they mentioned Jesus. So I was referring to that.
Yeah, there's one there that says Jesus will prevail. But the overwhelming majority of them speak to conspiracies. So that's what the evidence I've seen points to. But I'm just speculating,
I would like to know why there's only footage of a car driving away. That's interesting.
But that's the only footage we have today, Ben. So this happened pretty recently. So I'm sure by this time next week there'll be a lot more footage.
Well,
released,
okay, then why was footage released just of the car driving away? Like, how is that footage got? So if they've got their hands on that footage, wouldn't you think
maybe they released that to the public hoping that someone would be able to identify that car? Maybe they have footage of the people doing it, but the people were wearing masks. So the only way to identify or to get clues is by pinpointing who's the owner of that silver car.
Okay, and so you have a top view of a car with tinted windows, which is basically wearing a mask in itself. That really gives you nothing, no number plate, no nothing at all, which probably looks like a million other cars in the same state.
But Banso, imagine you are a cop, you are a detective, and all you have is footage of the thing blowing up. Maybe you have footage of people in masks, ski masks, putting devices there, but because the cameras are so far, you're not going to see much clearly. And then you have this footage of a car driving by. Your hopes would be that maybe the owner of the car lives close to the Georgia Guidestones, and somebody else that lives close might recognize that car. You know, like that's how you find clues if you're a cop.
Oh
Or
yeah,
how
yeah,
would you
yeah.
do it?
Oh well, look, yeah, look, you know, the chances are that the fellow just living around the corner from the George's Guy Stones is probably pretty high. You know, he got home, put a blanket over his car to hide it. His neighbours have noticed this suspicious kind of activity.
Or
All
or
that's kind of
maybe
very
maybe
probable.
maybe you and I could both live close to the Georgia Guidestones, and me and my friend steal your car, so that we use your car to go and perpetrate this crime. I mean, I mean, because all of this footage is being released by the Georgia
Cops.
police or whatever.
Yeah,
by cops. So there's a reason as to why they're releasing certain pieces of footage and holding back others. So you just gotta try and put your cop hat on. Why would they do that?
Oh.
I don't know, man. I'm just speculating. Man, so
neither do I, mate. Neither do I, my friends. So.
Yeah.
It is interesting, though, Nate, that you seem to be like instantly weaving a narrative that there's you're using the term conspiracy theorist, and you're like trying to use that term to it, and then you're trying to claim that it was some kind of, which would be cool too. Like, I actually think that would be cooler, because that would be more of an act of like a civilian actually kind of taking down something that represents something very evil and dark, which is essentially some kind of population reduction, which is pretty bad.
Yeah, definitely. You know, if that was the case, then definitely that person would be viewed as a hero by certain circles. I'm not saying that blowing them up is a bad thing. I don't really care too much about these stones. You know,
I mean, I'm not supporting any form of vandalism or anything, but I'm just saying on a more symbolic level, that would be, yeah. The other one is like if it was like an act of God, like some kind of lightning, that would be interesting too.
That would be cool.
If it was done by them, it's kind of the least interesting. It's like, all right, they just did it themselves, you know.
Yeah.
But it's most likely.
If it was an act of God, that would be cool as hell.
It's most likely the case, because otherwise they would have security footage, and they would see who did it.
And it would have taken a bit of time as well to place the explosives, having some light in them if they use some sort of wick kind of thing. Like all this sort of stuff would have taken a period of time. It's not a splash and dash type of.
Yeah, exactly. That was a pretty major deal. And then there would be shrapnel and material from the bomb everywhere. It would be very. I mean, what I'm saying is, if that's the case, and if they're in any way honest or transparent, they would have to release all of this in time. Because yes, there should be bomb shrapnel.
In time, yeah, exactly. They will.
Exactly right.
They will. I'm sure they will.
And to completely destroy the crime scene, right, before a thorough investigation. Like, how long would it take to do a thorough forensic investigation on that scene? Like,
they did it all.
Those things take days, Banso.
Yeah, it's exactly, Banso. They did it all like
this
the same day.
CSI, which happens in 1 hour. Those things take days.
It was like 4 a.m. It was blown up. A couple hours later, they already had the trucks there taking it away.
Exactly. Yeah, go to China with all the granite. Like it's like everything.
That is weird. I mean, if it was a real
forensic analysis,
if it was done by a civilian, then they would have cops there. They would put fencing up around it. Nobody would get near it. They would be taking tons of pictures. They would be looking for bomb shrapnel, footprints, fingerprints. They would be doing it all. But instead, they just take it away and kind of little news article. Oh, there was an explosion. We're taking it away. It is strange.
Is that the case though? Like, are you guys saying that right now there's no police tape set up? They haven't turned it into a crime scene. Like there's no investigation at all happening right now. Like, is that what you guys are claiming?
No, I'm not saying that at all. But what you do, you investigate a crime scene that has been undisturbed. Right, that's what you do, right? Because now you've gone in and destroyed it. So whatever evidence you have, well, they've compromised any sort of evidence that they may gather, because they've gone in there with bulldozers and pulled the whole thing down under the disguise of public safety. Now, it would have been really easy to go up and set a perimeter of cyclone fencing around it, and they could have sectioned it off from the public so that the public would not have even had access to it. They could have had a ring of police standing around the crime scene while the forensic people went in and did their due diligence on everything. But from the outside looking in, they haven't even had time to do any due diligence whatsoever because the whole crime scene has been compromised in a very short period of time.
I don't know about all that, Ben. So, like, it sounds like
Really?
you're speculating and
No,
making strong claims now.
No, common sense dictates exactly what I've just said. You go to any crime scene, what they do is they'll tape it off, and they wait for the forensic people to get out there, and they go and do exactly what they've got to do. Investigate, they take samples, they try look for prints, they're spending hours taking photos, all this sort of whatever.
Yeah, but how do you know they didn't do all of that, Benzo? Like, if the explosion happened 4 a.m. in the morning.
In an hour and 3 minutes? No way. Nate, no way.
Where you getting the hour and 3 minutes from? Because clearly you have more information than I do. So like give me the timeline here.
I was being
the explosion happened 4 a.m. in the morning.
I was being a little bit facetious with the hour and 3 minutes, but it looks like that's about all the time that they spent on it. In all honesty, Nate.
All right, so you
a great deal of time. Like
you don't know how long they spent investigating the crime scene before they brought in the bulldozers, right? Like none of us know.
Just with a normal car crash where there's a fatality, Nate. They will section off they will close down a road, right? And they wait for the forensics to get out there, and the whole road is closed down for a day while they're measuring skid marks, taking photos, taking samples, doing all these bits and bobs. Like, you know, it is a thorough investigation. From the outside looking in, it doesn't look like that they have put enough time into it. That's all I'm saying. They may have.
Okay. But you are speculating, yeah? Because earlier it sounded like you were sure.
Of course, I'm speculating.
Okay, I'm just making sure, because it sounded like you were sure and you had info I didn't have, so I wanted to know what this info was.
No. I'm speculating, Nate. I'm speculating.
Okay.
I saw it all in the same news article. It was because it was just like a mainstream news thing, and it had all of it. It was just like it went through the whole narrative basically, and was there was an explosion, and then in the same article they had the video of them tearing them down. So they just did it all at once. It seems like.
There you go.
Or at least all within the same day. I mean, when was it? Was it?
Yeah, definitely. It was destroyed within the same day.
You can appreciate that if there's a video that shows World War I and then another video that shows World War II and you watch them right after one another, that doesn't mean they happened right after one another. Right.
Yeah, so you should be able to take that.
No, but I mean, Gio is right. It was destroyed in the same day that, they've taken it away now completely. I think it all happened yesterday, right? The bomb went off yesterday, 4 in the morning, and then somewhere late afternoon they brought in the thingies. Yeah, the bulldozers, right? So it did happen in one day.
So where's all the bomb? They should have right at the base of those rocks on that thumbnail, the one that Riding just posted. If that's it, at the base of that rock, there should be all kinds of evidence of planting a bomb. There should be material.
Yeah, maybe
there should be O-rings and straps and explosive material, and I mean, depending on what it was, but I mean, they should easily have the answers. And the footage.
Yeah, I'm sure they have that. I'm sure they know what type of bomb it was.
Nitroglycerin wrapped in wax paper would have just evaporated.
Yeah, I'm sure they know all of that, Joe, but they're not going to tell us, the public, until they finish with the full investigation.
Them gathering evidence.
Nice. There you go. So they've gathered the evidence. Now they just need to find the people.
What'd they get? Riding?
Find the people. Why? Why do they need to find
putting stuff in bags?
They're bagging it up?
Bagging it up.
Bagging up the evidence.
I mean, nobody claimed ownership of them, right?
Isn't that
So it
what
really
you
isn't
used to do?
vandalizing someone's property, is it?
No, it's I don't know.
If no one's claimed ownership,
No, they're
right?
private property, I thought.
It's not really a crime. Well, why would I want to waste our tax dollars looking for this so-called
Oh,
criminal?
Grindstones, but I think they're on private.
That is a good question. Yeah. Like, what would you charge someone with for destroying that?
Mm-hmm. And if you do get
Use of
charged,
illegal explosives.
if they, we'll find out. If they get charged for
Damage
damaging
to-
government property
Yeah.
or not.
Something like that, probably. Probably.
You know,
Is
I
it
gotta
like
go.
what is it?
I'll see you guys
What is it considered? A monument?
No, no one owns it. It's not. It's just it just appeared one day there. So the story goes. So maybe we'll find out a little disclosure about this thing through all of that.
Right. What I'm saying is that if they don't have like if we're not given thorough information showing like explosive material and information about how it was done, then it's going to be sketch. It's going to be sketchy.
The whole thing is distraction to me is like more stuff to not pay attention to the actual stuff we're paying attention to. Sorry,
Well, you can pay attention to whatever you'd like, and I'm sure other people will as well. But I mean, it is interesting that how long were these up for? Was it like since the 80s or
40 odd years or something? Yeah.
what's that?
40 years, weren't they?
40 something, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, I thought it was cool that it did function as like an astronomical clock, like with the hole that points to Polaris, and then like Ron was mentioning, there's certain because it kind of almost acts as a sundial as well, even though like each one of those pillars, like that whole thing could be used as a sundial, actually.
Not anymore.
The way the sun reflects off the inside, like you could actually make one that's even more nuanced and well designed than this. But it was still kind of, yeah, it was a cool, like in terms of an astronomical thing, it was interesting.
Or they had to destroy it in case some kids got crushed by stones. Really? Is that your best reasoning why they destroyed it? God almighty. A weak reason at best. Weak. In my opinion.
Yeah, it seems lacking and inauthentic the way that it's like rolled out, and the way that the timing of it all. Yeah, it does seem strangely planned.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, obviously, like also, even if it was like an inside job type of thing, it still could have been done by, like, even if it was an explosive that was planted by, CIA or something, they went in and planted it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, even if there was something actually planted on it, then it also could be done by them, or it could be a civilian. But if it's a directed energy weapon, then it definitely would be them. It does have that effect. You see how thick the dust is right after it exploded? That does seem to have that dustification effect, like what happened at 9/11.
Oh my God! Seriously, you are thick with the excuses, Kosho. Poor little kids might have got crushed by the stones if they didn't destroy it. They're so weak.
It's not an
So
excuse. It's not an excuse, and it's not. Cause
it's weak.
there's
It's
nothing.
weak.
There's nothing to excuse. It's just common
It is.
sense.
No,
All
it's
right.
weak. It is absolutely weak. The police setting up a perimeter around those things, right? Keeping people away until a proper forensic investigation could be conducted.
Right. The crime of the century, right?
Would have been far easier.
How-
You know what? Just blow it off. Hand wave, dismiss it, and cool.
no, dude.
We care about the little kids. That's fair enough. Let's run with that. Let's run with that.
They care about people's lives. They don't care about rocks. They're not gonna.
Of course.
They're not.
Of course they do.
They're not.
Yep,
They're not gonna
they
have
do.
20. They're not gonna have 24-hour investigations
do.
around the stone, around the guide stones. There's probably one. There's probably one detective.
Lay it on us. Let's lay it on us. Let's hear your theory. Let's hear it.
It's not a theory. It's common sense.
I think you've been typing stuff in the chat, but probably not everyone's seen what you were typing. So what do you think?
I think it's obvious why they're not investigating this for more than one day. I think they probably feel like they spent too much manpower on it already. I mean, it's a rock, right? It's not some national treasure. It's not. There's not people there that had any chance of getting harmed or did get harmed. The police don't care about stuff like that. They're not going to sit there and investigate this all night. Doesn't make any sense.
Yep. Yeah, the police just worry about sitting behind trees, giving people speeding tickets.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah,
Yeah, that's true.
It's not necessarily true, man. If something like this happens, like a large explosion on a monument like this, no, I don't agree with that. I'm not saying that they're going to do the biggest investigation in the world because, yeah, it's obviously not like it is of a criminal nature, but it's not like too severe of one in some sense. But yeah, dude, they would definitely at least be getting all the information to see whether it was what they have in terms
They're
of.
not. Yeah, they're not going to just brush it off. They're going to see what information they can get from it. But they're not going to spend. They're not going to send Sherlock Holmes in and try to figure out who did this.
Yeah, I think they would have a little bit of Sherlock Holmes. Yeah, for insurance purposes and all this. Yeah,
exactly.
Land. I mean, anything involved in land and taxes, all ownership, all kinds of factors.
Who had the Georgia Guidestones insured?
Well, it's someone's land. I don't know the details. It is private land.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. If like Moyak all the time, he does bombs in his backyard. If someone just did a random bomb in someone's like fireworks in someone's backyard in a mailbox and blew up the mailbox, right? That's actually a bigger crime. Blowing up a mailbox. It's actually it's a lot bigger crime.
No, dude. Is this public?
It is
though?
actually.
What is this public area? What is this like? Because they used explosives.
Yeah, they did. But people.
I don't know exactly. I
use explosives.
I think from what I've heard, the land is privately owned, but it was kind of like open to the public, like that you could just park there and walk up to these stones, and they had like little readouts that you could read about them and stuff. So it was kind of that thing. It's like privately owned property is my understanding of it, and then but it was pretty much open to the public. So I mean, if somebody came and planted some bomb on someone's property. Or even if they did that, like, let's say they did that like at a playground or something, like blew up like a slide and some swings or something. I mean, they would definitely figure that out because that's, they would be definitely doing a fairly thorough investigation to at least figure out exactly what happened. And they would have all the evidence of the bomb material and everything at the site. And they would have security footage of everything that they would be able to see. But instead, like this happened, and they just knocked them down the same day. They fed us a little story that was like, "Oh, they blew up and were knocked down the same day," and that it just seems strange.
It doesn't seem. It'd be strange if it didn't happen the way that it just happened. Like if they would have left it there, and then if they would have been surveilling it with like yellow tape for 3 days, like it was a huge case, that would be weird. I'm telling you, but I don't know if you ever knew like a kid who blew up a mailbox, but that's actually a serious crime. It's a federal crime because that actually is government property, whereas this is not government property, and it's just somebody blowing up basically a tree. That somebody put a bomb in a tree as a joke, and the tree blew up. Yeah, the cops would, try to pick up what they can, but they're not going to sit there and, stay there all night.
I don't know. I wouldn't expect them to stay all night, but I would expect them to spend at least a couple days surveying the site. Not with all people there every day, but they would definitely have it for at least where it would, and then they would be looking for information in terms of like getting footage of everything to see what happened, because that has to be put in the analysis records.
Yeah, but
due diligence.
They probably have the extent of the footage that they have.
Mhm.
Like Whitsitt, you said Whitsitt said it himself that is like this place is like not really protected, or like there's that camera that got that car. That's probably the only camera there.
And to secure the site, how much effort does it take to secure the site? Not much at all.
It's secured.
Well, then what is the big deal then about a little kid getting crushed on the head with a falling rock if it's already secured?
No, that's how they secured it. They took the rock. They took the rock.
Oh, they took it down. Oh, so it wasn't secure. So my point still remains. How difficult would it have been to secure the site so they could do some due diligence? Just put maybe 12 hours or 24 hours into surveying the site. Right? Make it look as though at least you've done something.
Yeah, I would say like between like 2 to 3 days, maybe more on the 2 side, but yeah, at least some time. Yep.
Like to secure a site, there are companies waiting 24/7 for calls like that to go and secure sites. Whether or not they put shutters on windows, whether or not they put cyclone fencing around sites to secure things. Like it's only a phone call away. It would have been done within the hour. So in that hour, you got cops out there, and you are securing the site with cops. Like you make it sound as though it's such a big deal to actually secure the site, so a little kid doesn't get crushed.
It's not so a kid doesn't get crushed. It's not so a kid.
Like seriously,
it's
your
no, it's not so a kid.
It's an
not so
absolute
kid. It's not so a kid.
rubbish excuse. It's
not
a rubbish excuse to bring
it's
bleeding kids
I'm
into
not.
it, and that's why they had to pull it all down. It's a rubbishy excuse.
I'm not bringing that in, Bandsaw.
You did.
I'm telling you,
Bandsaw.
into it. Bandsaw, I'm telling you that it's not at all a concern of the police. They're like, you're right. People would be ready to, bring in the, sit all night, and they pay the surveillance people. But guess what? They have to pay them, and they're not going to do that. They're not going to do that. They're going to pay. They're going to spend taxpayers' money on this nothing case, so they can figure nothing out. Instead, it's easier for them to just make sure that it's going to be safe in case the kids come back there the next night, because they probably will. So it just makes perfect sense.
I don't know. We'll agree to disagree. That's probably best.
I mean, there's real crimes that happen, like where the police is
like letterboxes getting blown up and people being done on a federal crime. Yep, I know that. Yep.
That's a more serious crime to the.
Can you guys hear me right now?
Yeah, Dave, you're there, buddy. Yep.
It must be my headphones then. I was trying to talk to my headphones for a while and it couldn't be. Doesn't this kind of remind you of like when they showed us the security footage, the supposed security footage of the Pentagon with like the 4 frames of the white streak that was going into the Pentagon that they said was a plane? And then we have like hours of footage of the wide shot of the Pentagon with all the 52 cameras or whatever it was, but they never showed us any of that.
Yeah, that's exactly what I mentioned to Geo. Like the cameras happened to be down just at the particular time when the car was.
Is that what they said?
Were at the Stones, yeah.
Did they say that the cameras are down in the wide shot at the Georgia Guidestones?
No. I just made that up. But
they have to say that if they're releasing just the car going away instead of the actual shot they would have of all the people setting up the bombs. And it doesn't look like a bomb. It looks like a directed energy weapon.
Yep.
As I said before, when you have one camera and it's barely doing anything, you're probably also not recording it. So, most surveillance cameras, they don't just keep the footage. They just they tape new footage. They tape over the old footage immediately. They probably didn't
But they
start
got the
recording
car
it
footage, right? And they got the explosion footage. Why wouldn't they have the footage of people putting it on there?
because they probably didn't start recording it until after the explosion.
No, they got the explosion footage. You saw that, right?
Right. That's what I'm saying. So if they keep that footage and then they start recording it, then they're good. But if they're constantly taping over what they already have, then they're not going to, keep mundane things.
Why would that be something you'd consider? Like, why would they be taping over it? Like tapes, too. Like, it just sounds like the NASA talking now.
No,
we taped over that.
If you have a surveillance thing at your house, usually it'll like do 10 minutes at a time, and then it'll do 10 minutes more at a time. But you can save all those, or you can just take.
So you're saying that they got the footage of the actual explosion, but then up until that point they taped over everything.
Yeah, they probably don't keep the footage. There's no reason for them to keep footage.
Why does it sound like you're like
because most places do this.
Why does it sound like you're making excuses for them not having the footage of this?
Because this is what most people who don't have
but
any
it
reason to
sounds like
surveil anything do.
That doesn't seem reasonable compared to the idea that they probably have that footage if they have the explosion.
How does it not seem reasonable if this is what most people do?
Well, most people with their houses, and we're talking about a monument.
It's not a monument, and it's the security. The security footage is one camera.
What would you call it?
It's not a heavily surveilled place.
What do you call it if it's not a monument?
Guidestones.
Coach, this is ridiculous. 10 minutes is ridiculous. There's no hard. I mean, just come on. I've seen mom and pop shops with a $50 system, and it has just plethora of backup. So
but
then how would they know there's an incident and then auto stop it and then not erase that segment? I mean, Coach, this one is
because they have that 10-minute segment.
Wait, but why is that seem so? That's even if that was a possibility, it's a very low on the possibility.
No, it's not a low on a possibility. Mom and pop shops, like you just said, mom and pop shops. Some of them will save the footage for whatever reason, and maybe one day they'll get robbed.
It's automatic.
Other people are not that worried about it. Like, these people are not going to be worried about saving any footage.
You sound like you're determined to convince us of this very rare.
It's common sense to me. I'm not trying to convince you. It's common sense. It's like,
okay, wait. Did it make sense?
There's no reason.
Do you think it made sense that they taped over the footage they lost from the moon landing, or what does
that have to do with anything?
Well, it seems like excuse that they made about the telemetry data being taped over. Does that make sense to you?
No, it doesn't. See, what motivation would anybody who's recording this have on keeping these recordings? Why would they keep any recording of
security reasons? Like the reason
because
that
it's free.
The car
it's
driving
free.
away.
It's not free.
On tape, and they just happen to not have it right before the explosion.
Yeah.
They weren't expecting an explosion. It's not free.
You're not going to argue me. This isn't free. You're not going to argue this.
It's digital. It's not
since when is unlimited? Since when is unlimited storage free?
Kosho, it costs 1 penny. Kosho, the smallest box you can get has a megabyte of memory, dude. It's gonna give you days and days of dude. You don't understand, bro. You show me the numbers. You're asserting it's not free, bro. You give me the numbers,
dude. They have no motivation to save any footage. There's nothing to be stolen from them. There's nothing. There's nothing. There's nothing
Coach,
there.
what's weird about it is
this doesn't make sense.
Hey, listen. Even if you're right, the fact that you're not considering that does make that it could be that they're hiding something, as well as or they're not releasing something, as well as out of the blue chance that they didn't have any recording available up until right before the explosion and that car, and then somehow the rest of it's taped over. Like that's, I guess, a possibility.
Makes
the fact that you're not even saying the possibility is weird. Like you're trying to.
That makes perfect sense. That's exactly how it would happen.
What? Why? What's your reasoning that's exactly how it would happen? What do you mean? How would you know that?
Because if they tape in 10-minute segments, and then they have to record over that every 10 minutes or save it, then they would have that. They would have
What kind of
that segment.
security is that? Every 10 minutes,
Console.
That's all the
every 10
security
minutes
systems
you
work,
lost
man.
for 10 minutes before, so if anything happens, you
No,
can
yeah.
never know.
Yeah, they keep a.
You have to be checking it. You have to pay a guy more than it would cost.
No,
to
you're
store it.
absolutely wrong. There's no storage that's so
stop.
small it can only hold 10
Stop.
minutes of video, bruh.
Yeah, okay,
Nothing is
it could
that
be
small.
20 minutes. It could be 30 minutes. It doesn't matter how long it is. What matters is after that segment, it starts over, and they save that into the recording. Or
it's laughable, dude.
Yeah,
this is how these
bro.
systems work, dude.
Months and months and months, Coach, on the smallest system. Look, man, you know that there's more footage than this. This is just ridiculous that you would sit here and bet that. Look, I'll lay you 9 to 1. I'll lay you 50 to 1. 50 to 1 that there's more footage, Coach. Show. I got 5 G's. Can I get $100, bro?
You have to make that statement more clear, though. When you say more footage, you mean footage of the car arriving?
No, 5 minutes before and 5 minutes after. 20 minutes before and 20 minutes after. Continuous shit that you're acting like was erased in this thing. They have days of footage, weeks of footage, Coach. Show.
The problem is if they're hiding it.
I'll easily take that bet.
Look at the quality.
Well, that sounds like that seems like you have insider information. I would take that bet.
I would easily take that bet. Absolutely.
Look how shitty the footage is. You tell me these fuckers that have unlimited resources are going to have this cheap ass fucking the worst camera footage I've ever seen for a surveillance camera.
Why would they have unlimited resources? What are you talking about?
They do have unlimited resources. The people who put up the Georgia Guidestones would have the best fucking cameras that could see the fucking fillings in your teeth.
Jesus Christ, man.
Plus, it's been vandalized already, Coach. It's not like they don't want to keep an eye on it.
Well, what is their hold on? What is their reason for not? Wait, are they even claiming that they're going to release the rest of the footage? Because, Coach, are you trying to make a reason why they wouldn't have footage all night? If this happened at 4 a.m, they would have footage from 3:30, 2:32, and then going forward 4:35. I mean, they would have all that footage.
The camera, bro. What if there was someone watching for that 10 minutes and then this is ridiculous.
Why are you suggesting? Why are you suggesting that footage exists?
Because that's how systems work.
No,
why are you suggesting a creative experience knows this?
It's not, dude. No, it's not, dude. Even the ones
I have first-hand experience in multiple locations, brother.
Yeah, so do I, dude. Some systems will have long storage on them. Other systems will only have like 10, 20, 30-minute segments.
Right. Other system that is continually monitored by human eyes constantly that would be able to stop something every 10 minutes. I mean, dude, think about what you're saying.
Why are you defending so strongly the government's approach on whether or not they secure it, the lack of footage?
Why are you so convinced?
You're going in pretty hard, pretty early with your defense.
This is not 1980s surveillance where it's done on a VHS tape.
Exactly.
This is digital recorders that have terabyte of storage. And the quality, they don't show the guy placing explosives, right? If he got out and he had a ladder and he put explosive, or if he didn't have a ladder, if he's out there planting explosives, they would have showed it. Here's the perp. This is what it looks like.
And if they've had people vandalize it, what's the use in recording over every 10 minutes? They'll never catch the people vandalizing it.
Can someone quickly summarize what you guys are talking about?
Oh, the Georgia Guidestones were destroyed?
Cool.
Yes, I agree. Well, I think they did it because the time on the surveillance footage, it was 4:03 and 33 hundredths of a second. Like, so you have a 333, which is like an Illuminati number, 33. And nothing is by accident. The moment it explodes, you could not time it to 100th of a second.
So are they saying they don't know who did it, or like it just magically happened?
I think they know. I think, they did it themselves, and they need a cover story. Oh, somebody vandalized it. Oh, these people, these conspiracy theorists, they're violent. You know, they want to blame it on someone.
But there's no footage of it.
No, I mean, yeah, there's cameras all around the fucking place, but there's no footage of a guy placing explosives and blowing the shit up. They show a car.
And
They
at the
show a
moment,
random car driving down a road. It could be anything, anytime. It looked like it was in the daytime. 4 o'clock at night, it's going to be fucking dark.
Yeah, and then they had 2 cameras on either side of it, so they did have the front and the back, and they were pretty decent quality. Yeah, some kind of digital camera, and they showed both of those, but they only showed about 12 seconds worth or whatever of just the explosion. So we don't see anything else in terms of people planning explosions or anything. It's just like Ron said, it's just a car going down the road and then the 2 explosions, which you could see it from both sides.
Each one was only like the explosion was just instantaneous, and then the car was less than 1 second. They show like a silver car for like a quick 1 second interval. Boom, just show it passing by. Like, what was that? It could be, you know what I mean? Any car passing down the road. What does that prove? What time was that taken? That could be taken anytime.
And just to fill you in,
years ago.
And just to fill you in, at the moment, Kosho's like hardline, totally arguing that footage probably doesn't exist. That most likely they tape over it, and that they just happen to get the explosion, and that other footage doesn't exist because systems don't work that way. I don't get that.
You can't be serious. There's no way, Kosho. I can admit that you could set it to erase every 10 minutes. Nobody does that. Grow up.
I think you might be trolling.
It defeats the purpose of surveillance. People record shit, and maybe once a year they would say, you know what, if nothing happens, but it's so cheap to store stuff. To just keep it stored. There's no reason to erase it on digital media.
Right. If they have it on, it's on. I could see there being cameras that they're not recording. They're fucking not even on. They're stupid.
Yeah.
If it's on and recording, it's going to get more than 10 minutes.
At least on a daily basis, you go through it, you see nothing happen, and then you erase it. Easy.
They don't like people spray painting their monument. People would go vandalize it and spray paint shit on there. But now it's gone. I think now that we can use their shit against them, they can't have that. So we're gonna make our own. I'm gonna make one. It's called the Goyim Guidestones, and I'm gonna put it. It's gonna be, I'm thinking, in Kansas or somewhere in the Great Plains, or maybe on a salt flat in Bonneville Salt Flats. We're gonna make our own. We're gonna have it line up with Polaris, and we're gonna have things on there for the good of humanity.
Who do they claim actually made these stones?
Somebody like Christensen was his name, right? He used a pseudonym. And,
yeah, that rings a bell. Christian
Christian. He went by R.C. Christian. And that guy released
R.C. is Rosicrucian.
Yeah, and that guy there was a book by that guy, by that pseudonym that was on eBay or some Amazon or something, but the book cost like $500 or something. It was ridiculous. It was like $5,000, some ridiculous price on it, and it was by that dude. So it's like if you're an insider, you have the money to pay $5,000 for a book.
Still, it wasn't his real name. He's using a fucking. So anybody, he could be, like I could say I'm Dr. Seuss, and like of course I'm not Dr. Seuss.
Right. Yeah. Who knows?
But I think we really should build our own, and we should have it line up with. We could have it line up with Polaris. We could have it line up with the sun, and everything chiseled in there. Why can't we make our own? But nothing nefarious, just for things that we want to improve. How could we improve the situation for everybody? Why does the world have to be a hell?
Right. I mean, it seemed like the basic kind of thrust of those Georgia Guidestones was that first one where they say basically maintain the population. What does it say? 500 million?
Yeah, no more than 500 million.
Yeah, so that alone is.
What if the truth is? I was trying to say this earlier. I was trying to say this, but for some reason I couldn't be heard. But But I was trying to say, what if the population's already close to 500 million and they're lying to us about how many people there are? Because it doesn't make any sense. Like, think about if there was trillions of people, and if there's most everybody has a cell phone, even like in third world countries, a lot of times they have cell phones, or the amount of cell phones should be more than the population, right? Because sometimes people have 2 or 3. But anyway, if you look at the YouTube, even the YouTube counts, like, shouldn't there be like some videos that have 1 trillion views? If there's that many
No.
people in the world, or at least like
Did
many
you ever see
million,
Gangnam Style? That fucking video
million,
had a shit
billion.
ton, hundreds of millions. I think over 1 billion. So everyone in China watched it. I don't know, but it's like the thing is, not everyone's on YouTube watching every random cat video. You know what I'm saying? It's like
How many
there's
people do they say there are in the world right now?
yeah, right, and it's all dispersed. Like people have different interests, and I don't believe their view counters either. I think they get paid bots. A lot of them they spam the view counts.
Don't you think they're lying about the population? No, I think there's less people than they
They
say
lie
there are.
about everything, dude. Of course they fucking lie.
Yeah, the population is not correct, I would say, for sure, and it's purposefully.
It could be 1 billion or 2 billion, but like it's 7 billion. And like they want to make this urgency, like people are a swarm of locusts just fucking devouring the earth. That's what they want everyone to think. People are just this plague on the world. They
Yep.
want you to hate humanity like they do.
So I'm saying it could be close to 500 million, even, you know, or
I don't
there's
know.
millions or
I don't
billions
know.
and
We got
billions.
7 billion in Michigan. Like if I just start counting up all the states, we got allegedly we have 330 million in the United States. The 33, but I wonder about states like New York and California if the population is that dense, if it's really that high.
The risk of sounding like a glober, I actually think they're not lying about the population.
I have no idea. I have no idea if they're lying, but I know they lie about everything, so I wouldn't put it past them to lie. Like I don't believe any official shit. I don't believe any of it. I mean, I've caught them lying too many times to trust any official narrative, so I have to say I know it's not truthful or whatever. I don't know what the number would be because
Don't
I have no
assume it's true,
way.
at least. Yeah, don't assume
There's
anything's
no
true.
way for me to estimate properly.
They've lost their credibility on all fronts.
Of course. Everything, you know what? Everything we've known is a fucking lie. Like, you know what the 4th of July is? Like the real 4th of July? I think that's the longest day of the year. That's the real solstice because they moved us off of a lunar calendar to this other monstrosity of a calendar, and that pushes the solstice back. And I noticed that on the 4th, the days get longer than on the solstice. There's more hours of daylight on the 4th. So that's like the true solstice time. And it's not just one day. There's a little window about 3 days where you have this really long period. And it's like the winter solstice. But I think the June 21st and July 4th, I think it's closer to July 4th, the actual solstice. And just like these events, like, okay, Christmas, winter solstice, 4th of July, summer solstice, these are not accidental. They want us to celebrate these moments, right? Like, even though that Christmas is like materialism, it's nothing about Christ. It's all materialism and gift giving and whatever, and pagan symbols like Santa, Satan. They want that's the things they celebrate, so they make us celebrate them by tricking us. They tricked everybody. Oh, well, Christmas is fun. Let's decorate a tree. It says in the Bible, do not decorate a tree. Do not put silver and gold on it. That's exactly what people do. It's like everything we do or they've taught us to do is wrong.
Well, I think part of the reason they have the population numbers too high is because they want to have some leeway so that they can plant some of their own people in where they need to, and it doesn't really throw the numbers off too much. Like they have a lot of extras, if you will.
Or they're taking extra income, or using like think about if you're able to create a person out of nowhere, and they're using all of our Social Security numbers that you trade on the stock market, and we're all worth like millions and millions of dollars, and there's, I mean, as far as on paper goes, and because you can look it up. In fact, that you can look up your own number, and I know people that have done it. I've seen people do it, and your Social Security number will be attached to an account that's being traded on the stock market worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and you don't have access to it. Some people claim you can have access to it, or that you should be getting the interest of it, and there's a whole thing to that whole idea. But regardless, if you could create a person out of nowhere, and we're dead entities according to them anyway, then you could just like have all of like that many more people to trade on the stock market, even if it's not true.
I think they have their own system where they have a pretty good idea of the actual numbers. Like they do keep an account. Even back in the day before this, the Vatican, because like my family member, they're Catholic, like my mom, my grandma, and the Catholic Church would keep records of all the births going back hundreds of years of all the families that were Catholic. So there's an account. You go back to the town they were raised in, and it's all documented going way back.
Oh yeah, I bet there's a totally just separate set of books that someone's got on their team that knows, or that they keep.
Oh, they know, dude. They keep account. They're bean counters. They keep good records of the goyim. All their cat. If you go to Dun and Bradstreet, you can find it's called a Dunn's number. That's your social security, and you're just traded as chattel. Like pretty much all of us. So like the first thing you need to do if you want to opt out, you can revoke your voter's license. If you're licensed to vote, you got to revoke that. And then you can go about undoing yourself from the bondage. You can opt out. It's a little bit of a difficult process, but you can opt yourself out of their system and live freely.
Actually, did you know there's a lot of shills and people that are trying to give misinformation about that right now, and actually opting out might be the worst thing you could do, because then you're not able to, because the whole idea, from what I've heard from other people that I respect, that really the idea of having the Social Security number is just so you can do business. It's not like you are the citizen. You have a citizen, and you are the priority.
No. You keep that as you operate in the public, right? You can operate in the public with that, and then you operate in the private as yourself. You have two. You keep that as the corporate entity.
You don't want to opt out of that.
No. You maintain that. That's a corporate entity. Like your name in capital letters is not you as a person, as a living being. That's not you, right?
So what do you mean by opt out?
What you do is you take possession of your corporate entity, your straw man. You take ownership of it, and you become the executor of it. So
have you done that?
I haven't done the process. There's a lot of shit you got to get it right. My neighbor did it, and there's a process you have to do. You have to get some affidavits filled out, and you have to it's a pretty long process to get it all done. It takes a couple months.
Yeah, and if you don't do it right, you can get basically put in jail for fraud, right?
I don't know about the process, but if you don't do it the right way, you won't have any legal protection. You want to do it the right way, where you maintain ownership of your straw man, because you'll need that. You'll need that to operate business, right? To work in their system. This is a corporation. For us to work in their corporation. Your neighbor was
successful. Your neighbor's got control over it. Is he using the account?
He's got it all separate, but it took a long time. He had to make different accounts. He doesn't use their banking system. He had to do a lot of work.
So is he in the money now? Did he get a bunch of money from doing that?
No, he don't want their dirty fiat. He just operates what he does. He's got a bank that buys gold and silver, and they hold it for him. And then when he wants to purchase something, they draw down that account that holds. It's not a fractional reserve. It's, at least that's what they tell you, that they actually hold like gold and silver in their vaults, and you when you use it, it just converts out. So let's say whatever the price of gold is, and you need $100, it draws down $100 worth of your gold account.
Interesting. Are you gonna find out from him how to do it?
Yeah, it's a long process. Yeah, I'm gonna try and I haven't had much time to fuck with it, but he's been reading on it for about a year or two.
Iggs talks about this all the time, and I'm heading over to his in a couple of weeks to make our own birth certificates.
Yeah.
So then you have to register your own birth certificate, and then Iggs says the same thing, like that you don't want to completely get rid of your straw man. You can use that, just use that when it suits you, and then when it doesn't suit you, you whip out your own birth certificate and you're that person.
Yeah.
What you do is you put it in a trust, right? You put everything in the corporate in a trust, and then you're the executive of the trust. You're the CEO of that trust. So you call all and you're just an employee, right? That's the corporation. You're an employee of it, and then that way you have no there's no what's the word I'm looking for? Drawing a blank. Anyway, yeah, it's like 2:40 in the morning. I'm half asleep, but I'll think of it in a minute. What was I saying? The corporation, like the straw man.
You put in a corporate trust.
Yeah, you make a trust, but there was I lost my train of thought. I'll think of it in a minute.
Do you live off the interest? That's what I heard. You only take
Well, no, there's not even live off that, but you can use the account number to buy shit like on Amazon. Like somebody bought tires for his truck and he billed it to his strongman account, and they paid the funds. They paid the fucking funds.
But that tire example was a certain channel. I remember that. And but that was like an if it's the same person, it must be if they bought tires, because I think it was I forget, was it John Levy or someone of that stature? But they said they used a social security number to buy the tires, and they sent the tires to him, but then Amazon deleted his account.
I don't know.
You might be thinking
I'm
of
not
that
sure how
story.
to do it, but someone tried to buy like different stuff like a camper, like a motorhome camper, and I think he might have got it paid for. But all that, the funding in there is you're entitled to it. It's your funds.
Right, but they don't want everybody to know how to do it, and they make it
no.
break.
Once 1% of people figure it out, the whole system collapses. And it's like, you create a run on the banks, and the whole system would fall apart. So if it's just a few random assholes, then the system is so big that it can maintain itself, and it always has. You always have a few random people that can benefit from it, or they can. Do you see all the richest people have a trust? The trust fund babies, all the Rockefellers had a trust. They all lived under a trust. They don't pay any fucking taxes. They know how the game is played, dude.
Yeah.
They wrote the rules. They write the fucking rules, man.
Speaking of which, Gio, did you watch that BSV video that I sent you yet at all? Is he still here, Gio?
No, I haven't seen it yet, but I did open them up. Yeah.
My friend made a video and his channel got taken down the next day, and I sent it to Gio and Noah. I'll send it to anyone else who wants to check it out. I put it on a channel of mine that I don't care about, just in case they take my channel out. But the guy was basically saying this is like the BSV is the real Bitcoin, and that's the only one that's going to survive, and only one that's worth anything.
Yeah, what do you think of this, Ron? Because I know Ron's knowledgeable about Bitcoin. Yeah, Dave, do you want to lay it down, and then Ron, I'd like to hear your thoughts
about Bitcoin SV.
Well, basically, in a nutshell, at least part of what we were talking about earlier is the idea that the Bitcoin, I mean, the big picture, on the conspiratorial side, is that the Bitcoin that exists today is not the original Bitcoin.
I've heard that it's Satoshi Bitcoin. The guy Big Wright claims that he's the real, and he's Satoshi.
Yeah, and he won the court case in Florida, but people were challenging him to access that account that has that million Bitcoin in it that's been sitting there for years and hasn't been touched.
You
And
know, a lot of
he
those
could prove
wallets
that
were
he's the guy
lost.
if he withdraws from that account. He would
If
prove
he
he's the guy.
if he does, it's over. The whole
Yep.
Bitcoin collapses. So
Yep.
he
Well, then
he
BSV would
wouldn't
rule.
benefit him to destroy the whole ecosystem.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing is like the Bitcoin Satoshi vision is the coin that was supposed to be for the people to take the power back and have privacy and all the low fees and all the things that we hope Bitcoin was, seems to be what Satoshi vision is. And also the
I got
mindset
a
of
few
what
of them.
guy
It's
Craig
cheap.
Wright is about. But also
it's a
Craig
cheap
Wright.
coin too.
Well, yeah, right now it is. And it supposedly is going to be, it'll maintain its value in some range or something. Like there's a whole bunch of information. I've been looking at it since my friend had this guy that he interviewed. My friend has been looking into all the stuff we just talked about with the accounts, and he's a postmaster in England. He's a really good dude. And he got this guy. I was surprised because he had this build up to the show he was going to do on Sunday night. And I was surprised to see it was about BSV because he's not a crypto guy. But he had this guy on that went by the name of Murphy just for the interview. And then I happened to screen record it because the last time he did an important video, he felt like he had said too much and he took it down. So I screen recorded this one. And then I looked for his channel the next day and it said, this channel does not exist. So I'll send you the video that I posted on a channel I don't care about. And then you can check out the info and see what but he goes into the whole, like how the money system was, basically like Rockefeller and got his oil taken by the U.S. government, even though he was like the richest man in the world. They basically said, we're going to handle the oil from here on out. And he was so pissed, he went to J.P. Morgan and they created the Federal Reserve and that kind of shit. But basically,
are you talking about the video you sent me, bro, that says lawful rebellion and debts?
That was an older one. Oh, hey, Anthony, what's up? No, that channel that I just sent you before, that channel about lawful rebellion had a guy on Sunday night. And it was an interview about the Bitcoin Satoshi vision and how that's how we take our power back and how much value it has, because there's 4 pillars of security or 4 pillars of value that any crypto of any value should have. And Bitcoin Satoshi vision is the only one that has it. Then I've been watching a bunch of other videos about it. And this other video was talking about how it was skeptical on both sides. It was trying to figure out what the deal is, but it's supposedly faster than any other. It has the speed as well as the capacity beyond any other crypto. Like the block that one of the blocks was so huge that it's big.
You want to know something though? Do you know what happened to Terra Luna? How it just rug pulled everybody and $30 billion just went up in smoke? The thing is, if you destroy Bitcoin, right, it's like the linchpin of all the fucking cryptos.
Yeah.
You've lost trust and you've burned so many people. Like so many people will lose everything that there'll be no trust in crypto and they will introduce a central bank digital currency, which is not crypto, because too many people will be lost. No one's going to say, well, let's all buy this one now. It will be shattered. Right. All the trust will be
wrong.
lost.
True, but the claim of this guy, I'll send both of you guys the video. So I happened to screen record it and I sent it to Gio and Noah because I want to get down to the bottom of if this guy's saying, if what this guy's saying is right, then that's huge news, because what he's saying is that they usurped Bitcoin and made a new Bitcoin.
I've heard that. That's what I mean. They stole the BTC ticker. He was supposed to have it, and now he's a fork of Bitcoin Cash. Like he's a fork of a fork. Like Bitcoin Cash was a fork of Bitcoin, and then they forked it again to make BSV. So it's like it's a fork of a fork.
Wait a minute. No, BSV was not the fork that they created after that. BSV was the original Bitcoin supposedly, and then they forked it and made the new BTC.
No, that's what they told us. They said it was a fork of Bitcoin Cash. So Bitcoin Cash was an offshoot of the original. It's like you got Ethereum Classic, right? Ethereum Classic, and now you have Terra Luna Classic. Luna, LUNC is Luna Classic, and then you have LUNA, Luna, which is the new Luna, when you fork it, who's to say which is which? The people who are the developers decide which is which. The developer said we're the real BTC, so it doesn't matter what one guy says. That's you're up against that.
Well, what he's saying is that what actually happened, and so anything we were told about the forks may be false as well. But he's saying BTC, including all the altcoins, any coin, basically, he's claiming, but Satoshi Vision doesn't live up to the 4 pillars of protocol that they must live up to, and they're all manipulatable, and they're all just propaganda to avoid people realizing that this Bitcoin Satoshi Vision, which is what it became, which is the only way to save it, because they usurped Bitcoin and took the Bitcoin name, and now he is filing like some huge lawsuit against Coinbase, and he's also claiming that some of the shit that's been going on worldwide right now is because of that lawsuit threat, and ways of I don't know. Anyway, the propaganda does, and the people's impression of what the coin's worth determines the value. So they could just run, willy-nilly with what they say about Craig Wright or his, ability to, what the coin's abilities were, and people believe it regardless if it's of any value. But if it does meet those protocols and it is the only one, then it does have value. So it's really weird. I was trying to figure
You really
it out.
think that's what sets the value is what people really think the people think? You don't think the business is set like price and people just fucking go for it? Did you guys hear what Biden said yesterday or whatever? That Biden said the greedy gas stations are the one for the high prices.
Oh,
yeah, he's a stupid motherfucker, dude. I heard that. I mean,
bro, that's the lowest margin of any sale in any industry, dude.
I know the toilet paper salesmen make more, dude. That's the lowest. They make like 1 or 2 cents a gallon.
It's not even a percent. They make like 0.2%.
And then it's what other places, that's why they give you a discount if you pay with cash, because the credit card takes 3% and they don't make any fucking money. Right? If you pay with a credit card, I pay at the pump because I don't like fucking going inside and waiting in a long line. I gotta, I get in, I gotta fill up my tank. It holds 30 gallons. I just want to get the fuck out of there. And if you pay with a credit card, they don't get as much. So the price at the pump, it doesn't. They'll give you a discount if you pay in cash, but then you got to go inside and you got to pay first. And then it's like, how much gas do I need? I don't know. I need 3/4 of a tank. I don't know how much I'm going to need. I want to top it off. That's the part that sucks. They won't turn the pump on until you pay them. So if it's like, here's $50. Oh fuck, I didn't. It's not enough to fill it. I need another $20.
Well, anyway, Anthony, my friend's channel got just like wiped out. The channel doesn't exist now after that video was posted. So
yeah, I tried to click on the link you sent me, and it just says sorry, doesn't exist.
What?
He lost
the one I just sent you?
Well, Ron, I mean, doesn't it?
The old one. The old one.
The one that you sent me as well, bro. Whatever the other one, the one that says lawful rebellion and debts, that doesn't exist either.
Right, but the one I just sent you right now, that's from that channel that I screen recorded and uploaded onto my own channel.
Oh,
a different channel of my own. So that lawful rebellion channel doesn't exist anymore because of this video, possibly.
Oh, I see.
And it's talking about Satoshi Vision.
I'll check it out as soon as I get home.
Yeah, I don't know how long it's going to last on my channel if it actually is that informative. I also sent it to you, Wolfgang.
Oh, okay. I'll check it out. I'm like half asleep right now. I'll watch it tomorrow.
All right.
What were you saying? You asked a question. I forgot. I heard
well, I
you
was
say
just gonna. Yeah, I mean, however the BSV thing does or doesn't play into it, even that set aside, what do you think of just the idea in general that the Bitcoin that is currently, has the BTC ticker and that people know as Bitcoin today is actually not the original one, but is some kind of a, essentially like a NWO, the controller cabal, cabal, etc. That they actually because it would make sense to me. Well, anyways, I guess that's the question. I'm not trying to.
What are you saying? It's all new world. You've seen the symbology around it. It's like fucking A. This is not what it.
Well, actually, here's what I'm saying. Okay, here's what I'm suggesting. Let's say that there was an original, actual Bitcoin, the real original blockchain. If they saw that, they realized that they couldn't hack it, they couldn't control it. Wouldn't it then make sense that they would instantly either try to clone or copy it? And then they release that as the BTC. And since they have money, they can pump it up. Oh, now it's worth 500. Now it's worth 1,000. Now it's worth 5,000.
Oh, you mean a separate chain? A separate chain, but it was the original. I mean, it only goes back to 2009. So, I mean, when you do a fork, I guess the developers, they can name which one is the fork and which is the original, right? You don't have access to which is which. Like they're okay. Now this is the fork of the original. Like they forked Ethereum and they have Ethereum Classic. They have Bitcoin Cash, Bitcoin Gold.
But Craig Wright did win the lawsuit, right?
I hear that, yeah, but no one gives a shit because they're still trading original BTC.
Right, but that's possibly not the original BTC if he won the lawsuit. And he's actually the original. He is.
But if everyone has already adopted it, and to get everyone else to dump it and go, here's the problem with that too. The price is so low on that thing. Someone could have already accumulated all of it. It's like the other Bitcoin is distributed. You got what's called the 51% attack. I guarantee you, 51%. The coin's only around $50 right now. Someone could buy fucking 51% with all these crypto whales, and now you're getting in late in the game thinking, oh yeah, I got this shit. You're gonna, I mean,
there's a lot of hype around BSV right now. I just found a ton of videos talking about that it's a sleeping giant and all that. Also,
Ron, I guess. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I just posted some graphs that was screenshots. The resolution's not very good, but there's screenshots from the graphs he was showing during that talk, and they're not very good. But basically, the 4 pillars of what actually creates value is the most important thing he was saying.
Buy it, dude.
All the other ones are lacking the 4 pillars. So it doesn't even matter what people think of it because the value, the actual commodity value, needs those 4 pillars to hold value, and real value.
You can't even get a wallet for it.
What, for BSV?
Yeah, go get a wallet. Where they have it on Atomic. The wallet, you can't use it. They have it on there's another one. They're only software wallets. There's no hardware wallet that supports it.
Well, he was saying that you don't want to use a hardware wallet because that actually it's the way that coin, the way that the BSV is designed is you don't have to worry about it being on. In fact, it's supposed to be so that it could be tracked, that all the transactions that are going on. It's not supposed to be anonymous or any of that. And if you have it in a hard wallet and you lose the hard wallet, you lose your coin. It's not even necessary.
No, you don't. No, you got your seed phrase. Don't lose it.
By the way, the ledger does support Bitcoin SV.
Does it?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the hardware wallets is a whole discussion in and of itself.
What do you mean by that, Gio?
Get some, dude. I mean, it wouldn't hurt to get some. It's dirt cheap.
What do you mean by that? The ledger, Gio? Which ledger? What ledger?
One of the most popular forms of hardware wallets is called the ledger.
They have 2 kinds. There's like there's a ledger, like there's 2 models.
Okay.
Probably the better one, like the more expensive one, probably supports it. I didn't like the ledger. It's like a USB stick, and the screen is real small. You only got to click through millions of fucking buttons.
He was saying the reason that it's valuable in general for the people is that the reason that the other one was created, as well as all these other shit coins, is that the value, the data is not private, that could be hacked, that they can basically know everything about you. But the BSV works in that you can make peer-to-peer transactions, and those will be available for everyone, but your information is yours and you keep that private. So it's like, I don't know. I looked at a bunch of Craig Wright stuff when Flat Earth Solar was all about BSV.
Yeah, saying that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
because
I
he's
looked at
South
a bunch of
African.
stuff.
Craig Wright is South African, and so is Solar.
Ah, interesting. Yeah, he's very smart dude, and he does have. And then there's this whole thing about the M1 and his whole sub platform and how he's going to redesign the internet the way it should work. And I mean, maybe he's like the ace in the. I mean, maybe like if there's some kind of shift happening, they have him as like
I would say it doesn't hurt to buy it because it's cheap. So buy some of it. I wouldn't go all in because what might happen, like even if it did happen, right? Say, oh my God, this is the wrong Bitcoin. They all go to zero. You know what I mean? So if that Armageddon was going to happen, it would mutually destroy every crypto. They would all lose trust. So it's like
except for BSV maybe, because if he accesses that account, the value of that would just skyrocket, and the other Bitcoin would go away as well.
I don't think it would. I think the whole ecosystem would flop. Maybe you might get a quick spike, but then the whole thing spirals out of control. What can I trust? I just lost $100,000 of Bitcoin. I had, you know what I mean? Like everybody who banked bet on the wrong course, let's say,
right?
It would lose trust. They would lose market cap because are you really going to pay $4,000 for an Ethereum if you can't trust it? Ethereum has no cap. There's no cap on Ethereum. They could do like Luna. They can make 1 trillion of those fuckers or 9 trillion.
And that's the problem. He was saying the guy who my friend was interviewing was saying that the fact that there has to be a limited amount, otherwise then it doesn't make any sense. That's how the fiat system runs because they can.
But you know what? Luna had a cap, and then they broke the cap. They have a cap until they decided to break it.
Okay,
and that's any coin can be broken, or it can be forked if the developers say so. So
really, I mean, even Satoshi Vision.
All of them, every coin.
Okay, because he was talking it up like it couldn't be broken.
You can fork any chain.
But just because you fork it, that doesn't really mean that you're actually copying it. Well, all you're doing is you're just copying the ledger, and it's on, like, for example, like Bitcoin Cash, that's on its own blockchain. They did fork it from Bitcoin, and so if you like, I actually was in that fork when it happened because I found out about it. And like as long as you were holding Bitcoin in a Bitcoin wallet, it had to be a real Bitcoin wallet though. It couldn't be like an exchange. But if you were holding any Bitcoin in a real wallet, you got that equivalent amount of Bitcoin Cash. I got a bunch of Bitcoin Cash, I remember, because I did that. And
so how many Bitcoins did you have back in the day, Gio? You sound like if you got a bunch of Bitcoin Cash, you must have had a lot of Bitcoins too.
Well, I made sure to put it in a wallet at the time so I could, because it's like a thing you can do, like be aware of forks, you know?
Of course. Wow. So like when they do the airdrop, everybody, let's say you had 100 Bitcoins, you get 100 Bitcoin Cash, and then you get 100 Bitcoin Gold, and you get 100, like every single fork you get one of those tokens or one of those coins.
Yeah. So, I mean, but the thing about but I'm just saying, even if they fork one, it's not really a copy of the original. It's just
a new chain. It's a new chain. Here's your new. It's like you create a fork in the road, and you have two separate roads. From that point, they're two separate roads.
Yeah,
it's just a branch. It's just another branch. So you could keep dividing the chains and making more of them. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
they could make another branch off this big, and that's what they did with Luna. We fucked up. Let's make another fork.
What if it's like the whole thing's a government psyop, and Craig Wright is their Elon Musk of Bitcoin, and they're going to make it seem like they're going to access the account, but they're going to make it seem like he accessed the account, so he could be the front man that like is the still the Satoshi guy, but they'll use him as a front the way they do with everything else, like Elon Musk or Steve Jobs or whoever. But then they use that as the reset, and then they make it seem like he accesses the account right before everything's going to go down. And like you're saying, all the shit coins go away. The Bitcoin that we think is Bitcoin goes away, and they reset it with this new internet 3.0 or whatever, and the new Bitcoin is, or the old Satoshi Vision Bitcoin becomes that government coin.
I think everyone's going to give up by then, dude. Like I mean, after Luna, I mean, this would be catastrophic. Okay, there's two things. Like, I could see Tether. If Tether blew up, Tether's the biggest stable coin, and already people are kind of. It's always been kind of shady because their accounting is really fucking. They're running a
Right.
fractional
They have to
reserve.
keep it a 1-to-1 ratio. That's why.
They got a fractional reserve. It's like it's fucking patched up with duct tape and a bunch of garb. You know what I mean? It's not. Yeah. It's if too many people withdraw. Luna, how Luna got rug pulled. Too many people withdrew. They had a fractional reserve. They were making more coins than they had cash to back it up. Somebody took the Bitcoin and the whole thing went poof. And that dude, if you set off that chain of dominoes, you're talking trillions of dollars lost. And like
Right.
everybody's money goes up in smoke and it goes to money heaven. Where's this new money going to come? There's going to be zero trust in the whole ecosystem. I
Right.
mean, I don't want to see that happen because everybody will get fucked. And I don't see like a quick rebound. That's a fucking doomsday. That is, I mean, it might happen, but it's absolute doomsday.
Well, that could be.
Well, I don't see that happening.
I hope not, dude. Fuck.
Well, the thing about Bitcoin, the whole idea of Bitcoin, not like the one that we call Bitcoin now, if that's not actually the original, what that means is that whoever did create this one does have control over it. And what I was saying to you, what I was asking you, Ron, like, do you think this is the case? Because doesn't it seem a bit odd how, like, Bitcoin is like the central crypto that everything is run through and has been, and that's also the main offloading and onloading point between the fiat dollar. So the idea,
Bitcoins, though, they're both Bitcoin. It's not a separate Bitcoin. They're both Bitcoin. They're just forks. Like, let's say we had a company. It's Geo and Ron's construction company, and we have a fork, and we go our separate ways. You have Geo Construction. I have Ron's construction. We originally came from the same construction company, but we just went our separate ways. They're both Bitcoin.
Okay,
they always have.
That might answer what I was just going to ask you then, because I was confused about him saying. My friend was saying, I have some of this coin. He's not a crypto guy at all, but he's saying I have Bitcoin BSV and I use it to buy goods with. So that means that they will take Bitcoin VSV, Bitcoin SV as payment, as well as what we consider Bitcoin now. It would just have to be at a different exchange.
All of them. You can use any single crypto, even Tether. You could use even the shittiest coin like Luna. You do. There's exchanges. They're like swap sites, and you could swap it for like $1 coin, and someone could cash it out in fiat. So if, let's say I wanted to send you $100, I could send you any coin, any single Bitcoin or Litecoin or whatever, and it can be converted into any coin you choose. Say you want to get paid in Ethereum, I could convert my Bitcoin or Litecoin into Ethereum through a swap site. If you want to be paid with Monero, I can buy you Monero. Monero's cool in a sense because like I can pay you privately and then you can't tell what I have in my wallet. If I send you Bitcoin, right? Let's say I had 100 Bitcoin in my wallet and I send you $100 of Bitcoin, you're like, dude, this guy just sent me like $50 of Bitcoin, but he has 100 fucking Bitcoins. Like, then you know I'm a whale if I send it from my big wallet. You know what I mean? Unless I say, you know what, I'm gonna put like a half a Bitcoin in a separate wallet, and then I'll use that for transactions. But the main wallet, if you were to pay someone from the main wallet, and it's all on a chain, you could track back and see who the big wallet is. Like, oh, this payment went to this wallet over here. Like, in other words, say I paid you from a wallet that got paid from a whale. Like, okay, a whale, like say I'm the whale, and I don't tell you I'm the whale, but this whale sent 1 Bitcoin to a separate wallet, and then I'm paying you from that wallet to receive the 1 Bitcoin from a whale. You might be able to track it back to me. Like, hey, wait, how do you know this whale that gave you a Bitcoin? That's what I mean. It's not, if you're savvy, like crypto savvy, you can trace it back, but most people, I don't know if they would.
Well, you could look into some of the stuff he's saying if you do end up watching that video, because like he's saying that the other Bitcoin's been tampered with, and once it's been tampered with, and it's never any good, like literally as far as like the actual value. If anyone found that out,
I don't own any BTC. I do own some of the Satoshi one. I saw them just in case it does, like, in case it has a run up, like the hype. Like if you get some hype and it has a run up, but I know the whole thing's gonna blow up. Like if it ever did, like if something like that was to happen, it might get an initial run up, and I'll take advantage of that and try and get the fuck out before the whole thing. Like right now, I'm just shorting. I'm buying these short coins where you can go short, and it's a coin. It's like you buy a coin that doesn't get liquidated. It's a three times leverage short coin, and that's what I've been doing. I've been shorting.
That's the only way to make money, I heard.
Well, you got to be careful. Like if you're shorting with futures, like leverage trading, you can get liquidated on these bounce backs. You have these rapid bounce backs, and the thing is, people are going like high leverage. You can go up to 100 times leverage, but even if you're at 10 times leverage, it's nothing for Bitcoin to move 10%, and then you get fucked. Like if you're shorting it and it goes against you 10%, it could do that. It could do that in like 5 minutes. Just boom.
Well,
what happened?
You'll get liquidated with a wick.
Right,
Even
but there's another.
even 10x, dude. It's not uncommon to have
it's
a
too volatile.
But there's another guy on the 24/7 that I was listening to that was talking about crypto, and I forget his name right now, but I was DMing him, and he was saying that you could set your limits as far as like when it goes the other way, and basically you can
but
always
it's too fast, man. You can't always get out in time. If you're at a high leverage, it sometimes liquidates you. There's no, like when it just gaps.
No, what he's talking about is like a bracket order with like a stop and a profit target, like.
But sometimes
it's no-brainer. Like he can only lose so much as long as he set it that way.
I've been ran through, dude. I've been ran through with stop losses. The thing is, if it runs,
you get stopped out a lot, right? With the volatility.
There might not be enough buyers to fill your order at that price, so you might get liquidated because the market moved right through you. It couldn't fill your order. Say you want to fill, you want to sell your Bitcoin if it goes under 20 grand, it might run right through you and go to 17,000, and you've gotten liquidated because you're on leverage. Sorry, the next bidder was at 17. We couldn't fill your order to stop you out.
Yeah, that can happen.
If the market's not there to fill your order, you're fucked. And it's happened to me personally. I've been liquidated like that. It ran right through me.
Yeah, and some services are not as good either. Like,
but there's no liquidity. There's no liquidity. If someone, in other words, if there's not a buyer willing to buy at that price, it goes to the next lowest price. And if there's no one there, you get liquidated. Like there's no one to take your other side of the bet. And I'm not saying that always happens. I always keep it. I try to do it at like 5%. Or 10%. So it cashes me out before I get to that. Because when the market's really wild like that, dude, say you get. I mean, I've seen.
Well, right. You need like a safety in that, so that when it's wild like that, you don't get liquidated. And
I've seen it move hundreds of points in like 1 second, dude. Like 1 to 5 second candle, it'll move hundreds of points. It's rare, but it'll go like 300 points and another 2, and it's up 1,000 points in 30 seconds. So if you're shorting, say you're at even 10x or 20x or 50x, and you're like, okay, I don't want to take more than a 25%. There's what's called slippage. Sometimes there's nothing there. Say, I don't want to take more than a 20% loss, and there's just no one there to fill it. There's just no one there. It just moved right through, and other people got filled before you, and there's just not enough on the other side to match you up. The exchange will liquidate your ass. So you're really playing a dangerous game with leverage. And that's why I like these coins. They're only 3x leverage, but you don't get liquidated. In other words, let's say you buy the coin for like 10 cents, right? It equals a short position. And then as the coin goes down in value, it moves at a 3x leverage. So every time if it goes down 10%, you make a 30% profit.
Yeah, but does it have decay or no over time?
It does. It does have decay. You don't want to hold it for months and months. It does. So like 1 month ago, it was worth more. So it is decaying, but it's less risky than getting liquidated. Because even 3x, dude, even 3x, when you get these like a 10, 20% move, dude, at 3x, that's 60%. It's a fucking lot, dude. Like you can really get hurt. But you don't get liquidated. You have a fighting chance. There's like coins when I was shorting Ethereum and it went against me. I was shorting it at like they were only 2 cents, but I had thousands of them. And then it went down in value, so it went to like 0.04 cents or something. And then it went all the way back to 9 cents. So like from 0.04 to 9 cents, I would have made a huge killing. But I didn't hold it that long, dude. As soon as I got above water, I fucking bailed out. I'm like, I gotta get out of here, dude. This is
it is.
Yeah, what you gotta do is you gotta stick to your guns and don't overdo it. Like say you got like 10% of your position and you say, you know what, I'm gonna stick to my plan, come hell or high water, and I want to sell it at this price. Right? I want to and don't get greedy. Don't get greedy. Take profit along the way, and stick to your guns. I mean, sometimes you miss out. Like I missed out on a lot of upside.
Do you
but
trade
I did.
other things like the equities or commodities or?
I did. I was trading stocks, and I got out of the stock market. I don't like it. I think the cryptos are the
Well, there's inverse. The reason why I mentioned is because there's kind of similar things like to what you were saying with the inverse. You can inverse like
shorted
SPY.
stocks.
You can inverse with
inverse
ETFs. You also short, but there's also inverse ETFs.
They have even they have
go 3x and 2x and all that. Kind of reminded me of those coins, like SQQ, right?
You could get the QQQs and you could get the SPYs as the S&P 500. You get the diamonds that are the Dow. Well, what you do, you can they have leverage coins or leverage stock that you could trip
counter those, right?
Yeah. Trust me, I've used them all, and I didn't have such good luck with them. The cryptos, dude, the thing that's good about them, okay, a 3x leverage, it doesn't sound like a lot. I mean, because there's guys trading 100x, but it moves fast. Like, okay, boom, especially now with these low prices, you get 20-30% moves, right, in a day. Sometimes it was 20%. You make 100, 200 or percent. Like some of these moves from that last bounce we had when Bitcoin was at 17K, there was coins that bounced 200x just on 3x leverage. You would have made twice your money in like 2 days. And I had some. I bought some Litecoin long, and it I cashed out a little bit early on it. But if I had held on, I would have made 4 times my money in just like 4 days, 3 or 4 days at 3x leverage. So yeah, you want to buy when it gets crushed. If you get like when it's down to 17 grand, when you get those big sell-offs, you want to buy some longs. Get some triple longs, and then when you have a big pump, like right now, I'm shorting it, and I'm just gonna hold enough. I'm not gonna go all in, but I'm holding enough, and I think it's gonna
goes on a rip.
Yeah, well, if it comes down 10%, I'll make 30%, and I'll cash out my 30%. I'll just keep backing and filling. If it bounces again, I'll wait till it goes up, and then I'll try shorting it again. It's going to zigzag a lot. You're not just going to ride it from the top to the bottom. It's just a bumpy ride. You got to take a bunch of small wins. If you make 10, 20%, be happy with that and just wait for your next, sometimes you make more. Sometimes you make 50, 100%. But it's on small amounts. I do like $100, $200. If I make 50%, okay, I made $50.
You ever set any bots?
I never found out how to use a bot. I don't know how to program it. But I know people do trade with bots. When something's in a range and it's just range bound.
Right.
And you can make a lot of like 1%, 2%, 3% profits, and it could just do it automatically.
Right, scalping.
Yeah, you could scalp it. If it's just trading sideways, like today was a good time to scalp. on certain coins, they move up or down like 1%, 1.5% up, and then it's just bound in this range for days in a row. I'm like, fuck.
Yeah, that's great for bots because it's just range bound. It's just bots are just.
It's been like that. Yeah, like a very small 1 or 2%, just sideways, up, down, up, down, up, down. It's too hard to do it by do it yourself. It would drive you crazy. Like trying to shave off pennies because you have fees. Your fee to buy and sell. If you get it wrong, it's just, and then your gain is so small. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, I just made 10 cents, another 10 cents. You don't want to sit there and try and make 10 cents every day or every 10 minutes or half. Sometimes it takes a half hour to move 1%. You don't want to just sit there waiting for the fucking 1% move. But if you have a bot, that the bot doesn't care, but for me, I need to make more than a few cents. I'm trying to make $50, $20.
Yeah, the bot, you got to be on top of it because if the market conditions change, you got to switch. You got to change the parameters or whatever, tweak it depending on what's
I watch
going
them
on.
like right now. I have my crypto screen up. I got 4 separate cryptos I'm watching. I got like 4 web browsers and I divide it into 4 separate screens. It's like 1/4 of my screen, so I watch them all.
Do you like TA?
I do some technical analysis, yeah. But I mostly go with my gut. I use all that stuff like the money flow and the short. I have like
Money
4
flow indicator, right?
Yeah, but I don't really make my decisions on that. I mostly just look at price and volume.
Mm-hmm.
All the little oscillators like RSI, money flow, all that shit. Sometimes it'll fuck you. You're like, okay, the RSI is this way, and then you know what I mean. You can't just it says it's oversold, so it's time to buy. No, sometimes
Right, because on a different time frame, it's doing something else too.
they're all different, dude. I got time frames down to 1 second. I got Trading View, the Pro model. I got the deluxe model. I forget what they called it. It's the highest level, and you could even go down to 1 second time frame. But I don't like looking. I use the 5 and 10 second view all the time because I got different
There's
charts
also
and different.
tick.
What's that?
The tick like per second. Yeah, I think you mentioned.
Not the 1 second. It just drive you nuts. I use 5 and 10 and 15, and then I have a 1 minute, and I have different time frames on my screen. Like mostly, I'm watching just Bitcoin, and then my altcoins that I trade on a separate screen. Because whatever Bitcoin does, the altcoins will do. They're gonna follow.
Yeah.
So really, I don't need to watch the alt. I keep an eye on the altcoins that I want to trade, and I keep them on a separate screen. But their Bitcoin's going to determine the price of your alts. So if Bitcoin is running, the altcoins, like let's say Bitcoin goes up 5%, some of your altcoins might move 10%. Like Ethereum is more volatile, and some of the smaller altcoins, they move even more wild. Like I seen people trading Shiba, Dogecoin. Those, like Bitcoin will be up 5%. Those will be up 10, 20%. At least back in the bull run when things were really wild. Even the other day when Bitcoin had its
vice
bounce.
versa. Now in the downtrend, they go down a lot more too.
Not as much as you think, dude. Like Shiba, I'm surprised how well some of the shit coins have held up. Like Doge and Shiba, those shit coins held up pretty well.
Yeah, but they crashed compared to what they were at. They all
I mean, you got to look at still the market cap of Shiba is such. Shiba and Dogecoin still have a huge market cap for what it is. It's a total shit coin, and it's worth more than Litecoin. Litecoin is a good fucking coin, dude.
Yeah, it's crazy to think like some of these coins, there's millions and even hundreds of millions, and some of them are just like how? How did it even happen?
because they minted that and you know what? Like Shiba is an inflation coin. They keep making new ones, and it's got like it's got trillions, dude. Like 100 trillion coins or something stupid. Like Terra Luna had I forget how many, maybe 100 million. Originally there was like 100 million, so it was somewhat scarce, and the price was up to $110 per coin. What happened is when the people withdrew all the Bitcoin that was backing it, they pulled it out. It got depegged. They had a stable coin. The stable coin got depegged and it fell apart. And they were also backing it with Luna, with Terra Luna. Anyway, they printed 9 trillion. Oh, like instantly they started making it was like they were inflating the amount of coins so fast that the price just kept plummeting. It got to 1 cent, and then from 1 cent, it just kept plummeting. And they kept adding more zeros, the decimal place, and more zeros and more zeros. I'm like, holy fucking shit!
Duquan, yeah, that guy is. I wonder
Let's
if
say
he's trying to do a fork, right, or something, or they did a fork.
They already forked Luna. They have it's Luna C LUNC is the original. It's Luna Classic, and LUNA is supposed to have a 1 billion coin cap. It's
So is
supposed
this
to
guy?
be
You
capped.
think this guy's gonna like go to jail or anything, or just nothing?
Well, they didn't do anything wrong, but you know what? I think the insiders. I know they cashed out before everyone else, but it's all deregulated. There's
No,
no
but
there's
apparently they were saying that he withdrew millions, right? The owner. Like
well, yeah,
before
dude.
it,
He's
right?
get the fuck out before the. Wouldn't you get the fuck out? The thing is, there's no laws and regulations. It's the Wild West, so there's no law preventing him from bailing out. They're like, oh, dude, guess what? Someone just pulled out $500 million of Bitcoin. We're fucked. Let's get the ship is sinking.
Yeah.
Let's get out. They got on the life raft, and everybody else took it in the ass, dude.
The irony though is that it's all traceable to wallets. It's all
Yeah, but
like
what
you
are
could
you
see
gonna
it,
do?
but like nothing. I guess nothing can be done. But
What
it's
are you
like
gonna do? You gonna sue a wallet? It's like
right.
you know who owns it.
It says it
How
holds over 200
Well, people
million
have
worth
to
of
be
Luna.
responsible for shit they buy, shit they invest in. Like if you don't do your research and don't know what you're doing, then fucking suck a dick. Like too bad. Fucking that's that's just the nature of the game.
Like Luna looked like it was winning, dude. It was kicking ass. It's like, wow, dude, I was
Right.
jealous. I was so jealous. I'm like, man, those fuckers are so lucky. And then they got destroyed. I'm like,
They
whoa.
had an ecosystem, right, with games and everything. Like it not just
Luna, it was kicking ass, dude. It was kicking ass. It was holding up relatively well compared to Bitcoin, and then all of a sudden it just completely imploded. I'm like, holy shit. And when I seen the price go down to like it went down to like 2 cents, and then it went down to like 1/3 of a cent, and I started buying some. I'm like, fuck it. If it goes back,
and it went even.
yeah, I'm like, I'm gonna buy like $50 of it or something. Anyway, I started buying it right at 1/3 of a cent. I'm thinking, okay, when it goes back to 1 cent, I'll triple my money, right? And I just bought like $20 of it at
Fuck
first.
$50, whatever.
I was gonna
Right.
I was dollar cost averaging. Dude, I caught the bottom. I was buying at the bottom. I was getting 1 million coins for $1. I was getting so many. I had over 30 million of
It
them.
was like a dead cat bounce.
No, I caught some of the dead cat bounce. I'm like, let me see what this is worth. And I checked. It was like when I went to go fill my order, I didn't sell it. I'm like, oh dude, I can get $500 for this. I'm like, all right. Everybody else lost everything. I had like $100 in it. If I would have held on like 12 more hours to the next morning, because when it bottomed out, it was like 2 a.m. my time, and I didn't know because I seen how many coins they made. I'm like, dude, 9 trillion. I'm like, are they going to have another 9 trillion like by morning? Are they going to keep adding more? I'm like, when does this fucking stop? they had to keep adding more decimal points on the fucking exchange. There was only 5 decimal points, and then they went up to 9 decimal points. I'm like, holy shit, dude. I'm just gonna get the fuck out. It's worth 500. I'm out of here.
Imagine if that went to $1, you'd be rich.
Dude, if I would have held it, if I would have held it to the next morning, I would have made 400 times my money. 400x, dude. I'm like, oh my god. I think it was over 16,000 or something. I would have made. I'm like, oh
man, people lost a lot though. People went all in on that.
I was lucky to get out with my shirt.
That's
dude.
why you spread your eggs, right? You don't buy one coin.
I
you buy
only put
$100.
I only put like $100 in it, dude. Yeah, I was dabbling.
No, I'm talking in general. Like when you're gonna invest in a coin or anything, you spread.
I would do
your
no
money
more.
Around.
I spread it around. I do 10% at a time. Like, in other words, I keep 90% of it on the sidelines, and I've just been playing with 10%. So I don't, in case I get wrecked, I still have 90%. And so I spread it out. I do only one at a time, 1 or 2 cryptos at a time. And
but like long term, do you like for example, Uniswap, PancakeSwap, Atom, Chronos? Like
my advice, if you want to just hold long term, is just buy Bitcoin, man.
Well, you
buy it right now if you can, because if you go with the long term strategy, like say cash out in a minimum of 3 to 5 years from now, then whatever you put into Bitcoin today, you'll probably at least double your money in 2 or 3 years, if not 5, 10, 20x, who knows.
Yeah, every halvening, right? It's when it becomes harder, I think, to mine or something like that.
Oh, the halving. Yeah, they have the payout ratio. They cut the payout in half.
Yeah, what's the next one?
That's a whole nother detail. Like, yeah.
That's
what
like,
I would do.
Every bull run has been during a halvening.
You know what? You're going to get a better return on smaller coins, like that have a lesser market cap. Like, okay, Bitcoin's been hammered down pretty good. It's at 20,000 ish right now, and the thing is, the market cap on Bitcoin is still really fucking high compared to like a Litecoin or other coins, right? Where Litecoin really shines is the transaction fees are really low and it's quick.
And it's you got institutions like MicroStrategy that's been pouring in billions. I don't know if you know about like Michael Saylor.
Oh yeah, he buys all Bitcoin, dude.
Yeah, and then you got like ETFs too that are coming into play with like big money,
You know the problem with Bitcoin, it's held by too few people. Like the amount of whales that own it, it's kind of like the Federal Reserve. Like the elites.
They want control. They always control. The bankers want control.
They already own the majority of the Bitcoin. So it's like what I think is people will migrate. Like when
that's why they launch futures, ETFs, and then they get in. They manipulate it and then get in.
Do you remember MySpace?
Yes.
And then Facebook came a Project LifeLog, and then they destroyed MySpace. And then you had Twitter, and then you had Instagram, and then you had Snapchat. I think people are going to move on. They're going to see Bitcoin's already gobbled up by these whales. And that's why people jumped on Dogecoin, and Dogecoin blew up. And then
but see, I think they're going to have different utilities. Like Bitcoin is going to be, it's going to be the granddaddy. It's going to be the OG of crypto, and it's always going to be. It's going to be like gold or.
I don't think it will.
Can I finish my sentence, man?
You think it's going to be digital gold? I say you're wrong, but yeah, go ahead.
I said it's going to be the crypto equivalent of gold or platinum to most people. It's never going to be the crypto that people use to buy milk at the shops or anything like that. It's always going to be a long-term hold investment, maybe large money, like people buying fucking billions or millions of dollars worth of stuff from someone in another country. They might use Bitcoin to settle those transactions, but it's yeah, it's going to be more like an investment tool. And then you'll have other coins that sort of do everyday transaction stuff in the future. But I think Bitcoin will always hold the OG sort of position.
I think you're wrong. That's the narrative that everyone sells you. But how well is AOL doing? AOL was the first internet. How well is it doing today? It's like the brick phone, Motorola brick phone. How many are those? How many are they selling today? Bitcoin's changed.
It's not comparable to that. I don't think it's comparable.
Bitcoin's technology is outdated. It was the first one. It doesn't make it the best.
Yeah, but see, Bitcoin doesn't need to be the best. That's why it's not going to be, like I said, the everyday payment system.
Okay.
It's going to be like people today hoard gold or whatever.
Okay.
It's going to be the same.
Everyone's bought it. You have your little thing, and I don't want to play on your island, so I'm moving to a different chain. I already see that all the Bitcoin's owned by Michael Saylor and a few whales, and he's going to let me piss around with the pennies. So I'm going to move to a different chain. His chain's already held. And that's what you think. But I think different. I think, and I've already seen it. I've already seen the young people like, I can't buy any Bitcoin. It's too gobbled up. And they moved their coin. They only had a small amount of capital. They moved it into Doge. They moved it into Shiba. And that's what I think they're going to do. Young people don't want to. If I can buy 1/1000th of a Bitcoin with all the money I have, or I can buy a million Doge coins, I'm getting the million Doge coins. It might not make sense, but
that's a dumb way to look at it, man. Because if one fraction of a Bitcoin is worth thousands of Doge, so that's a weird way to look at it.
What if they don't want to play that game where you must buy Bitcoin? What if they're like, "Fuck you, I don't want to buy your Bitcoin. I'll buy something else." And
that's the free market, and that's what crypto is a part of. Bitcoin is part of the free market. Its price is being determined by the market, and it will continue to be.
And just like tulips, the tulip bulb craze, when tulips were worth billions of dollars, and then one day people decided tulips are not that valuable. It's only what people think they value it at today. We don't, like AOL was valued at a certain price. At what I'm saying, you don't know in a year from now or 5 years from now if they're going to value Bitcoin in the same way, or they're going to look at it like an obsolete chain, and people migrate to a new chain, one that's better, more efficient, one that's faster, that's scalable. Like, yeah, you could slice it.
Again, I don't think Bitcoin's intending to be the coin that people use for everyday transactions. Again, it'll be just purely for people holding their money long term for safety.
If you're coming late to the game, let's say you didn't invest in crypto, and you can get 1/1000th of a Bitcoin for 100,000. How many people do you think are going to opt into that ecosystem when you're so late to the game that everyone's already got it cornered and they're selling you fucking crumbs for your life savings? Are you really going to opt into that fucking system? That has sucker written all over your head. If you think that's
completely wrong way you've completely mischaracterized it there.
Okay, come back in 2 years or 5 years and see if you're right or I'm right. I think people will migrate to different chains. You think otherwise, so you buy Bitcoin. That's fine for you. I think they're going to migrate. I've already seen them migrate to different chains.
Well,
it all depends what people want to use that currency for. If it's like I said, for everyday sort of transactions, and we're not even there yet really with that, then that's one thing. But it's like buying a bar of gold today. Why would anyone buy a bar of gold today? Because gold is like the most solid, reliable asset that holds its value no matter what all the time. And I think people view Bitcoin in a similar way. You don't take a gold bar down to the shop to pay for your milk. You'll go and exchange your gold for dollars when you need it.
When you exchange Bitcoin, how much do they charge you per transaction? Isn't it like fucking 1% or something?
It's fuck all. It's fuck all.
Well, it depends.
Yeah,
When the network is very congested, it's been tested a couple of times, and it was expensive, right? It was during high traffic.
You know what? It's
that's
slow
why
too.
people don't
Bitcoin
like it.
What do you
transactions.
call
It's
expensive?
just you're just going to use
Right?
it as
If
a
you
store
just
of
to move your
value.
Bitcoin around, and it's a
You
huge
guys
amount
are
of shit.
arguing different points. Rand, if it's a store of value, Rand is right. Like, they will just buy it, sit on it. You take 1,000th of a Bitcoin and you sit on it 5 years, you haven't lost any money. Maybe you've made a little bit, but it's a store of value, just like gold. You don't trade
Exactly.
with gold.
What?
It's a store of value. But if you want to trade and try and make money, yeah, I agree with you. Bitcoin's maybe not your best option. Occasionally it might be, but generally probably not. You guys are sort of arguing past one another.
Well, I'm saying
Exactly. That's right, mate.
Both your
when
points are true, man.
when somebody who's already has it, let's say you own it, you're talking from this frame of reference. It sounds like you already own it. Now, if you're an early adopter, you want everyone to come after you to invest in Bitcoin because you're already holding a big bag of it. The people who come later in the game are going to get progressively less and less and less.
That's
of a
not how it works.
It is how it works.
Bitcoin, if I bought Bitcoin as a store of value, I don't care if everyone comes after me to buy it. I mean,
No. You want them. Hold on. Let me explain what I'm saying. If let's say I had 1,000 Bitcoins, right?
Yeah.
And then let's say a year from now, a Bitcoin is $1 million. I've already got my bag. I want to convince you, the new guy, to pay 100,000 for 1,000th of a Bitcoin, right? So I have to convince you that it's a store of value. You coming in as a new guy to pay your 100,000 life savings for this tiny fraction of a Bitcoin that I've already acquired 1,000 of. So I want you to think they're the most rarest thing in the world. Because there's
somebody buying Bitcoin in that situation would probably be thinking that in another 4 or 5 years' time, it could be worth even double.
That's
But if you put the same money into gold or silver or anything like that, well, you're not going to.
It's literally the same. Like, at the end of the day, the market will determine what a Bitcoin is worth, just like it will determine what an ounce of gold is worth.
I understand that, and I understand that's why I use the analogy to AOL. Today, Bitcoin was the king, and 5 years from now, they might move on to a different chain that's more efficient. Because what I'm saying is, so few people own all of it. Like, the elites of the world, the top 10th of 1%, the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, the Queen, the Vatican. They own 99% of the world's wealth.
Oh, what, man? That doesn't fucking matter. All that matters is how much people out there want it. It's the supply and demand.
Dogecoin.
It's already fucking held by the top 1%. Own 99%.
Everything is, man. You can make that argument for everything. What's your point?
You're late to the fucking game. You're not going to
Okay, look, if you're talking from the context of like making 10x, 100x gains in your investment, then yeah, okay, probably you've probably missed the boat when it comes to Bitcoin. Although Bitcoin, I would predict probably will go to 1 million plus in the next 5, 10, 20 years. I don't know. And you might see much bigger gains in some of the other shit coins between now and then. But again, that's a gamble. The thing about Bitcoin my argument is that it's a solid, reliable, long-term investment. It's never going to go away. It was the first. It's the OG. And it will never lose that position. It will never lose that place. Bro. It may never be used every day for transactions, for buying groceries.
They took it off the dark net. The only reason that Bitcoin was popular because it was on the fucking dark net, man. I bought half a Bitcoin back in 2014 or something.
No, the reason Bitcoin became popular was because it allowed people in countries all around the world to be able to trade with other people in other countries all around the world without having to go through a fucking bank, without having to somehow change their local currency for US dollars and then get a bank account and do all the banking transfer fee, all that crap. That's why it's popular. It's because It's anonymous. It's secure. Nobody can confiscate it from you. I mean, this is all the basicest shit about it. If you don't know these things, then, man, you need to go back and watch a basic video about what Bitcoin is.
No, Bitcoin came from the darknet. I meant to say, back in the day when I was like 15, I bought those subscription-based porn accounts, on Bitcoin. I said illegal by accident. That came off weird in conjunction with the darknet. But the point is, Bitcoin came from the darknet, and now they're using Monero.
No, it didn't come from the
darknet.
Go and read the fucking Bitcoin white paper, dude. Go and read the white paper that Satoshi Nakamoto wrote in 2009. You don't have a clue what you're talking about. You're just repeating shit you've heard from other idiots.
What do you mean I don't know what I'm talking about? I know where Bitcoin came from. I'm repeating my own experience with Bitcoin and where it came from.
And it didn't come from the dark web, dude. It didn't come from the dark web. People in the dark web used it. Yes. So what?
Dark net sites where they push trillions of dollars. That's why Bitcoin became the phenomenon.
Oh, dude, you don't have a clue what you're fucking talking about. You really don't.
Fuck? Where do you think they were using Bitcoin? It was used in the dark net to buy fucking illegal shit on the Silk Web and shit like this. And they sell like anything. You get hackers. You can even order murderers on there. Fucking
but that's not why Bitcoin was created.
You can order a nuclear bomb, and guess how you'd have to pay for it?
Oh my God, dude, are you not listening? That's not why it was created. That's not the purpose it was created for. That was a purpose. That was a way that it could be used that people found and people still use today to anonymously be able to buy products, give people money without the government, without banks being involved. That's the beauty of it. And yeah, of course, those dark websites were the first place that we saw it being used, big time. But of course that's the case. It doesn't mean it came from there or if it was created for that.
No, it wasn't.
There's rumors. It's more like might be a conspiracy theory that it
was created in a response to the 2008 financial crisis. Yes, if you were to just read the white paper that the guy that created it wrote, he explains in there why he created it and what he created it to do.
Do you not understand what I'm saying? Have you ever heard of the usage? My point is trillions of dollars were pushed through cryptocurrencies.
Trillions of dollars. That is such an over.
Trillions of dollars are pushed through the underground market.
No, it wasn't trillions,
You're crazy,
dude.
bro. Trillions they're pushing, man. Probably billions and billions. Maybe trillions is a fucking exaggeration. But if you find out how much money is being pushed through the dark net and the dark market, it's more than what you're buying on the internet, man. It's more than what people are buying on commercial sites on the internet. They're pushing huge amounts of illegal shit there, mate. Like, where do you think they get all the drugs, the illegal guns, everything illegal is coming from the dark net, and they use crypto to buy it. That's like its only purpose at the moment.
Gerald was an OG.
That's not its. What do you mean its only purpose? This is what I don't get. Why are you saying that its only purpose is for nefarious fucking uses and shit? This is the like classic line you would hear from some politician banker fuckwit to try and scare people away from it, saying, "Oh, it's only for something that criminals use and shit."
No, I'm not.
The thing about it is that it's completely. It's anonymous, bro. People, the bank and your government can't get into your business about where you're buying shit, where you're spending shit, who you're giving money to. Like, don't you see the value in that? Like, that's where the real value of it is.
Well, exactly. I never denied the future of cryptocurrencies. My point was, this is where Bitcoin came from. It came from
dude, it's not where it came from. Where it came from was Satoshi Nakamoto. He created it in 2008, 2009 as a response to the financial crisis because of central banks and their hoarding of dollars and shit.
who that
It was
person
to free the regular person from the banking system. That's why it was created.
If no one adopted it. Let's say no one adopted it. What would it be worth today? Jack shit. People used it on the Silk Road to buy drugs. That was the first use case. That's what.
Yeah, no shit.
And I'm saying billions of dollars are pushed through the Silk Road. And we've known this for thousands of years.
They
even the real
were, but now that this has shifted, now the black market is probably a very, very small percentage of what's moving the market. Very,
What
tiny.
you had to do is they had to build a reputation that someone else would be willing to trade you their goods for this digital currency, right? And once you lose a trust, like Bitcoin has maintained a trust, people have trusted it, it's held its value. But other chains have come along. Some of them went big, and then like Luna, it got up to 30 billion, and then it imploded. What I'm saying is, just because one was the first, it doesn't mean that
But there's
everyone's
also
to
projects,
use
right?
that
Like
chain.
applications that are going to be built on these other coins that have like actual value based on whatever the application will have in the future.
Like Ethereum, people use Ethereum for ERC20 token. The problem with Ethereum, it's so expensive. The gas fee. I had $100 of Ethereum, and I did
that, man.
my wallet wouldn't let me cash it out. I had to have
You want
100.
XRP.
Well, hold on. I had $100 of Ethereum, right? My trust wallet would only allow a $150 transaction for me to convert it. So I was under the threshold. So I'm like, well, I'll send it to my brother. He could sell it at his exchange. I didn't have a Coinbase account or anything. So I sent it to him from my trust wallet on my phone to his Coinbase, and it cost me $30 to send $100. I'm like, that can't be right. You only got $70? He's like, yeah. The fucking gas fee was 1/3 of my fucking money, right in smoke. Poof.
You know
Now
what
that
just popped into my mind? All the money that's actually flowing in with crypto through gambling, like on these websites.
Gambling and also
you can see
the
people like
dark
streaming it on Twitch. It's
market.
fucking crazy. Like these sites, and
they
there's
don't even need to gamble, dude. These gas fees, they just straight up rob your ass, dude.
but people are still
Darknet
degenerates.
markets.
They're gambling hundreds and hundreds of
No,
thousands,
but
millions.
this was not gambling. This was sending money from one person to another. And they
Oh
took
yeah, you're talking about
gas fee.
fees.
The gas
transactions.
fee
I'm
is
talking
highway
about
robbery. They could just take 1/3 of your fucking money every time it changes hands. That's fucking insane.
No, I'm talking
Wolfgang
about
Flat,
the
I have a
casinos
question.
right now that have that.
Wolfgang Flat, what do you know about the
that is gambling.
What do you know about XRP?
XRP, I know it's Ripple.
Yeah, they're saying that the big banks are going to start using Ripple. Apparently, it's going to be the next government coin.
The big banks have been using Ripple for fucking years and years,
Exactly,
dude.
and it's going to blow up like crazy. They're saying it's going to be worth potentially $10 per Ripple.
You think?
Yeah, or $1,000 per Ripple. Depends which bullshit YouTuber you listen to.
Yeah.
XRP has
This is the information I've heard about the banking.
XRP's been stitched up by the SEC for the last 12 months, at least that I know of.
And they're winning the court case. XRP Ripple is winning the court case against the allegations.
Was it the SEC?
It was, bro. I'm just telling you, it was at $1.60. It's at 32 cents now. You know, I can show you a list.
And look at Bitcoin.
Bitcoin
was 90,000.
Here we go. Bro, I'm telling you, I've been following XRP for 18 months now. Like, it's just, I'm not saying it will never go anywhere. I'm just saying it's like the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow that you never seem to get there. This is
It's going there, mate. They're saying 2024. Give it a few more years. They're saying XRP.
Well, see, that's what they do with those ones. They say that you're going to be huge gains, and they say it over and over again. They say it every year, every 6 months, and eventually, one day, they're going to be right.
That's why you spread your eggs.
That's right. Buy heaps of it. 31 cents now. Buy heaps of it because it's cheap as shit. I just don't know when it's going to go up.
It's going to $5 at least within the year.
You sound like one of those guys that chill the coins, man, on the Reddit.
Nah, bro. They've been saying the banks are behind it, and you know the money flows where the banks go, mate. And they've
Well,
been saying
you know,
this.
with Ripple, right? They're waiting on the SEC court case, right?
Yeah, so you want to support
dealing
them.
with them. So
You want
You
to
don't want to
support
support
big
them, but
banks?
you want to jump on the
It does have
whale's
bank
back, don't you?
bank
You want to
backing though.
you want to grab
That
a
is
grip.
supporting them. That is supporting them.
You want to grab a grip of the banker's fins, mate, and then you can stab him from behind. How are you going to stab the whale if you know how to hold
The
it?
thing is, the SEC, guys, the SEC, just to say, the SEC will release this shit with Ripple when the big boys are ready for Ripple to be released. But right now, they're obviously doing whatever they're doing in shady back rooms, smoking cigars, setting themselves up, because I don't think they're ready to control crypto as much as they need to. So they've got XRP. XRP will be their backbone. I have no doubt about that. But I think they're deliberately just tying it down at the moment until they get their ducks in a row.
Correct. Until they get a huge, share count of the Ripple, and then they're going to completely push it.
Dude.
They're going to cut
They've
out the
already
fiat
got
currency.
What I
XRP
think
will be the backbone
The thing
of
is, these lawsuits
currency.
can drag on for years. We've seen this with other lawsuits, so it's kind of like a very, very long. There could be another bull run if that lawsuit's not even fucking resolved yet.
It got delisted on Coinbase, and then the price plummeted because Americans couldn't buy it on. But there's only a few American exchanges. But when you lose a big exchange like Coinbase, it cuts into the market. The amount of people who could own it and buy it freely. You could use swap sites and stuff, but I mean, to be on an exchange is big. When you get delisted, it hurts the price a lot.
Yeah, that lawsuit completely suppressed the price of XRP. This whole like Bitcoin rally that we saw in the last
It doesn't
year
hurt
and
to
a
have
half.
a little bit to get a couple $100 and just keep a small bag in case it blows up. You'll be paid. It's good to diversify. If you're just a buy and hold guy, now is a good time to start buying your bags to get in. At
Little dabs.
I think it's going lower, so I think we're going to be in a bear market for at least a year, maybe more, because we never lived through
With the rates going up worldwide,
Yes.
inflation rampant worldwide, like it's out of control, man.
That's a $64 question. Like, all right, if Bitcoin's found support now at 19, 20K, but if it breaks support, it's going to dump down to 9 or 10. So do you fill your bag now with everything?
No.
Once it goes up and down, everything goes up and down. So are we all going to hold on for the 9K, or do we fill up now, hoping it's going to?
No, you don't fill up. Only go like 5% at a time. Don't fill up because you're buying a falling knife. Even though it looks cheap, the last time during COVID, Bitcoin got down to $4,000, 4K. Now a lot of people, Michael Saylor would buy every last Bitcoin if it went to 4K. You know what I mean? I don't know that it'll go that low, but there is people.
Let's say we see 10K, then you lost 50% from now, or whatever you put in, because it's at 20K. So let's say it went to 10K, you lose 50%.
Yeah, that hurts, man. It hurts to lose half. You want to buy slow, like so that if let's say you had $1,000, you buy $100 at a time, and you try and wait, let it go down. You could put limit orders and you could space them out. Like you could, let's say you go every $1,000, you buy $100. So if it goes to like now it's at 20, you buy $100 at 19, you buy 100 at 18, 17, 16.
Yeah, but that's only if it continues to go down. I mean, if we're at the floor, we might already be at the floor. So I don't know. I would probably advise maybe just put your whole 1,000 in now and just go long and just wait.
Here's the thing with that, Rams. For everybody, that 1,000 is different, right? Some people could do 1,000 like a week. Some people could do 100 a week. It depends on
what does
the
that
individual.
What does that matter? Why would that matter?
We're talking about the strategy is what we're talking about.
Dollar cost average is a better strategy because you're catching a falling knife. Someone could have told you last week 30,000 was the floor. If you aped in at
or you
30,000,
put your $100 in today, and then next week it goes up by like 20%. So
still buy 100.
whereas you should have just put your $1,000 in today. Like it depends if you're planning on investing long, then just fucking buy as much as you can right now and just hold long.
Sure, but you can get a better price. You could also miss out.
But that's why you get
like if you buy now, right? Everyone's got their own opinion, but if you buy now, right? Let's say today's the bottom. Could be. We don't know. But if it drops next week or the week after or a month later, then you go, oh shit, I didn't catch the bottom. I've got a bit of spare money now. I'll DCA down a bit. So, to have DCA as a strategy with your $1,000 that you've got to play with, I don't think it's overly smart. Because if you miss the bottom, you've missed a whole bunch of opportunity.
Yeah, and if it does keep going down, then just keep buying more.
Yeah, that is cost averaging.
Especially if it's something that you believe in long term.
If all you got is $1,000, if that's all the money you have is $1,000, you want to spread it out. And you know what? You don't need to buy if it's going up. You could pick your spots. Say, okay, I like this price. Okay, it's stabilized at 20. It went to 18. I'll buy a little here. Okay, it's staying between 18 and 20. Buy it over the next year. Don't try and ape in right here, because everyone who picked the bottom at 40,000 and then 30 and then 20,
right?
Every time it keeps getting lower every week.
And then to recover that, you need the percentages like twice, right? The amount.
It's got to double.
Here's my question to you though. Say you've got your $1,000 today, right? And you say, put $100 in today. What are you going to do with the other $900? Are you just going to leave that in dollars in your bank account until next week when you pull out another $100 to buy another $100 worth? Like,
just get stable coins. You buy stable coins and you buy it as you need it. Like right now, I'm sitting in stable coins.
You could also buy coins and lock and stake, which is like kind of like dividends. You stake the coin for like a year, and basically you can't touch it, and you get like, depends on the coin, they'll give you like, some crazy rate, 20, 30, 40, 60, 70.
You can get about 6 to 8 to 10% return on that.
You heard of Celsius? Celsius is doing exactly. They have a staking thing,
but
and the people who deposited their coins with Celsius, they won't give them back.
Yeah, they're frozen. But you can stake on like, Pancake Swipe, which is on decentralized.
Yeah.
You can stake on them. For example, the coin Cake, for over 80% if you lock it up for a year. Now, on Pancake Swap itself.
To lock your shit up for a year.
Yeah, that's the thing. You gotta lock it, and then Uniswap, but you gotta like do it individually, coin by coin on different protocols.
Now, this is what I'm personally
I think Scott, I don't know if you guys know Scott Veets, but I think he was doing something similar.
I don't want mine locked up because I think we're going into a bear market. Things have been going down.
Yeah, but if you don't care to hold for long term.
Yeah, let me ask you, do you trade through a centralized exchange?
I'm on a centralized exchange.
Then your money's locked up anyway. Unless you're trading DeFi, your money is locked up. You hope they give it back to you, but you can't guarantee it.
I move it on there as I need it. I move it on to the exchange as I need it. I only keep 10% on the exchange.
You should get a ledger too.
Well, that money's locked up. That money, you just hope they give it back one day.
Well, I trade with it. I trade in and out with it. Like I buy and sell. Yeah, it's on the exchange, but it's fluid. I've already traded today like 3 or 4 times.
I recommend for people that are gonna buy long term, get like a ledger from the ledger site.
I like Trezor. I got a Trezor.
Trezor's deep good.
Yeah, Trezor. The thing is, the coins. It doesn't. Maybe Ledger's better because there's not a lot of coins on there, and they come preloaded. You got to load all the fucking coins yourself, except for like 6 coins. You get Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, Dash. There's a few other ones, and The rest are all the ERC20, but I hate ERC20 because the gas fees. So I don't even buy those fucking coins.
Dude, it's the BNB chain. What is it called?
Oh, Binance.
Binance,
Yeah, Binance.
man, they're fast and cheap.
Binance is good, dude.
Well, it sounds to me, Wolfgang, like you're more of a investor to like make short-term gains.
He's a trader too.
I'm a trader. I day
Yeah,
trade.
so you're in it for short-term gains. You just want to make
not all
a
of
little
it.
bit here on the ups and downs everywhere. You're not buying and okay, all right, fuck
I
it.
have been acquiring.
See you
I've been
later.
dollar cost averaging good coins. I've been getting some Litecoin, some Monero. I just dabble. So as I see it going down and I like the prices, I'm like, I haven't seen it this cheap in years. So I'm stashing some away and I'm trading with the rest.
Right. Mix of both. Different accounts.
Well,
I mean,
my bag. I have a long-term bag. My long-term bag, I don't trade. I just put that away, and I'm trying to dollar cost average, and because I want to have about 10 different coins. I want to have some spread out.
Yeah.
I don't want to be put all my eggs in one basket because you know what? I've seen too many things blow up.
Yeah.
There's too
Dude,
many
I
things
have
that
so many coins long term. I have
everybody
like
goes all in and they get fucking hosed. Like
if
that's
you
what
go
I'm
to
saying.
Coin Market Cap, like the first 2 pages, I have like all of those coins, like everything.
I had $800 of XRP.
Like Stellar,
It dropped
Cosmos, Algorand, Tesla.
It dropped down to
VeChain.
$300, and I sold all that for alcohol.
Used to get some alcohol for your dude. You're gonna kick yourself when it's worth a fuck ton of money. You're like,
Exactly,
oh, I drank
bro.
away.
Yeah, dude. Exactly.
Cardano, that's a good
That's what I've been
one.
saying. I had, yeah, man.
You were
It depends
you
if
bought
you're
a
gonna
bunch
hold
back
it.
in. Did you say you bought $300 of Bitcoin and you got 1,000 of them? Like you were really early, like 2010 or something.
No, back in like 2014, I bought like half a Bitcoin worth for like, it was like $20.
You got beer?
I think that's
The
worth
most
like what
expensive
now?
beer, bro.
$10,000, and it used to be
Yeah.
worth like $50,000. You know?
Oh shit.
Well, there's a guy that bought like a pizza with like a couple at the beginning when Bitcoin was like cents, right? Like he
1,000
bought
Bitcoins for pizza.
1,000, yeah.
Or no, was it 10 or 20? I forget. It was a lot of fucking.
It was a lot, yeah.
It's like
Well, that's
holy
the
shit.
thing.
Yeah, but
I reckon that's what we're seeing today with XRP. That's why I brought it up earlier. You know,
it had no
give it a
use
few
case.
years.
You know what I mean? It had no use case. So if no one was using it as money, it would have no value at all. So that's what I mean. The different chains, like okay, say you use XRP, say you use Bitcoin or Monero. I think people are going to gravitate more toward like Monero and other privacy coins.
Oh, Monero is because of the Silk Road market that's running today. You know,
Well,
where
not
do you
just
think
that,
But
illegal
that's
drugs
getting
are shipped?
cracked down on because like the government, they have gotten way better at dealing with these black market sites and like tracing them and finding the people behind them and cracking down.
Not really. I don't think at all they can do it. They literally, like, if you use a VPN and things like this, the government can't really do much. And considering how many people are connected to these sites buying,
They run the whole
They
thing.
keep taking
Are
them
you
down
kidding
though,
me?
and then
They
a new
run-
one's front us.
They run the
Yeah,
whole
yeah.
thing. They run the
Gio's
entire
probably
dark web.
correct.
Oh yeah.
They fucking run it, don't they?
Of course they do. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
what they do is once they get in, they monitor it to try and get
Yeah.
everybody that's involved and get like a list, right? And then what they do
They
is
don't
they'll
get a list
go
of
and
anything. If you're just buying a bit of like MDMA and things like that, which people usually get off the darknet, like usually the local plug or dealer gets off the darknet, right? And there's a huge market that's being pushed through cryptocurrencies, and like Gio says, they're probably running it. You know, they're probably behind the whole fucking thing.
They just hire those guys. They get a really good guy. You know, they want him to flip on other people, but they know they're going to utilize them. They end up just using those guys.
Because it's worth that much money. They're not letting it go through their fingers, are they? You know, they could so easily seize control of the entire system. And of course they've done that, right?
They already run it. Yeah.
Dude,
They
dude
give
wants
you an
to play.
illusion that you're going against the system when really maybe you're in the system all along. You know, there's no
Well,
escaping.
that's definitely.
Well, these guys get arrested though. The people that run these sites, they get like. There's been a lot that have gotten
That is
caught
true.
different
That is
markets, and then they got in 20, 30, 40 years. Some like, it's just what happens is they have to integrate into the site first, and then like kind of get like the list. And it's not that easy, man, with dealing with, because they're using like Proton emails and a bunch of like it's not easy to track these people.
So the guy who caught Dread Pirate Roberts, he got hired as a hitman for him. Like he was a DEA agent, but he was just collecting
undercover.
He was undercover, but he was just collecting his money and keeping it. Yeah, he went to prison too.
Oh shit!
Yeah, because
I had to tackle that guy. Apparently, in the library, he would have closed his laptop. Apparently, they would have had to build a complete different case or something.
Oh yeah, sure. I think Dread Pirate Roberts wasn't the only one though. Like in Princess Bride, the Dread Pirate Roberts was not a single person. It was the name of the person that it was like they kept replacing him, so it was always a new Dread Pirate Roberts. So that's why I think that Dread Pirate Roberts wasn't the main leader. He was probably just the guy, the scapegoat.
He could have been like an admin, or like
like
a high level admin or something. They just was the scapegoat of it.
There was probably just multiple Dread Pirate Roberts.
Yeah, that guy got fucked though.
Yeah, he's in prison for like 20-something years.
No, for life, I think.
Oh yeah.
They made an example of him. They've also caught like dealers too, from like years later, with like big ass, crypto wallets.
Yeah, I mean, you'll get caught if you're not careful. Like,
Sorry.
You need to get a number on how much money they're pushing through the dark markets.
It's really not very much, considering, like, I mean, fiat money is used for the majority of all crime in the world, way more than cryptocurrency.
Yeah.
Cryptocurrency, they just adapted it into some of those because it's convenient and quicker. But
yeah, but it's also
you can't use fiat currency over the dark markets.
Right.
So maybe only the big ones are using, because it is kind of hard getting on there. You have to get a VPN. I don't
It's
know.
like an eBay of fucking illegal shit.
You know what I mean? But like, you can't use fiat money over the dark markets, and that's where intelligent people that know how to use the internet and stay anonymous on the internet do their transactions. But the thing is, half the time you get your packages seized because of they do a good job at with the sniffer dogs and things like this.
Yeah, dude, that's why you get a PO box.
Yeah, exactly. That's what my mate did.
I knew somebody that never had a problem.
All right. Well, while you guys are planning your next moves. Oh man.
What I heard is apparently 90% of internet-based activity is based on the underground net. Correct? You guys heard that as well?
Well, maybe a better idea is just not to undertake anything illegal. Then you don't have to worry about anything.
Oh, well, no one's worrying about anything. No one's worrying. It's apparently
a safer bet.
Follow all of your
African.
local laws.
Exactly.
Just follow the laws, fellas.
Everybody follows the
That's
laws.
the whole point, isn't it? Define the laws and define what pathway they're putting you into.
Except if laws are wrong, and then you could break them.
They're also pushing human activity to do illegal things. No, they want people to do things that are, not
they can extort money from.
Right.
Well, the
but they are morally right at the same
prison
time.
system in the United States is some of these prisons trade has come as stocks.
Yeah, but we're seeing like a morality catchment. You know what I mean? Like they say you shouldn't be doing these things according to the law, but people do them, and people, you know, commonly refer them as a normal thing, like smoking cannabis, for example, which is illegal across most of the world, and most people say that's completely fine. But they have this weird barrier between what's illegal and what is morally right, and it overlaps. You know, you even see police officers smugging off certain things, and especially when you start looking at the fact that magic mushroom, psilocybin, and
Plus, you're not hurting anybody else.
LSD is considered worse according to the law than things like methamphetamine and heroin. You know, you're looking at the awakening tools of the humankind being shunned worse than drugs like heroin and meth, where people do fuck and bath salts and things like this. You know.
Yeah, those
And you
laws are completely backwards, and ultimately just yeah, it's not. Yeah, no, they put all of like the entheogenic psychedelic plants and substances into this Schedule 1, which is right up there with like heroin and cocaine and all that. So yeah, it's so false. It's so backwards.
Twisted.
It's completely twisted. Yeah,
Isn't marijuana Schedule 1 in some federally in the United States? I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah,
there's actually more places in the United
Anyways.
States now where there's actually a bunch of places in the U.S. now where at least the plant entheogenic plants like ayahuasca, peyote, iboga, etc., that those are actually all decriminalized. Like in Oakland, California, and Santa Cruz, Washington D.C., believe it or not, for some reason, like that entire decriminalized them. Ann Arbor, Michigan. I think mushrooms like psilocybin have been decriminalized in parts of Denver. And then didn't Oregon, the state of Oregon, like decriminalize all drugs as well? Like even the other ones, even like heroin and shit is decriminalized in Oregon. They basically decriminalize like all drugs there.
Oh, yeah,
the actual plant like psychedelic entheogen ones are now decriminalized in a lot of areas, which is good.
If I was king of the world, all drugs would be decriminalized. It's not a criminal. It's not a criminal offense.
Yeah.
It
No
shouldn't
drugs.
be.
Yeah,
If people push forward good, like mind altering and brain altering substances, which we need as people, like the European people. I don't know about other continents, but I know that Europeans, and especially the British Isles and Ireland and things like that, have relied on alcohol to get them through the hard times for thousands of years. And how many generations are there in thousands of years? You're probably looking at fucking 200 lifetimes. These people relied on alcohol. Back in the alleged medieval times, people were drinking more beer than they were water just
That's
because they
true.
get sick from the water. So people, you know,
The
we
water was
depend
the
on
only
mind
reason-
altering substances.
The only reason that drugs ultimately are illegal, when I say drugs, I'm talking more about a lot of the synthetic ones. I mean, plants, I don't categorize plants as drugs, but the reason that they're illegal in the first place is ultimately, in my viewpoint, because of big pharma, so that they can control all substances essentially. So they can categorize, oh, these are illegal, even though they're running the biggest drug trades of the world. Like they're running all the heroin and all the cocaine anyways. Meaning when I say they, I'm talking about the kind of controller cabal people. I mean, they're running all of that, and then they make the drugs illegal just so they can put more people in prison to make money off people and to control, you know, different cultures and societal groups like with drugs. Meanwhile, using the big pharma to regulate the ones that they want to sell you, that they want to make. So they're making money off it on both sides. They're making money off of running the illegal drug trade, and then they're controlling it all through the law, and then using big pharma to then control that whole drug trade of the big pharma machine.
If you're talking
And the
about
big
drugs
farm is terrible.
being a problem in society, alcohol is by far the number one proponent of
Oh, and it's too easy to get.
That could affect other people too.
You know, it is one of the biggest causes of violence and domestic abuse. Alcohol is the
Car
number
accident.
one thing. Like you know, very rarely. You know, I don't know if I've ever heard of a case where the cops have gone around to a couple of stoners' places and arrested them for domestic violence. Like this sort of stuff does not happen. But alcohol is the number one proponent of all these things, and yet it's quite legally available, and you know, encouraged, advertised,
I'm the victim.
and
I'm a
encourage.
victim of abuse from alcohol violence.
Yeah, but imagine if alcohol wasn't available, a lot of us would never have been born.
Exactly, bro. No, that's what I was thinking, man. Like, I drink a lot, and I'm thinking I was literally created because of
Wait
alcohol.
a
Like,
second.
if my parents weren't drinking, I never would have existed to begin with. Yeah, 100%, bro. That's exactly right. So you have absolute violence caused from alcohol, but you also have the seed of life coming from alcohol, right? So it's like everything. It's like a
That's a
double
big,
torch. And like people say, you use it
big
in
push.
moderation. And it all alcohol does is it brings out who you really are inside. So if you have suffering and things you
Whoa, it could
suppress
change
from
you
within
too, though.
yourself,
Some people,
you're
it could
gonna
change them.
become, you're gonna become a different person. Like sometimes I can get so drunk at clubs and shit, I'd take my shirt off and start dancing, or I'll rack a fucking spirit bottle from the beer tab. I just lean over the thing and just rack the bottle and start drinking from it. You get so drunk, you start doing certain things. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. No one even cares. No one even
People are
cares.
just sloppy. They're just sloppy drunk.
Hey, I'm
Yeah,
sloppy.
there's
I'll
some
have a
sloppy.
laugh.
They're just
My
damn
friend, when
sloppy.
we go to like football games, he gets drunk. He gets angry. He gets really angry. He wants to fight
That's the
people.
thing. You get
Some
angry
people
when you're
get
drunk,
really
then
are
you're a
angry
fucking idiot.
drunks.
Yeah, exactly. You're a fucking. If you're not taking your shirt off and just having a bit of fun,
Yeah,
then
just
what are you
chill
doing? Why are
out
you
and
drinking? Just
relax.
chill the
Dutch
fuck out.
courage.
Have a good time.
It's
And we're
Dutch
all here
courage.
together.
That's all it is.
We're all God's people, however you want to say it. We're all just having a laugh. There's no reason getting G'd at someone. It happens sometimes. When people G at me, I G back at them. You know what I mean? How many of you guys have the courage or the will to not G up against someone G'ing against you? I think that's the hardest thing to do,
Depends on your
especially
mood.
as a man.
Well,
What
it's
would
the
you say?
situation.
Well, it's a situation, but in all terms and services. Like, at what point are you going to back down from another man trying to G on you, especially if you got the tribal character in you?
What does that mean? What does it mean to G on?
Yeah,
G on,
to front up to them, to take them on, to
staunch.
fight
You know
them,
what I mean? Like,
to fight them,
puff up
basically.
your chest, puff up your chest, and say, "I'm bigger than you."
What's that achieve?
Okay.
Really,
If someone, no. My point is,
it's a
if someone's
much
doing it,
better solution to try and diffuse the situation so you can walk away. The best weapon you have are your feet, and to
well, I
turn
can't do
away
that, bro.
and walk away. Well, that's you, because violence doesn't solve anything for violence.
What if I was to start yelling at you and calling you names and things like this, and you didn't have the ability to serve and mute me? Would you just be like, "Oh yeah, no," and back away like a little, like
What
a
would I
cub,
do?
or would
What would I
you
do?
staunch up and you say you're this
No.
and that, and
What are you
you
talking?
knock
What are you
me
talking
out
about, Gerald?
sideways?
If you started
I'm
calling me
saying
names out of the
hypothetically.
blue, and I didn't have the ability to serve and mute you, I would privately mute you. I wouldn't listen to you. I wouldn't put up with it.
All right, regardless of being over Discord, let's say we're in person and I started picking on you and pointing at you, and you had the strength to retaliate. Say it was an even fight. Would you
What do you gain from
push back
retaliating?
and
I
say
would-
and show the dominance that you have within yourself? Or would you back down?
Firstly, I can guarantee you, I'm probably a more dominant and more intimidating figure than what you are. I can probably
It was
guarantee that.
hypothetical, bro. It was hypothetical.
And what I would do, because I know this and I know my abilities, I would probably try and diffuse the situation. I do not like confrontation or fighting. I don't think it achieves anything whatsoever. But if push came to shove, and you would actually physically start something, well, of course I would defend myself, right? But then I would defend myself in such a way that you started it, but I would finish it, Gerald. You wouldn't have a chance to finish it.
Exactly.
Wait,
My
Gerald,
point
are
was,
you in Australia?
sorry,
or...
I'll say one thing.
Are you in
My point
Australia?
was it was a hypothetical argument. In no way was I referring to between me and you. You know, the point is, I was sort of referring it to my own life experiences with other people. You know, and in certain things like the club, and you can probably relate it to yourself in certain situations you've been in at the pub, especially here in Australia. You can get G'd at sometimes.
I have had thousands of experiences, Gerald, when I was younger, and I used to be
Exactly.
what
That's
they
my
used
point.
to call them back in the day. They used to call them bouncers. Now they call them security officers, but back in the day, they used to call them bouncers. When I was a bouncer, I've had thousands of experiences of people getting in my face, shouting and abusing me. And the best way is to actually agree with that person, right? You do have a point, sir. Yes, I see your concern, right? And you can diffuse. It's very hard for a person to continue an argument when that other person is actually agreeing with them. That's
correct.
that is the easiest way to diffuse a situation, is to
And
agree with that person.
correct. That's very wise, man.
Hmm.
But at the same time, you have to lower yourself and show that you are actually more than that person. Because when you give into someone's energy, this backwards energy trying to J you up, well, that's what they want. They want a reaction.
Yeah,
So
you're
if you
also
have
in
the
countries
ability
or
to not
areas where the population isn't really too armed, so you don't know what you're going up. You know what you're going up against, more
you
or
do know what
less.
you're going up
Here,
against.
here you don't.
And
So
Like
you
me
can pull a gun out right
me
away.
diffusing the
So the
situation,
best is to
Gerald.
diffuse.
Me diffusing the situation, Gerald, is actually me defending myself.
Yeah, exactly. Very smart. That's intelligent. That is like absolute perception and self-awareness as a whole, I think. And I think it's too easy, or it's too ingrained in our subconscious to react. That people actually, you know what I mean? The whole system wants you to react. The whole system doesn't want you to see it in a spiritual sense.
So
It wants
I
you to
see,
animistically
I
react.
see your attitude towards someone getting in your face,
Yeah, yeah. Well,
being
that's
and
what I'm
being,
saying,
but
man.
no,
You're
no,
probably
no.
wiser than me.
Let me finish. Let me finish my point. I see your attitude as far as getting, if someone was getting in your face and you are gonna stand up and not gonna take it. I actually find that a very young attitude to have.
It is. It is. I'm
Okay,
only young, bro.
very.
I'm only
Yeah,
22.
I know, mate. I know, and I'm not gonna say that I did not have similar feelings when I was your age too. But when you do get older, um, and whatnot, you start to see things can be handled differently.
Yeah. I'm big
But
into like,
I was fortunate as a bouncer to kind of have that training very early on
we're a bouncer.
as well. Yeah, man. Yeah, I was a bouncer in a lot of the big clubs in Melbourne. A lot of the
Oh,
A
that's
clubs. Yeah,
that's
yeah,
heck.
it's cool.
What years?
Sorry,
90s? Early 2000s?
the late
The good old
'80s,
days.
Late
early
80s?
'90s. Yeah, late '80s, early '90s, mate.
Motherfucking legend. Get a load of
The
this
good
guy.
old days when
This
men were
guy was a
men.
bouncer in the
Yeah,
late 80s, early 90s. You can't
yeah,
even get cooler than that, can you? Dead
yeah.
set, right there.
Dantor, you agree with me a lot, man. I'm starting to get concerned here that you're just appeasing things.
Basic things.
You're just trying to diffuse a fucking situation all the
Diffusing
time. Is that what's
situations.
going on?
Maybe. You'll
Gee.
never know.
I've had to go with like,
I'm gonna have to play.
I'm only young, man. Sorry to interrupt, man, but I'm only young. I'm having to go with like Mary bouncers. Bouncers aren't scary, man. I can go with a bouncer, but it's good that you learned the skill to diffuse very drunken people. Because when you have a bouncer that can be triggered and you can crack their head easily, they will show their true selves. And you do not want to be that person in a professional setting, correct? So I don't think even relating a bouncer to your own personal self is a thing, because like there's a separateness between job and your own personal space.
See, I find that attitude very, very naive and ignorant too. Like you want to trigger a bouncer and crack their
Yes.
head.
Well, when they kick,
Oh,
no, I never say crack your head. I mean, when they kick you out of your club and he's not
yeah.
letting me back in, and he's swearing at me. I've had to marry guys like just like it would. I was really pissed drunk, but the point was I was kicked out of this club and I was trying to get back in, and the bloke was just being a dickhead. He would show his personal self, was like, fuck off. this and that. But the thing is, the owner was right next to me, and the owner, like, I was completely mates with the owner. It was a Serbian bloke. But the point was, the bouncer was showing his true self in the situation. Like, the owner's right here, and he's the one paying you. Who is he to talk to me the way, the way the situation is? But he did eventually learn to just completely ignore me, to stare off in the distance when I was trying to jam up. I was really drunk and poking at him. I was saying some crap trying to get back in the club. This was like 2 a.m. or something. But he eventually learned to just stare off in the distance and not reply to me. And I just walked away because, and this is what, as sad as it may seem, I do have experience of it. You see people like really fucked up meth, homeless people on the street, and they try and G up at you. But if you just pay no attention, they give up and they go back into their own heads, So as soon as you give a reaction to someone who's unhinged, you're going to stir it up. So, Bansor, you're a very wise man, I believe.
There we go. Must be my druid blood coming out.
Oh, I mean, you're not even British. You're not even British Isles descendant, are you? You told me you're Polish, mate.
I did not tell you I was Polish. What the hell did you get off on Polish?
That's what you told me. You said
I
you're
never
Polish.
told you I was Polish. I don't have any Pole in me at all. That is for sure.
What? You said Polish?
No, I did not say I was Polish. Never once have I
Tell
said I
me,
was Polish.
you got British and Irish blood in you.
Yeah, and German and Swiss is what I've said. Yeah, never said Polish.
No, I can bring it back, but okay, yep.
No,
yep.
I'll bring it back. I'll bring it back. I'll put 7 bitcoins on the table if you can bring up one quote of me ever saying I was Polish.
I've heard
7,
it. I know someone else here
it's
has.
in.
As long as you got a British in you, you got a bit of British and Irish, then we're seeing Druid bloodlines here.
Yep,
And
I do.
I think the Druid bloodline is fucking awesome. I really do. It's got like this spiritual
Polish.
phrase
Bloody
to it.
Polish. Oh, give me a break.
Yeah, definitely. Well, that's the thing.
Exactly.
What's unfortunate is I don't know how real this whole Jesus Christ thing is and the idea of Christianity and Catholicism, but I was brought up as an atheist, and so were my parents. So that's 2 generations here. But what I've heard from before, that they're all Catholics and whatnot.
Okay.
And we still have the remnants of beautiful churches here in Australia. And these were all paying worship to the Abrahamic religions, these gods. We have this spiritual, embrace, this spiritual, energy to us that needs to be quenched by something. So you'd see that in the church. Right? You see it in psychedelics, you see it in psychonautics. Being brought up as an atheist, the only way I could quench my spiritual, uh, desire, or it's hard to say in a gay way. You know what I mean? When you have no Bible, you look into psychedelics, which are illegal. So what I want to know is, what's the difference between what we're seeing here with these psychedelics and this New Age movement, which is moved mostly by the new generations. What's the difference here that we're seeing between old Bible religious Abrahamic people and the old pagans and the New Age movement? Do you know what I mean? It's a huge concept, I think, just to do with spirituality in general. Like, I think we all have a spiritual drive to us, which makes us connected in these spaces here, especially with people like Dio. Like, he's proven, and I've heard he's more aware of the spiritual world than I could ever imagine. He's the man, and that's why he's running this server,
Mm-hmm.
What do you think, Ben? So, were you brought up? I don't know if it's out of line to ask, but were you brought up an atheist or?
I was brought up very strict Catholic, very strict. And I turned away from that as soon as I possibly could. When I was when I was at an age when I can basically say, no, I ain't doing this anymore. and turned my back on the church, so to speak.
Yeah.
And took a path there for a while that there was no God, there was nothing, right? This is it, type of thing. I did take that path for a while, and then it basically wasn't until well, there was a very tragic event in my life that um, I found a creator again, not for myself, but for the person that I had lost. I couldn't think of them basically in a hole, just getting eaten by witchy grubs and cockroaches, and that kind of be it. I wanted to think of them in a nicer place, so to speak. Not necessarily dancing around clouds with fairy floss and marshmallows type of thing. But their soul just been in a nicer place. So I kind of found a creator again, and since then my belief in a creator, but not the religious creator, but my personal creator, which is mine, not yours, not anyone else's. It's mine. I have a personal relationship with my creator. That's the path that I've gone down with my own spirituality, to believe in that creator. But yeah, no, I definitely do believe that we and what is all around us and where we are was created by a creator. Definitely, undoubtedly. I mean, no doubt about that.
Well, exactly. And we got to
Whatsoever.
ask.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got to ask if the creator is benevolent or the opposite of that. Is this creator in our best interest, or is this creator feeding, feeding on our persistence against it? And this is where you look into the difference between common mainstream Abrahamic positioning, which is shown through the Catholic Church, and the falls of Rome, the fallen empire of Rome was the Catholic Church, and Christianity in England and things like this. Was the idea that you go straight to heaven just by surrendering yourself to alleged Jesus Christ. I don't mean to swear in any vain names, but what we're seeing here is the difference between potential reincarnation or eternal life just for being who you are. But then we got to see things like people are born disabled. People are born like messed up, depending on
Yeah.
what their parents were biologically like, So we're seeing something here that goes against the Abrahamic positioning, or,
Well,
what they put forward. That's what we're seeing here. We're seeing what the Gnostics were saying about reincarnation is what we're seeing here. And we see it through quantum mechanics. We see that there's up to 14 dimensions. We see that there's the first dimension, second dimension, third dimension, fourth dimension. We're in this realm. There's something more going on than Abrahamic simplicity that you're going to go to heaven just by believing Jesus Christ. You know what I mean? There's something extremely more complex than that. And I think what I originally said was, I think they're feeding off of our persistence, and they're feeding off of our soul more than us, being granted an opportunity per se.
it's
Maybe
funny.
there is less to learn, but I think it's more of a prison-like situation we're in. No?
It's funny you just mentioned messed up disabled people. I used to often think that about a God. Like, why would a God do that? Like,
Yeah,
if this, you know what I mean? Like, it's a very simple question to make. Like, if you are this entity that is so good and so loving, why would you let these things possibly happen? And we actually went to it was date night last weekend. Anyway, we went to the cinema, and before we went to the cinema, we went to the shopping centre and went to the food court there and had a coffee before we went in. And anyway, while we were sitting there, we noticed walking along the mall there was this couple, and I don't know if it was their son or daughter, but I'm going to say daughter, right? And she was in a hospital bed on wheels, and it had all these machines hooked up to it, and she was severely disabled, messed up, really, really messed up. Anyway, they pushing her through the mall, and you could see the expressions on their face and on her face too, even though her face was all twisted up and stuff, because like I said, she was severely disabled. They seemed to be having the time of their life. They really did, right? And
Time of their life, you reckon?
Sorry, what was that?
They were having the time of their life.
Yeah, I think they were, right? Because they seemed to be in the moment, having a very joyous experience. And their daughter, their son was experiencing something. Yes, there was a lot of hardship surrounded that surrounded it, and if you just think about the effort that it would have taken to get her there, having to get her out of the home and get her into the car and all the bits and bobs, and then get her out of the car again and whatnot, like to have her in the shopping centre for about an hour would have been a day's work, right? It was a monumental task. But these people did this out of pure love, like for their daughter, and their daughter was experiencing something that she may have experienced from before. I'm just going to say first time experience, and seemed to be having the time of her life, and it was a very uplifting thing to see. There seemed to be a purpose to it. Regardless of her physical and mental situation, there seemed to be good that came out of it, and we looked at it, ourselves, and we thought it was a beautiful thing that what we saw. Right, we got something out of it. We were uplifted in seeing what we saw. So there is purpose in everything, Gerald. Like, not everything is black and white. As tragic as what the situation is, there is purpose to things, and things can bring you joy, and also to other people joy as well, and show people truly what unconditional love is all about. And that was a demonstration of their unconditional love for their child, and wanting to give their child every possible experience that they could. And like I said, it was a beautiful thing to witness. Seeing that. So maybe that is the purpose. Those sorts of things that
Unconditional love, correct? Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what I see is potentially, the truth that we are seeking, and it has something to do with the heart and love itself. Because I could play devil's advocate here, like I was thinking while you were talking, like I'm sort of I don't know how strictly I can say it, but I think eugenics is the answer to human suffering, and that means the absolute termination of any disabled person born, right? Like you see do you know what I mean? Like, there's really fucked up people that get born. You see them on TikTok live, and people that just should not exist. They should be put down safely, like without pain and harm, just to alleviate suffering. I personally believe in eugenics, and what you're saying here is the complete polar opposite. And what we're seeing here is the yin and yang, the toroid, man. It's
Yeah,
just
yeah,
how
yeah,
life is.
definitely.
So we're
Yeah.
seeing that you can find joy and love in even in someone being really fucked up. You know, as long as that person isn't in pain. But you know, either way, I'm still going to be on the eugenic side because I think you should anyone with the ability to be able to put someone out without pain should do to someone who is fucked up, because the only reason people give life to people that are disabled when they're born is because they don't believe in the soul. They don't believe in the person that they're seeing in front of them that is in pain or was born disabled or demented. They don't believe that they're going to go to another life if they're put out. They don't understand the idea of radio frequencies and soul connections. You know, we can get into woo woo here, but you know what I mean? Like how the brain is a receiver of consciousness. You may as well just
I
give
think
it
you
the
mean
best chance it
euthanasia.
has. Exactly, bro. That's my point. Euthanasia should
Yeah,
be
not
illegal.
eugenics.
And it's
Very
not in
different.
Australia. Especially euthanasia brings up the idea of old fellas, you know, old people that want to be put to death. You know, very old people that live in these rooms and then maybe they had a stroke and they can't talk properly and they're so, you know, they're so out of, you know, the toroid that they're in, they're out of the tesseract system that they just need to be put to death. They need to be put to permanent dream state. Like when we go to sleep at night, we go to the place of absolute who we are, right? And there's usually only beauty in our dreams, other than nightmares, of course. But you know, usually we go to a good place in our sleep. So go on, mate. That's what we want to talk about, euthanasia and things like this. I think it's an interesting topic, no? You know, it's something that has to be conversated about because it's taboo.
Yeah, I'm totally against euthanasia for the unborn or even children.
We
Totally
call that
against it.
abortion. Is that like a hard word to say over the internet? Abortion? Can we say this?
Oh no, it's not a hard word at all. But if you know if because we were talking about euthanasia, um, you know, if that was to be conducted on a young child or just born child, no, I'm
Well,
totally
the thing,
against it.
I
And
think
when
the
it comes
mother.
to abortion, I am 100% against it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
For
my point is,
any
I
for
yeah,
any
yeah,
situation, any
sure.
situation.
I'm big into. We can have this is a good conversation for us, bro. I'm
Mm,
big into souls and spirituality and things like this.
hmm
But I'm all for abortion because I know that a child can be born into a life that it wasn't meant to, and it can only experience suffering, right? I don't think necessarily there is one life or one soul for the body that is being born. You may, if the child was determined to be aborted, then maybe that's for the good, the best for the child itself, because that child's going to be born into a world that doesn't want it to exist. The mother is ultimately linked with the child itself. No, the mother has to at least withdraw 18 years of its life. It has to give birth to the child with intention. And if you have a child that is being born, you know, outside of intention, you know, they want to abort this child because maybe they were raped or however the sperm was injected into the uterus. Either way, it's just sperm and uterus. Like people do lustful things, and lust should not equal life. Lust should not equal life. You may as well write that down as a quote. Quote Gerald, 2022, lust does not equal life. You know, that's my point here on abortion. You know, I see the Christian and Catholic point of view, but come on, man. There's no
It's
debate
got
against
nothing. It has got nothing to do with Christian or Catholic. My point of view, at all.
Sorry, I didn't mean to
Zero.
say that. I didn't mean to bring it
Yeah.
into attention. You know,
Yeah.
I'm descended from Catholic and Christians, so
hmm
I'm not
Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah.
calling against anything but myself, right? You know what I mean?
But yeah, look, it is. I will agree. It probably, pro-life is connected with, religious, um,
Exactly. That's my point.
Christian kind of viewpoints, but that is not where I
No,
gather
no,
my.
nothing to do with you, man. I wasn't calling you out at all.
Yeah, no.
Just
I get that, Gerald. I get that. Yeah.
that's just my point on the abortion argument, because I'm like, with many topics that have been argued, these days, I'm sort of in between. Like, I see the yin and yang in most arguments. If you ever find an argument where there isn't a yin and yang, where it isn't in between, or you can't mediate between who's being said from both sides, then at that point you can yell against it. You can tell the other guy's a fuckwit, and that's why we see globers who are so deep in their globe belief calling out flat earthers, and vice versa. Yeah, flat earthers saying fucking you, this and that. Maybe it's in between. Maybe there's in between globe and flat earth, right? There's something in between.
There's many a story too, Gerald, that women or even couples, right, that have taken the decision to abort, their child, and at the time they take this decision, they think it's the right decision for whatever the reason, right, and it haunts them for the rest of their life. Haunts them, literally haunts them for the rest of their life. There is countless anecdotal evidence of this as well.
I guess it depends how old the child was when they decide to abort it. If you're
Doesn't
looking at a
make
child that is a few months old and you abort it, you're looking at like a half-side little alien thing popping out of the woman's vagina. You know, if you look at like a half-born human that is a few months old and you shit it out, this is in the woman's context, of course, they shit out of their uterus a little baby human thing, something that looks like something from the Alien franchise, And of course, if you're going to shit that out in the toilet, you're going to be like, wow, what the fuck? And you're going to be scarred. I'd be scarred from seeing a little human thing in the toilet, Like, that's a little person. It's like, bro, you know what I
I
mean?
think
That's what you're saying, bro.
well, no, I don't think when the decision is made, whether it's very early on, or as late as what you can legally do it, regardless, psychologically, right, at the moment of conception, that in that instant, right, you know yourself, you have created life. Now, I do not care
Only
what
if you
I do
inject
not care
sperm
what the scientific definition of a human is. I don't give a fat rat's clacker, right?
neither.
Because what did you say? Why not?
I said neither.
Yeah, no, it is at the moment of conception. So from the moment of conception, if you decide to abort that child, right, that's when the psychological torment, doesn't matter how far along it is, can start. Right? Because you know yourself, you can't kid yourself. You can't look in the mirror and go, you know what? It was only 4 cells. It wasn't a human. Like you know yourself exactly what you've done, and that's why women especially struggle after these decisions with what they have decided to do.
Yeah. Well, I have a mate, I'm only young, so I have a mate who did impregnate a woman because she wasn't on this fucked up birth control. Let's not talk about birth control. Very fucked up pharmaceutical medicine that fucks up women's ovaries and how they perceive men, everything, and their own hormones. Let's talk about so I had a mate who did accidentally impregnate his girlfriend, and they aborted the child and they were completely fine about it. And the woman doesn't, she's not thinking, oh, I can't believe I killed the thing. It's like, fuck it. If the child was born, the child would have had a shithole life. It would have been in orphanage. It would have been blah blah blah. I know that my mate, I'm trying to not say the names because it's a personal thing to me. But this guy, like, and the woman itself, I knew them both. Like, they were only young, and sometimes couples have lustful sex almost every night. you know Couples have lustful sex all the time without the intention of having a offspring. So of course, if it accidentally slips through because you're that fertile or something like that, or the woman's not on birth control, or you're not using a condom or something like this, of course, sometimes inceptions of another human body is going to happen. But it's like, bro, you can make another human inception any day of the week if you wanted to. So it's all about intention. If you don't intend for this child to be born, then get rid of it because it wasn't meant to exist. Because you have to give up 18 years of your life for this thing to become a legal adult, or you know what I mean?
Or maybe a
So that's
better
my.
solution is just to not have sex at all, and you don't have
Oh
to
yeah,
worry
there
about
you go. That's my point. So this is when
it.
it
Okay.
comes to the argument of lust itself, and how can people? You're not going to have sex with your significant other, a woman or your girlfriend in this case. What are you going to do? You're going to bat one off?
Mhm.
Like, man, you're going to shove it in your woman, and you're going to maybe, I don't know how crude we can get here, but you're going to release
Oh,
spermoids into wombs. If you are in tune with the reality, this is what's being taught here.
I don't
This
know.
is
You're
what's
not
being
going to convince. You're not going to convince me at all.
No, sorry, I'm just
That
talking whatever. I wasn't trying to convince nothing.
abortion is a good thing under any
I think it
circumstances.
is. I
Right?
think it is. Yeah, yeah.
They
But
look.
we can
I'm
agree
not
to
going to.
disagree, Bensor.
100%, Gerald. Like I have my opinion, and my opinion is for me. My opinion is for my wife, and we hold these opinions true. Now I don't
Maybe
force
we
them.
were brought up
I don't
different.
force them on other people. I'm not going to force them on you or
Yeah,
society itself. Right? I'm not going to do that. But if you ask me what my opinion is, I'm going to willingly tell you, what it is.
definitely.
Um,
I'll say one
um,
thing. Maybe the fact that I was born in the year 2000, and you know, I didn't even see the MySpace era. I went straight into the Facebook era around 2010, right? You guys probably remember MySpace. I was never around that. The point was,
You're a fucking
think about it.
millennium bug.
Yeah, I
That's
know.
what
I'm
you
saying
are.
I was brought up Generation Z. So my point is, I was brought up as a young teenager with pornography. You know, any naked woman you want, doing anything you want, is on the internet. And I was probably the first generation to experience this as a Generation Z, as a young person, which, as a teenager, it fucks you up and it fucks up your perception of reality. So maybe the difference between you and me is or my generation generals, sees the hookup culture and the lustful nature as sort of more of a just a thing to be had than otherwise, right? But I
oh,
never.
You
I
still
don't
got to be
know.
I've always
responsible.
believed the interaction between a man and a woman is based on
Yeah,
love. But
no,
I've been told from French women, they say, "Oh no, it's for fun. It's just for fun." It's like, no, fuck off, bitch. It's for love. It's not just for fun. It's not just for
yeah,
sexual nature. You know what I mean? Women will tell you this more than the man. They think
we
it's
had
just
we had just as much of a hookup culture back when I was a wee
exactly. It
boy.
happened in the
Just,
60s.
just it's happened. It's happened forever
No,
since
no,
Adam was a
incorrect. The
boy.
sexual
One,
revolution.
oh,
Sorry,
rubbish!
You know
I'll look
what,
up the
Bandy?
exact year.
Absolute
Sexual revolution.
rubbish!
Sexual revolution.
Absolute rubbish. Men and women have been lusting after each other since Adam was a boy. Nothing has changed at all.
Okay, I'll send
Right
you a
now,
Wikipedia link.
the forums and how you go about it definitely have changed. Definitely have changed. But the fact that you know people go around to hook up willy nilly has been around forever. It's not a new thing at all. Not at all. The difference being
We
when
did have
we
the Grim Reaper.
yeah
If
yeah
you remember the whole AIDS
yeah
scare and the
oh
Grim
yeah
Reaper
yeah
and
yeah
being
yeah.
protected, and they
But
haven't got that.
yeah, but the difference being is that our willy nilliness was in the flesh. It wasn't over a screen with a bottle of lube next to us to beat yourself off to a flat screen. You know,
No, you did it
that's
with your own imagination, didn't you? You did it with your own.
that's.
No, no, Bansor, you did it with your own imagination. With
Oh, if I ever beat off, 100%
the
it was
woman around you.
with my imagination, but you know,
No, no,
hopefully
no,
it
no.
was
It was done with the
someone
imagination
too.
with the tangible people around you. Correct. It was
So,
done with the people around you in tangible space by the imagination. That's why I've been saying space has nothing to do with the land of the celestial bodies. We cannot go to the celestial bodies. We cannot, as humans, go to the celestial sphere. Space is the imagination of what we see in our day-to-day lives. That's what we call
It was
space.
very
It's our
passionate.
imagination.
but the lustful nature of people have been around forever and a day. Now, the propagation of the lustfulness without commitment, and it's available at your fingertips. Well, obviously, you know, things like that are at your fingertips and are encouraged too. This lack of commitment kind of stuff is put in your face. But the fact that people have lusted after each other, had sex willy nilly, had affairs, had done what they wanted to do, is nothing new. Is absolutely nothing new. It's not a new phenomenon at all.
No, of course not. They've done this for thousands of years, and like for most time, sex has been based on hierarchy. You know, if you can connect the right man, then you have connection with the right slaves and the right produce of food and what's coming to you, and so it all has to do with connection with Earth's nature itself. They call it Gaia. So it's called sexual energy. That's why woman, there's this great movie called The Northman, and they say, why did Odin lose his eye? Odin lost his eye trying to find the secrets of woman, right? And the secret of woman is their own sexual ability. And with sexual ability from a woman, they can gain anything in regards to currency, status, you name it. You can see bloodlines, and you can see a woman. You can see a woman from a certain bloodline arc up to another position entirely, much higher than that which the male bloodline would do. It would almost push downwards depending on how lucky you get with the male bloodline. This is why we're seeing genetic codes. And do you know what I mean by that? You can see women that can push up to much higher, they can get a much better facing man than the man would ever a woman, right? You in simpler terms, you see very ugly men and very ugly, very better looking woman in the same bloodline, brought by the same parents, correct? So you see women pushing always the top percentage of the bloodline or the people, and men usually digging up what's beneath that. So you're seeing most men doing most of the hard work. And that's why we see the rise of feminism today, because they're putting down what men is all about. We were the ones pushing forward ever to begin with, correct? Correct? It's always the woman getting it easier. They get the top 2%, but maybe they get raped by the bottom 1%. Some dodgy cunt on the side of the road. This is why men need to protect women, and we know this. But we know there is a big divide between men and women, and we know usually women are better looking than the men, right?
Interesting take.
I think it's to me, I've lived many years, and at certain times you got to express the information that I've received. Because I've rooted a woman, and her brother was like weird as fuck. He was a weird looking cunt. He's probably gonna he's not, I excuse my French, what they say, but the woman could root a man like very good looking men, but the brother itself is probably never going to root a woman to begin with. So that's why you're looking at a difference between man and woman. And that's why you see that the man's bloodline is usually the most superior over the woman, no matter how um, um, seductive or beautiful the woman may look. It doesn't matter because no matter how hot the woman is, the man is usually, if you have a good looking man, he's worth at least 10 women. You know what I mean? A good looking, a good doing, and a good independent man is a better worth than 5 women at a time. And we know this. Even in Australia, we have more women than there are men, literally by percentages. There is more single women than there are single men in Australia, from what I've heard.
There's more single women than there are single men.
Not single. Sorry, not single. There's more women than there are men in the country.
Yeah, but it's not a huge. There's always been more women than men, but the percentage
Exactly.
isn't very high. It's not very high though. It's still very high. Close. It's
But
like
we're
51% to
yeah.
49. It's always been that way.
But we're seeing that women look
Since
up
the
only
war.
to the top 20%. The women are looking up to the top 20% of men, the top 30% of men. You know, they want the top angles of men. And what about all the men under that? You know, yeah,
Except
it's a
in
fucked up
China,
reality.
where I think there's more men than women. That
Oh,
was
definitely.
one.
We don't want to
That
talk
was
about
one.
China. We don't
One
want to talk
child
about China.
policy, which they now changed it to 2, which is good.
I'm gonna have a Scooby Doo time, Bansal.
You have a Scooby Doo. Have one for me. Have one for me.
Yeah.
Maroon.
I'll be right back.
Or 2.
Take your
God, he's
time.
funny. He's funny.
Yeah, eugenics is slightly different to euthanasia. You might want to clarify those terms next time you head into a discussion and say, I'm a full eugenics guy. So that means you're after Bill Gates's heart and you want to take out select genetic species.
Oh, it's hard to get a word in each way with him, right? To be honest with you.
Oh, is he? Sorry, Banter. Is Manu gone? Or Gerald? I wanted to let him know that in the 80s and 90s, we had porn mags, VHS videos, and lingerie sections of catalogs. It's not really any different to what it is now.
I know. He's young.
Oh, this whole
He's
fucking
very, very
OnlyFans
young.
thing's a bit different. Every third chick apparently has got an OnlyFans fucking account. Which says something about their self-esteem and their confidence just a little bit. Or how desperate they are for money. The economy, one or the other.
Yeah, I think Gerald's idea of eugenics is basically just aborting or killing people when they're severely disabled or have some sort of problem. Not actually rearranging the gene pool itself.
Yeah, euthanasia, not eugenics.
Yeah.
You can't change
Yeah.
the idea of eugenics. You just call it euthanasia.
Exactly.
Even though, you know what? Even that I have contention with, because a lot of disabilities and a lot of things that people might want to knock themselves off for are quite often, even though, you know, the mainstream says it's genetic or you've got this disease or whatever, quite often it's just nutrition. There's a deficiency somewhere, you know, like, and to think that people have been knocked off potentially in some other countries where it's legal because they were just missing fucking B1, you know?
Yeah.
It's a fucking sad thought, but I'm sure it's happening because certain deficiencies present as disabilities. It's funny. Sort of, and sad.
You know, we've had some very interesting, discussions with our friends, in regards to the abortion topic. Right, and I am very, I'm very staunch with my outlook on it. Like, no way there is not one possible situation that you could tell me where I would think that it is okay under any circumstance. To the point of the morning after pill and all that sort of stuff. I'm totally against these sorts of things.
What about if the baby's being born with no heart or no brain or something like that, and it's like definitive? You can see on the scans there's no fucking brain or there's no heart or something like that, and it's only being supported by mum, and the minute it's born, it's going to be dead. Or are there any circumstances, like if they know it's going to kill the mum, like there's a tumor and you have to sacrifice the baby or the mother, one of the two, what are you going to do?
Look, and we have spoken about that, but it's like you kill one life to save another, right? And
it is hard, yeah. I get you.
Exactly right. And are you guaranteed that life is going to be saved? Like that life that you saved, the mother, did she get up in the morning, walk out the front door, and get hit by a bus? Sort of thing. Like there are so many hypotheticals that you can throw into it, mate, to go, well, how far can I push exactly what you believe in? Is there a point where you can say yes, it's okay? And I'm firm. I really am. Like, if there's no heart, no brain and whatnot, okay, it is unfortunate. I agree. It's unfortunate, but you play it out. You play it out and you just let it, take its natural cycle.
Fair enough.
To me, it's a black and white thing, and also too, with my wife, it's pretty black and white. Now that's for me. That's for us. That's not for you, Gerald, or anyone else.
Of course not.
But if you're going to ask me, I'll definitely tell you. But I'm not going to be one of these people on a street corner with an A-frame, around my neck, going rah 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 rah. I'm not going to do that
no.
at all.
Each to their own, mate.
Exactly, but I will hold my beliefs, for myself and ourselves, and be happy with that. I'm not going to, under any circumstance, judge someone because they have made whatever decision that they have made, because that decision is for them. It is not for me, and they are the ones that have to live with that decision. So I'm not gonna then put my personal bias on the relationship that I would have with that person at all. It is what it is at the end of the day. So, and I'm happy with that. I'm happy, but I'm not going to get in a heated argument over something. Trying to push my beliefs on people. But they are interesting scenarios that you do, that you did bring up, and people do bring up. It's like, well, how far can we push your beliefs and what you hold so true? Yeah.
It wasn't really about pushing your beliefs. It was just about, are there any circumstances whereby you can see that there is like rationale, i.e., why deprive the mother of another 9 months of nutrients if she's just carrying a baby that's going to just literally die the minute it comes out? And I don't know. Is there a point? But as you said, there probably isn't a point for yourself. So yeah, that's fine.
For me personally, no. But for other people to have that rationale about them and make that decision, that is fine. That is fine.
Yeah, fair enough.
For me myself to have that rationale for myself or for my wife, no, we wouldn't make that decision ourselves.
This is why I think veganism and almost vegetarianism should almost be made a criminal act of neglect if you're trying to conceive, because so many vegans especially are spontaneously aborting. They didn't mean it. They wanted to have their kid, but just through their nutrition or lack thereof, they're having these abortions. And that's basically, you know, you're killing something through
Yeah.
neglect of nourishment. And
Yeah.
these people are probably going to go on to do that to their children after they're born. Some come around and go, shit, my kid's not going very well, I better start feeding it something else. But a lot don't. They continue on, and it's an interesting topic, that one, because so many people are doing it these days, and they don't like to actually think about the fact that it is deficient.
And I do find it rather perplexing, though, that when is a life too? You know, scientifically, you know, when is a person sort of thing? And they have, you know, very, very distinct scientific
The spark, mate.
Yeah, well, that's what I think. Why? That's exactly what I think.
Well, that's it.
Because regardless of what science says, all these people that make these laws, you don't get any of it without the spark. Nothing comes without the spark. So that's where it starts for me.
That's conception, and that's
Yep.
By definition, that's for all we know. That's when the soul's put in. You know, the soul's already there in that first cell. For all we know, boom, there it is. So that is life itself. You know, any point after that, you're terminating life without a doubt.
Yeah.
And even like it's called the same thing. Even like 2 weeks in, or even 1 week in. I mean, you might not know that you're pregnant or whatever, but tests can be done, and it would still be considered a termination, even if it was the body's natural rejection. You know.
Yes.
So they don't mince their words for no reason. I mean, use words for the wrong reason.
No, exactly right. And there's plenty of anecdotal evidence out there that well, especially women, do suffer greatly after making the decision of having an abortion. You know, psychologically, you know, they do feel that, you know, they have made the wrong decision, or it does haunt them for whatever particular reason, you know, after the fact.
Yeah, look, there's even some that have sort of, even in the circumstances like presented before, have chosen to go through with that, and even regretted that. You know, just because the process itself was so unnatural and everything, they would have preferred it to go through the natural way and whatever at home, or you know. So yeah, no, it does go both ways. There are people who are psychologically prepared to do what they are going to do for whatever reason they've justified to themselves, and you can move on with life.
Yeah.
But I'm sure there's plenty that can't. Even a tattoo, man. Some people get tattoos and fucking regret it and have lifelong regret, which is pretty funny.
Exactly right. Oh well, now you've got laser therapy or laser stuff, so you can abort your tattoo, get rid of it.
Yeah.
Leaves
It's going
it's
to
not.
cost you a lot.
Well, and it's not really totally gone from the evidence that I've seen. Like, you know, you can always slightly see the remnants of the tattoo.
Yeah, I'm part of a group actually that's doing some studies into like toxic effects, because there's heavy metals in tattooing, right? There's only a few companies that provide tattooing of colors, especially that don't have heavy metals in them, and all other fucking sort of toxins, right? And most of those, about 65% will stay in the skin. The rest of it does go into your body when you get a tattoo, and your body does have to process that, right? But when you go and have these laser fucking treatment, it like basically obliterates the ink into particle sizes that you can no longer like pick up with your eye. They're still there, but they're so small and they get pushed deeper into the skin that they can now also be picked up by the macrophages and taken into your body. So usually, quite often, if people have large tattoo laser removed, they might find for the next 3 or 6 months they've got some sort of issue that they're just not quite sure they can put their finger on, and it's like a heavy metal detox or something, you know.
There you go.
It's crazy.
There you go.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. Things people do to themselves.
I was watching.
Apparently, black's the safest color. So there you go.
I was
For anyone
well. It's
listening.
funny you should just mention it because I was just about to say I saw this clip the other day of this person from just underneath his chin, so all his neck, all his torso, all his arms down to his wrist, right, and his legs was pure black, a pure black. He had his whole body tattooed black. Quite
Cray.
bizarre. Oh, quite bizarre actually to see it. It's just like, okay, then that's quite a statement. You know, why did you stop at your head and your feet and your hands? Why don't you just go like the whole way? Really?
It's like Venom. Yeah, almost fully entrapped, but not quite, you know.
It was a bizarre sight, actually. But anyway.
How's the eye tattoos? I can't
What
even
the hell?
bring myself to think about
Why?
having that on my eyeball.
Why would you even one day wake up in the morning, the very first person to do this, wake up in the morning, you know what? I've got tattoos everywhere else. The only spot that's left now is my eyeballs, right? I'm going to get those tattooed. So you go to, can you tattoo my eyes? Like, what the hell? Now that seems
Well,
painful.
that tattooist would have been fucking off his face, so he would have gone, hell yeah, man, fucking lay down, I'll do anything.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Like,
That's crazy.
just the risk alone, like, oh my lord, yeah. Not a chance.
It's injected in with a normal syringe. It's not really a tattoo kind of method.
Oh,
But
really?
yeah.
Okay,
So
so they put like a
it's
dye.
still insane though, man. I can't. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, that's fucked up though, Flatty. That is fucked up in a major way.
Oh, if it's squid ink, that's pretty cool, but other than that,
Squid ink. Hey.
You've got to be careful with the information you're receiving, correct?
That's crazy.
And what information are you receiving? Playmorph, I have a question for you. At what
Go
point
for
did
it.
you realize that the Earth was not a globe and that we live in a system almost entirely based on, you name it yourself, but we know it's not a globe?
I still haven't come to that conclusion. In all honesty, I'm looking for definitive stuff, mate. I'm questioning everything and always have. Yeah.
You still consider the fact that it could be a globe in the space
No.
system?
No, I don't. Not in the way that they've told us, but I'm open to discovering something that I didn't think could be. That's all.
Correct. So am I. I never said I have the answers. But I think what we can agree on, Playmorph, is that we do not exist on a globe in the space system that they tell us. Correct?
No, correct. Yeah.
A good show.
We know there is no globe. You know, and when people hear us say this, and then maybe they're probably staunch globers, maybe they went to university, or you know, whoever's interested in the topic of discussion, they're going to inquire about it. You know, they're going to say, "Oh, mate, you're the expert. You're just this. You're just a dropout. I learned this at university. I did this experiment. You can suck me twat." It's like, hang on, cunt. I know more than you've ever known, you know? And you ask these questions and you look at the idea of the globe and you know if you sleep in a room with a window and you look out that window, you will see the same sunrise, you will see the same sunset, you will see the same positioning. We are not on a ball float. You know, they don't like to say ball. They like to say oblique spheroid. So we're not on a pair. We are not on a pair floating through space. This is not real.
We don't like to
This
say
is not real, and it never was real. Correct?
we don't like to say floating either.
Kosho, free fall.
They're
We are
falling.
not
They're
on a
falling.
we are not on a free fall falling ball floating around the sun. Suck me left knob twice with the left finger up your ass. Fuck you, bro. We are geocentric. We are geocentric, and that's why you're connected to the Earth Awakenings Discord channel.
Hey, what'd you guys
Because
think?
we are geocentric here, Kosho.
Were you here yesterday, Kosho, when I was having a chat with Jamie? Were you here?
Yeah, it was really boring.
It really what?
Boring? It was boring.
Kosho, really? You are a
Yet you were
harsh
listening.
critic. You are a harsh critic, Kosho, I must say.
Actually, to be honest with you, it was you that was boring in that conversation. I remember that.
Oh, Kosho, come on.
All right, regardless, if Kosho says whatever happened last night was boring, I want to ask something right now to Kosho that is the opposite of boring. I want to ask Kosho something that is exciting. So, Kosho, my question to you is, what do you believe in this moment right now, the shape, the objective shape of the Earth to be, that we all share on all the continents that we exist on, connected via this Discord channel? What Earth, what is the shape of this Earth system?
I think it's shaped like a very healthy young woman's breast.
Yes, that is the best response I could have honestly been given. Kosho, you deserve a gold star. That is a champion react to go.
Well, we established yesterday, White, that because a pigeon flies over my head, the Earth is rotating. That's what we established yesterday. It was quite amazing.
That's
So how did you establish yesterday that the Earth was rotating?
Because a
The
pigeon
he just
flies
told you.
over my head. Like, what the hell?
A pigeon
Simple.
flies over your head,
Fucking
therefore
hell.
the Earth is rotating.
Yep.
Exactly. Coriolis. Boom. You just can't detect it.
Well, this is when we talk about toroidal
Unfortunately.
fields and animalistic perception and why animals are in conjunction with our own suffering. You look at animals, they're not having a good time. They're not having the best time of their life. You look at an animal, and that animal is out in the bush. The animal's out in the wild trying to get the food it needs to receive, and it needs to get fresh water from the lake. This animal is trying to get food, and that's why you perceive this animal to exist. I drive around here in the country, here in New South Wales, a few hours drive from Sydney. I see wombats and things like this, kookaburras, creatures, even walking across the road. They say the road doesn't go through the bush. The road goes through the bush. It isn't
Is it the road?
versa.
The road.
We go through the bush, and that's why you see creatures walking along the road, because we are going through the animals' land. And I've seen these animals, and these animals suffer. Benzo, I'll finish real quick. My point is, these animals. You see these animals when you're driving. Whether any continent, you probably have a deer or something, but these animals are suffering. They're crossing, they're trying to get food. They're always trying to survive, just like us, just like us, just like us, guys.
I've got to ask.
Where's Mel gone? I feel like you've replaced Mel.
I've got to ask a question, Gerald. Right? This is serious, right? A very serious question, right? I've got a suspicion, Gerald, that you went to the Steve Irwin Linguistics and Sound Voice School. Something just tells me
Steve
you've been
Irwin.
there. Yes.
Steve Irwin. Let's ask, why is Steve Irwin so famous, and why do millions of people across the world, you know, we're only looking at 20 million people that live in Australia. Only 20 million people. And how many people are we looking at that exist in the world? We're looking up to 7. You know,
That's only the Chinese
no.
population.
Last year, the other day, I heard they hit 8 billion. 8 billion people exist in the world, and we're only looking at 20 people in Australia. And when you look at Australia, you're looking at people like Steve Irwin, and we're looking at, you know,
No.
Steve Irwin was aware of the creatures, and they looked at the souls, and he was so obsessed with the souls. And you know what I mean? He was not a sober fella. We got to look at Steve Irwin. He was probably jacked up on drugs when he went on the ocean that day, and he got stabbed by that stingray in the ocean. He got stabbed as a young man. I don't know how old Steve Irwin does. I don't know. Look, we have this gif here. I don't know how old Steve Irwin was when he was stabbed by this stingray in the ocean, but I perceive he wasn't as young as he could have been. He was on some sort of pharmaceutical, some sort of pharmacological compound that he was in the ocean dealing with creatures like the stingray. And he got stabbed in the stomach because he was so jacked up on whatever the fuck this man was on. You know, we can look at this. He's a legend. He is an Australian legend, Steve Irwin. And this is why Australia is known to many continents, because we have people like Steve Irwin. Look at him.
Oh, Crocodile fucking Dundee did it way before Irwin. Jesus
Exactly
Christ.
right.
That's not a knife.
Crocodile Dundee.
Fucking Steve Irwin.
Crocodile Dundee. You can post photos of Crocodile Dundee here. You know what I mean? I've heard the word of Crocodile Dundee, but I've never seen the images of Crocodile Dundee. I grew up with a man known as Steve Irwin. You know, and this man has seen the animals.
You're just uncultured, clearly. Your parents failed.
I have never heard of Crocodile Dundee. Can you send a GIF in the text channel?
on.
Send a GIF send a GIF in the text channel of Crocodile Dundee.
You're the millennium bug. That's the problem. This
I
whole
can't believe you
2000
don't know who
generation.
I'm not a
Crocodile Dundee
millennium.
is.
I'm a Zoomer.
There we go.
Generation Z. Generation Z.
When were you born?
I was born in 2000.
Right, you're a millennium bug.
No,
Google the millennium bug.
Anyone born after 1995 is Generation Z.
No, I'm not talking about that stupid fucking categorization. I'm talking about my categorization. Google millennium bug.
You're a millennium.
No. God, no. God, no. Way too old.
So you're not a millennium. Who's the millennium? I'm not. You aren't.
You're a millennium bug. You're born in 2000. There was a glitch.
No, Generation Z. They were called Zoomers. Thank you.
No, you're missing the glitch. You were born in the year of the glitch. All the clocks were fucked. They couldn't set themselves to 2000, and everything was fucked, including all the kids.
My question is, the question here of Crocodile Dundee, he looks like a German bloke. Look at him. He has the blonde hair, the blue eyes. And that's not the average Australian. The average Australian does not look like Crocodile Dundee. Correct? I see the average Australian looking like an Irish fella. You know, they have the big moustache. You know, I shaved my own moustache the other day, but I'm seeing the average Australian not looking Germanic. You know, we're seeing Scottish, Irish descendant peoples.
All sorts coming out here, mate.
Yeah, well, that's my point.
We didn't get the Cornish pasty from nowhere.
No, the coach is Dutch. He can suck me left nut. This is not South Africa. There is no Dutch here. What we see here in Australia is Irish, Scottish, and Welsh descendant people. Few
Kosho does have a knack of being able to visually pick a bloodline.
Yeah,
Or
dude,
if
I
he sees the
called out.
bloodline of this man known as
Hold up,
Crocodile
buddy.
Dundee, then he probably is Dutch.
I called out. Go ahead.
There is no Dutch bloodline here in Australia.
Yeah, there is. You can
Yeah,
look at
there is. 100% there's Dutch in
There is
Australia.
no Dutch
one.
bloodline
That's
here
the
in
sad
Australia.
point.
Kosho,
Oh,
have you
Gerald,
ever been?
now you're just being silly. You need to check the history, my friend. We have plenty of
No,
Dutch
no,
bloodline here.
no.
Yes,
Wrong.
yes, you are wrong. You are wrong. Wrong again.
Prove it. The only introduction we have of bloodlines in Australia, let me finish real quick, is Ireland, Scotland, Wales, England, and I mean that's the majority. And then we see things like local Australian, local Asian countries moving in the Asian populace, and
Strongest
India.
genes come from the Welsh.
Yeah, exactly. Plenty of
Yeah.
Indian and Asian people are coming into our country, but we're not seeing whatever you're talking about. Deutschland, Netherlands, people are not coming to Australia. No.
We had a huge Dutch influx just after the Second World War, for one.
What would you know about the history of my country?
So we're here for the gold in the 1850s.
Do you have a
Just
blood?
Google.
Hey, Bansaw, do you have a bloodline directly
Yeah.
connected to
If you believe
someone on
Google.
the boat with Captain Cook himself?
What are you talking about?
No.
I'm Captain Cook's great grandson.
If you are Captain Cook's if you are Captain Cook's
Directly.
great grandson, I'd shake your hand, mate, because
I
I
am.
have connections to a man known as John Small
Yep.
on the first fleet to Australia
Yep.
with Captain
Oh,
Cook.
prove it.
Yeah.
Prove
but,
it. I have the proof. I have the proof.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you
I'm the
might have
Pope's
connections.
nephew, and he didn't fondle me. I promise.
Yeah, and you may have connections to John Small, but I have connections
Small.
to Bradley Big.
All right, I'm sorry. You got me really J'd up, so I'm going to post the biography of John Small in the text channel.
Oh, gee up, pal. Puff it out. Are you going to produce a document and expect me to believe it?
No, sorry, Plymouth. I'm talking to Bandsaw. Bandsaw,
And
you post to me the link you have to the convict in Australia.
me,
I've
Bradley Big,
posted my link
right, was
to the man known as John Small.
Yeah, Bradley Big. All right. I'm related to Bradley Big. All right. Look him up.
I'm related to Dougly Doug. Look up Dougly Doug. I'm related to him.
But yeah, the Dutch are attributed with actually discovering. Well, not that they actually discovered.
The Dutch
because they were
they did not colonize
here. All right.
I mean to tell you, man, but I don't think that
you're grasping at straws here. We do have a big Dutch, Afghan, even Afghan. We have a huge Afghan.
No, we have Afghan in the Western Australia. We have what we call wogs. They're called wogs and they're called lebos. We had them in Western Australia.
If it wasn't for the Afghani people themselves actually discovering a lot of Australia and colonising it, would have been pretty much impossible. Thank you to the Afghan people themselves.
The British, the man known as Captain Cook, actually landed Ahoy here in this.
He was a pussy. He was like 3'1". Like legally, he was a midget.
Incorrect. Captain Cook landed the first British colony here in Australia, here in New South Wales. He planted the land with which I have direct connections to a man known as John Small, who was on the first fleet of Australia and landed the first colony in Botany Bay. So I have direct links to the first British colonies of Australia.
That's
And after this,
amazing.
we're seeing the people from the Irish famine. We are seeing people from Irish famine. We're seeing British and Scottish people coming in here into New South Wales. I am completely connected to the land here in New South Wales. Give us 300 years. We've held this land. We've held it against things like the drop bears. You know,
Well,
we think like the
founding
kangaroos.
Australia.
Kangaroos have huge claws and they'll cut your neck if you're not careful.
Well,
You know,
well,
we have
founding
people.
Australia is actually attributed to Captain Arthur Phillip, right? So he's attributed with founding Australia.
We have people like Ned Kelly wearing
Right.
these box neck bins
Ned
on their
Kelly
head to
was
defend
nothing
themselves
but
from the
a
kangaroos.
bandit
Kelly.
and a criminal. That's all he was, a bandit and a criminal.
Ned Kelly wore this bin helmet over his head to defend himself from the kangaroos. Kangaroos in this area have huge claws coming out of their hands. If you get into danger with a kangaroo, you'll have to be like Ned Kelly. You need to wear this helmet over your head.
Fucking hell.
Damn.
I think like fucking Erwin, I don't think you're long for this world with that cough, mate.
No.
Sounds terminal, that one. I'd be careful.
You'd be careful. Guess what, Plymouth? Guess what, mate?
Unless it's from the herd, of course. Then you're all good to go.
It's from the herb.
Oh, there you go.
It's from the herb and it's from the tobacco.
Oh, shit.
Or when you're looking at a sploof, you're looking at the mixture of certain.
Why are you mixing it? What the fuck?
If you're not having a sploof, what are you doing? You're having cannabis and you're having tobacco.
Why are you putting tobacco with it? Is my question.
He's got too much British heritage in him. That's a British way with it. Horrible mix.
No, it probably costs too much. He probably pays a lot for it.
That's a pussy's way of doing it.
I wouldn't say a pussy's way. I certainly don't partake in mixing it.
I would. I'm making a call. I'm making a claim. It's a pussy's way.
I know people who do it just for financial reasons. It's disgusting.
Yeah, I know.
Well, it has nothing to do with financial reasons. When you're looking at things like nicotine and tobacco, you're looking at the drug relation between your brain and chemical signatures released via tobacco.
Oh my God, Lordy Lord.
And you're looking at your nicotine. And this is why you see many young generations.
So what are you mixing with it? Peter Jackson or Winnie Blue? Like, what are you mixing with it?
Bond Street Red.
Bond Street. So crappy tobacco that's laced with 22,000 chemicals.
Classic Bond Street Red.
Yeah,
you know what?
It gets worse and worse. It gets worse and worse.
Yeah, that cough is terminal now. Don't stop the pot, mate. It's the only thing keeping you alive.
Oh, Plymouth, maybe you're right, mate. I won't argue.
Look, I would have more respect if you used maybe White Ox or Port Royal or
so I'm getting called out for
something
having
like
a
that.
I'm getting called out for having a terminal cough, and then you're recommending White Ox.
No, I didn't recommend it. I just said I would have more
prison.
respect for
You know what they call
more respect, right?
They call
but the
White
fact
Ox
that you use
prison.
Bond, right? Bloody Bond Street cigarettes is like a homeless cigarette.
No, Bond
cheap,
Street Classic is really
I've got pictures of Steve Irwin holding a pack of fucking cigarettes now and trying to talk to the pack of cigarettes, tell us all about them. Nicotine, yeah.
Nicotine, the dangers of nicotine. Yeah. On dawn and dusk, it comes out to mate and eat. Oh Lord!
Come on, Gerald, do it.
Man up, man up.
I'm just doing what needs to be done here. You know.
Yeah. Not with
Just have a
buying.
straight one, mate.
Yeah.
Just load a straight one up. Just blow your hair back, mate. Have a
How about
straighty.
you? How about you? In 10
Treat
minutes, I'll load
yourself.
a straight one, and I'll get back to you with the information that my brain receives from the tetracannabinoids
That will be
received
interesting.
by the
That will be
straight joint
interesting.
of cannabis via the bikies. You know, the bikie gangs here in Australia push off, you know, the cannabis that we receive. You know, 80% of cannabis pushed in Australia is done by the bikie gangs. You know, they say they're bikies. You know what's funny though? They call them Asians. So apparently there's like Asian Chinese cartel gang that produces hydroponic cannabis here in Australia, and it's like the
Nice.
same shit. So
Gross.
I live no Bansal. I live in New South Wales. I believe you guys live in Victoria and South Australia, correct? I think we're all from the southeast of Australia, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So what we're seeing here is the bikie gang and the Asian gang. So we're seeing a hydroponic gang building this Chinese underground lab. So we're seeing Chinese cannabis. It's like most of the clothes you buy. So you ever look at the clothes you buy and they're going to be Chinese made, they're going to be made in China.
No,
You know, all
you
the
just don't
plastic you
buy those
buy.
clothes. You buy other clothes. You look where you're buying
Yeah.
from. Boycott, mate. Come on. Is that why we're still fucking inundated? Are you still buying Chinese shit?
He
Haven't you
is.
learned yet?
I'm buying
Jesus
Chinese
Christ.
weed, yeah. They call it Asian. It's like hydroponic. It's either bikie shit or it's Asian shit. Like there's
It's
Chinese gangs
crap.
that have these huge like light rooms of just weed that they somehow
Yeah.
get away with making. You know what I mean? Like massive
Mm-hmm.
areas of just Chinese light work underground weed they spray with chemicals and shit, and that's what they're pushing to the average Australian person. And that's why I believe places like certain states in America, in Canada, you know, they have legal healthy organic weed.
GMO. Yeah.
GMO.
Mm.
GMO cannabis is all they push here in Australia, and we're looking at Chinese and bikie shite being pushed to our people. You know, the Australian people are more wise, probably, than the Europeans themselves, correct? You tell me correct. I say it's true. I say the Australians are more wise than the Europeans themselves, correct?
It
Not the
sounds like
average Aussie, no way.
it definitely sounds as though you are smoking that Chinese rip-off stuff, or the bikie hydroponic stuff, whichever we want to call it. But
Will you not deny that
Yeah.
I believe that the Aussies are wiser than the Europeans themselves?
well,
What do
not
you
if they're
say?
mixing
We
their
are
fucking weed
European.
with Bond.
No,
They're
Benzo chill.
definitely.
Playmorph and Bansor, what you say that we are wiser than the Europeans and the Americans themselves. We are
We
the
are
wisest
European.
here. Exactly. But we are the better versions of them. You know, we took a
No,
trip
we're just different.
across the ocean. No, we took a trip across the ocean from, you know, wherever, usually the British Isles. We set that sail all the way down here, and we are the better versions, you know. And I've
No,
been
they still
saying,
eat blood. We don't. We've got a
I've
taboo
been
about blood. It's
saying,
fucking weird.
Yeah, dirt weed. Exactly right. No. That's what it sounds like with that nasty dirt weed cough that you have there, Gerald. Doesn't sound healthy, mate. That's for sure.
define healthy, mate. Define healthy.
Not with a cough like that. I would not define it as healthy.
Hey, it happens. It happens. Oh, Benzo, how old are you, mate? You're gonna tell me that in your years you never had a cough in your time? Come on, Benzo.
Not a dirt weed
Not
cough.
all of
No.
us are your age.
Not a dirt weed cough. I haven't. No, not at all. And when it comes to smoking, you are in amateur hour compared to me. Getting my beds all ready for spring. What?
What beds?
Garden beds.
Oh, what to feed the chickens? You don't eat fucking vegetables, do you, Bandy?
To grow plants.
To feed chickens? Guinea pigs or something?
No.
To give away to friends? Poison friends?
No, to restock my supply for the next 12 months.
Oh, nice. Hopefully that's organic nature.
I only do organic outdoor stuff.
Excellent. So what, you just prepping the beds now, you said? Is that what you mean?
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
So
I'm with you. Sorry, I wasn't following.
yeah, no. We
You buried some carp then, did you? Did you fucking source some carp?
salmon, all the discards of the salmon when we fillet them and stuff, and we had we've had a couple of feeds of prawns too, so all this, the shells have gone in there, and we also too, put our mixture of worm wee on it as well, getting it all, and it loves it. It absolutely loves it. So
I think the laws are changing here. Fucking.
really,
I think we're going to actually
no.
be able to grow 6 legally very soon.
Oh, really?
I believe.
Really? Okay.
Yep.
Well, I have many a variety, but I have 4 Afghan gold seeds left.
Oh yeah.
So I'll plant another couple of those.
It's nice when you've got like variety throughout the season.
Yeah.
You're not just on the one strain.
Yeah, no, it just breaks up that that natural kind of immunity that you kind of build up.
Oh yeah, and the flavor profile, and sometimes if you mix 2 together, you get like a different thing happening than if you just have one of each sort of thing. Yeah, it's cool.
And I have my little gardener, who takes care of them for me.
Nice. Yeah, that's usually the case.
Yeah, she's
consistent with the water.
She is very dedicated, I must say. Very
Well, it
dedicated.
saves money. Women love to save money, mate.
Well, they do, but yeah, she doesn't. Well, when I say she doesn't smoke it, like about 3 times a year, perhaps.
Yeah.
And
Date
the
night.
3 times that she does smoke it, it has to be leaf, right? And has to be, right? And so then I'll roll her a Scooby-Doo, and she'll have 2 puffs, maximum 3, absolute maximum. And she has the cutest little stoner face I've ever seen in my life, mate. It is absolutely gorgeous. But yeah, but she doesn't partake hardly any. Like I said, like maybe three times a year. But she loves the smell of it. She's addicted to the smell. She loves the plant. She loves going up to the plant and just. I see her. I'll be sitting on the back porch, and she'll be down the garden bed, with the watering can and watering, and she goes right up to them and puts her nose in amongst it, and it's like, damn, it's bloody well getting more attention than what I do. What the fuck's going on there?
That's awesome.
Yeah.
What's the biggest one you've grown down there? Because I've known some people down there to grow some monsters, but obviously it depends on the strain. But
Well, here, the last couple got to about 7.5 foot thereabouts.
nice. Yeah.
But back in Victoria, I look, it was anywhere between 7 and 10 foot high.
That's awesome.
Yeah, monsters. But back in Victoria, we had a permaculture garden that would have been probably, it was 8 meters wide by about 30 meters long, all fully fenced. Sorry, it had poles all the way around it, and a net over the whole thing.
Yep. What, just a bird net or insect net complete?
No, a proper custom made net. Cost us, it cost us, I believe, a few grand. It was custom made from a company in Brisbane. It was black, not like that white stuff that you buy down the hardware. It was proper stuff. And we had all the garden beds in there, and also to the chickens. There should be free range, just roaming around doing what chickens do. So it was a proper permaculture garden with all the fruit trees, all the citrus trees, and all the garden beds in there as well. Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah. It was really good. Like proper permaculture. Like everything in there was natural, absolutely natural. Proper bed rotation and stuff. Planting.
Was it on a slope at all? Facing north or any of that sort of stuff, or was it flat? What was it?
Well, it was basically in the middle of our property because we had a few acres. So it was kind of in the middle, so it had sun all day long. But the crops that needed like partial sun, not like full sun, they were planted in such a way that they had natural shade from the fruit trees or citrus trees. So they got their shade that way. So it was all very deliberately planned and designed for all those things. And it was it actually required very little watering. In the middle of summer, if you would have like a couple of weeks of full on hot blazing sun type of thing, you would have to go in there and stuff a bit of a water. But I was actually surprised at how little water it actually took to keep things going.
Yeah, if it's efficient, and it will be, will be surprising.
Yeah.
That sounds awesome. Was the netting just bird netting, Bandy, or insect as well?
No, bird. Yeah. It was like have you been to the modern zoos where you see the monkey enclosures and whatnot, and now they seem to have the netting around them rather than cycling fencing? That netting, it was exactly the same as that netting. So really chunky stuff.
Won't perish in the UV light
No,
like that other shit.
no, not at all. Not at all. Like I said, it costs us a few grand to get it custom made. So basically, I gave him the dimensions. I put in steel poles all the way around it, and then basically around the top, I strung fencing wire around the top as a basic frame. And they custom made it so the roof, sides, door, it was all one. So basically, you rolled out the whole thing and then rolled it over the top of your frame structure. And the roof walls had a slit in it for the door and whatnot. So it was all one piece. It was really
Awesome.
it was pretty cool actually, mate. It was pretty cool. And well worthwhile. Like a couple of seasons into it, there was that much excess. It wasn't even funny. It was just like insane.
Oh, you could have done a market garden with what you had to size, yeah, for sure.
But it was good. It definitely did supplement the income. 7 kids and all that sort of stuff. If you're not buying the fruit and veg and all that sort of stuff, it makes a big difference.
Okay.
Oh, terribly sorry to keep you up, Kosho.
Huh?
Good night, mate.
I'm
Good
sorry.
night, buddy.
My mic
Have
is
a
off.
good sleep. Good night.
I realized my mic was open.
Sweet dreams.
Your mouth was open too. Good night.
Well, yeah, I was yawning, but I thought my mic was closed.
You're almost gagging on it there. You could have breathed it in. Be careful.
It definitely sounded as though you were gagging, wanting more.
Oh, guess what, Bandsaw? That doesn't bother me.
It does. I know it doesn't bother you, especially by the lights of the ISS. I know it doesn't bother you.
Hey, can I ask you guys something?
Yeah, go for
Do you remember this morning?
Please do.
This morning, I was explaining something I thought was a very interesting concept about how Newton had come up with the universal law based on centripetal force. Did you guys hear that?
I didn't hear it, no, but run it past us. I'm sure we'll.
Didn't hear it, Bandsaw? You were criticizing me when I was telling you.
Well, probably because it didn't make any sense. What you were saying probably made no logical sense. This is the ball on a string in tension and all that sort of stuff. Yes.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah. Planets and moons are balls on strings. Yes. Yeah. No wonder I criticised it.
No, but it's
exactly,
really it's quite beautiful. I actually didn't even really fully grasp it until I was thinking about it. So when somebody brought up centripetal force, but Isaac Newton himself had come up with this centripetal force, and he explained it as a circular motion when an object is for some reason drawn towards the center, like tension. So when he observed the orbits, he observed them doing that. He basically used that calculation, centripetal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's also quantum locking. So he just could have mistook what he saw for a string and tension for something that's just quantum locked and just going around something. Like he didn't know. That's why it's pseudoscience, champ. 101.
No. What he knew was Kepler's third law, and he equated the centripetal force to Kepler's third law, and then derived his equation. I don't think that Kepler's third law. I don't think you can get superconductivity from that.
I'm not from Kepler's third law, no, but still, the whole idea that there's a string being pulled in, being responsible. You can magic anything up.
Especially when this string has never been observed, actually.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
you're
and
just like
someone would have cut it by now.
Exactly.
Everybody this morning was
Just
saying
like
the same shit.
Georgia Guidestones have been blown up now, Kosto. If anyone can do anything, they would have cut that cord for sure.
That's what he was attempting to measure. He didn't know there is no string.
No, we know.
Maybe that's what they're detecting at the North Pole.
He has no idea, but the observation is the same.
But no, it's not.
It is. That's the whole point. There's something in a circular orbit, and it's for some reason drawn towards the center.
Okay, then now. Well, something on a string is not drawn towards the center. That does not happen with something on a string, right? So straight out of the gate, you are wrong. You are wrong right there. Nothing that is on a string that is rotated around is drawn towards the center.
You're crazy.
Oh, you're the one making these crazy, outlandish statements that a ball on a string that is swung around your head is drawn to the center. That's the outlandish.
It is. Nah, it is, Bandy. Well, hang on. I won't say it is, but I agree with that.
What, that is drawn towards the center?
Yeah, at any tangent point, like if you think about it, you're swinging it above your head. If at any point it was to detach, it would keep going straight. So the only thing keeping it going in a circle is the fact that the string is continually drawing it towards the middle. Right? That's the only thing. But that doesn't mean planets have got a string or that there's some invisible force, gravity string holding them in place.
No, it is not being drawn towards the center at all. There is this tension on that string. It is not being pulled towards the center at all, right? It is always moving and being pushed away from the center. It is not drawn towards the center. You are wrong. Again.
You can't. No. Oh, well, beg to differ.
You know what? I'm going to agree with you, White, just to avoid confrontation.
Why do you agree with me, asshole? Why can't you just say you agree with me?
Fucking bouncer tactics. Fucking hell.
Well, from what I hear you guys are talking about, it does seem like if you have a ball on a string and you're whipping it around, the ball is definitely wanting to go outwards, and the string is just holding it there. It's not trying to cling to the middle. It's the opposite. It's trying to go out, and it's just being held by the string.
Check this out, Playboy.
Out, it keeps going in a circle.
Check this out, Playboy. You have the ball, and you have your arm. You have the string. Okay, the ball is being pulled towards your arm. Okay, doesn't matter. You're going in circles. The ball's not being pushed outward. It's being pulled 100%. In towards your arm.
No, it's not. It's been pushed out.
That's right in my life.
No, well, you don't value your life very much, obviously, right? And that's for you to reconcile with. But it is being pushed away from you. That's what's happening.
That's a pseudo force.
It is not a pseudo force. That is exactly the force that's going on. It is being pushed away from you.
Think about it.
I didn't have to think very long about it at all.
Think about it. You're at a sex party, and the ball gag. Okay, so you pick it up off the bed.
Yeah, your ball gag.
Sure, fine. Yeah, I actually say, hey man, grab my ball gag, and then you decide to pick it up and fling it around in a circle for whatever reason. But think about what you're imparting onto it. You're pulling it towards you. You're not pushing it outward.
No.
The tension is
100% you are. That force is always going in an outwards direction. It is pushing that ball away from you. That's exactly what's happening, Kosho. Come on.
The outward direction.
You're better. You are better than this, Kosho.
The outward direction is caused by your reference frame. It's not actually, you're not actually doing it to that.
Well, no, I'd put it differently. I would say if all the force was going outward, the ball would just keep going. So there must be a force to counter the outward, and what force is doing that? Must be the string. So there's a force pulling in, there's a force going out.
Yeah, that's the centripetal and centrifugal.
Yeah, but the force on
Exactly.
that
So there's
string, but that force on the string as well is also going in an outwards direction, right? It's also going in an outwards. Or if you fling it hard enough, if you wind up that circular motion hard enough, that string will expand. Right? It won't contract. It will expand because the force is going outwards. It is never.
Yeah, the
at
net
any
force gets big enough to overwhelm the string. Yeah,
exactly right.
that makes sense though. That's what you'd expect.
So that's right. The force is never going inwards. It's never going inwards. It's always going outwards.
Consider this, Bandsaw.
There's both.
Consider this, sir. When you're going
Sir.
around in circles, okay? Going around in circles, where is the force deriving from? How is the ball applying this force on you? It's you who's applying the force on the ball. You're pulling the ball. The string, the tension is pulling the ball.
No. There is no such thing as a pulling force. Number one, there is only pushing forces. All right. So the ball is getting pushed 100%.
Isn't there a pulling pressure? Can't there be a pulling pressure?
No.
Yeah, Bam.
No.
Dell forgot about
Don't
tension.
tell me. I was before Dell.
All right, well then you also forgot about tension.
No, I was before Dell.
Yeah, it's on record. Dell's an amateur.
I think we were all before Dell, mate.
Yeah. Don't be bringing Dell into it or anyone else. Anyone else that you want to invoke, do not invoke them.
Well, there is like a resistance. Like the string is holding resistance. It's not allowing the ball to go out, but there's nothing pulling it in.
No.
Yeah, but what's causing it to go outward? Why is it even going that direction in the first place?
Weight and centripetal and centrifugal dynamics and weight.
Yeah, but you're not throwing the ball.
Gravity.
So what are you doing to the ball that's causing it to go that way?
Equal and opposite, guys. If there's an out force, there has to be an in force. Even if it's static, it's still in. If it was all out, if all the force was out, the ball wouldn't be on the end of the string anymore. It would be gone. Yeah, wee.
The point is the outward is caused by the inward, not the n-word, the inward. And anyways, it's this idea. And you guys keep saying, "Oh, there's no string with gravity." That's not the point. The point is, he didn't know. He like nobody can see what's happening. It's an invisible, magical, fucking thing. Nobody knows what's happening. And he used the centripetal formula in Kepler's third law to derive what that force had to be. So that law he came up with was a direct result of the observation.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean it's true.
That's right. I'm glad you used those words, invisible and magical. Yep.
Yeah, so he's just hijacking
mathemagical.
Yeah, just hijacking centripetal and centrifugal physics and then just reverse engineering it into this fake theory of gravity.
Oh. Hey,
orbital theory within that model.
Imagine you didn't know what the tension was. You didn't know what the tension force was. And you just observed somebody doing that. You could describe it with the centripetal force, and then you can derive the tension in the rope or whatever. But he already knew the tension in the rope, so he didn't need to do that. And so in this case, he didn't know what the force was, but he knew Kepler's third law, and he knew the centripetal formula, and he basically plugged one into the other, and then out came the universal law pretty elegantly.
It's amazing.
I think it was quite clever.
I love stories. Yeah.
That's his greatest achievement.
The person who wrote Harry Potter, very clever.
Well, sure,
Very clever indeed. I could never have come up with that.
Rich as well.
Oh,
she was the one. She was one of the reasons why they fired Johnny Depp.
Yeah, she'll learn. I think after Depp's won this one, I think he's going to go on a bit of a manhunt for anyone who went against him, personally. And so he should, because they were all riding on the back of the Me Too movement, and it fucking went back in fucking that girl's space. Oh dear. I loved it when he had his dogs here. Do you remember that, Bendy? And Barnaby Joy said, "Fucking if you don't take it out, we're gonna fucking euthanize him. You've got until 4 o'clock, or we're killing the dogs."
Right. There was outrage, wasn't there, over his two little bloody Shih Tzus were going to be put down. Oh my lord.
He was trying to make a point because obviously Johnny Depp had fucking snuck him in on a private plane, and just because you're a movie star doesn't mean you're allowed to fucking go against our bio fucking security laws and shit like that. So you've got until 4 o'clock to get him out. Well, that's it. I love it. Not just a quiet letter, or a visit, but public on television.
Look at that. That's how they MK Ultra'd gravity. In the middle of the night, like bandits.
That's just a mathematics. I don't even call that a hijacking. That's just, yeah.
I definitely do. I
Fair
can't
enough.
believe, such an innocent, untainted little G. Middle of the night, black van drove past, opened up its door, bang, gone. Into a basement, waterboarded, MK Ultra'd. God knows what sort of shock therapy it went through and came out delusional. Absolutely delusional.
Definitely probed. We'll just add that. It was probed for sure.
Oh, definitely probed. Definitely. And now, here's trigger words, and bang, it unleashes. All of a sudden, it's doing all these things. Bending and warping, contorting, attracting, repelling.
I just think it's amazing that he did. I always thought that he needed calculus for that, but I guess to derive the law, you can just use algebra.
Mm-hmm.
And then they got rid of all this and said, just tell him it's bendy, warpy space time. Throw some Einstein at him.
Actually, they didn't get rid of it.
It's not unfalsifiable enough. They had to make it a little bit more.
Yeah, but they didn't get rid of it. Newton was correct. His observation was right. It just wasn't complete.
For the last 12 hours, it sounds like you've got handlers looking over your shoulder.
You say that?
Because you're whispering all the time like someone's watching you.
I know, I'm not supposed to be talking to you guys.
Well, we know Newton wasn't correct, and we know that the idea of the globe was incorrect from the very startwards.
I think it started a long time before him.
Incorrect. We know that Newton had no idea what information he was receiving. Newton is the same as Hollywood. Hollywood is the magic stick, of the witches. And
Isaac Newton was one of the greatest minds of all time.
well, you can prove that. You can prove that in the text channel. You can post certain links and prove that Isaac Newton was somehow proving anything that you had to say. But what we know is Isaac Newton lost his mind. He was bipolar. All close accounts of Isaac Newton know he was a Freemason. He was connected with the system. Yeah.
Hey, how come
and we
we're all
know this.
whispering weird?
Oh,
I think it's just because Kosho was, and then everyone else started whispering along with him.
Yeah, this is like really creepy. I'm getting like some fucking rape vibes or some shit.
It's only on you, the rape vibes, but what we have here is secret information being spread through certain channels of information. You know, and this depends on what information you're receiving on the radio signals.
I guess it's Gerald and Kosho are both in
Are they?
whisper mode.
Yeah. Oh, Gerald has this creepy Steve Irwin kind of vibe going on about him at the moment. It's funny.
Jesus. Y'all crazy. The funny thing is, I don't even know what the fuck you guys are talking about. I just know whatever it is, it's definitely covert.
Well, Kosho was talking about Newton's laws of gravitation and this mathemagics that they fabricated in order to patch the holes of a broken, non-functional globe model.
Oh, I see.
Which they continue to try and patch and update.
Well, you think that Isaac Newton would just get everything perfect from day one and all us modern people would have like nothing to optimize?
Of course. Why wouldn't you get it right off the bat?
Oh, okay. If only that's how driving was for me when I was like 16. I had to kill at least like a few hundred people before I started driving in a decent way.
That's a lot of casualties.
It's unfortunate for those people. Good to see you survived.
No, it's okay. They weren't white, so.
You back on the road again? Was that like what, last year?
Yeah. Well, you see, last year, what you were told is actually not technically up to account when you take into consideration the stroke and tone of my voice, because it will tend to give you the idea that whatever I'm saying is valuable information that other people who talk fast and in a more normal
Well,
way
next time you can try to
give
talk
you.
like this, but you need to have some sort of information to express across to the people, you know, and I've dealt with this for many years. So I know what has to be spread across to the people, you know, and this is in regard to the human experience, you know.
You sound like a pirate right now, like out of Pirates of the Caribbean. Well, we got this
Yeah.
treasure map here, mate.
Yeah. And Steve Irwin, the pirate. Arr.
Steve Irwin, the pirate. That's a combo.
Yeah.
Mr. Smee, grab me golden hook. I've got some bitches to dine.
So, what do you think, Fallen? What do you think about the nature of the Earth?
I think it's definitely curved.
Really?
Where? What part? Like the mountains?
The sky.
The hills?
The sky definitely is.
The valleys?
I think it's definitely a globe that rotates in on itself.
Ah, so the outside rotates around the inside. I like that. A stationary inside.
And inside,
With a
outside,
rotation around it.
stationary, rotating Earth.
Oh,
Which is my favorite way to do anal with my girlfriend.
charming. Jesus. I'm sure she'll enjoy that later in life. But you can always upgrade, can't you? Upgrade!
There are no upgrades. Her ass is the only ass that has just the right smell.
Fair enough.
But yeah, I guess I'm just some peasant globe earther, I guess you could say. I'm not a true man of culture.
Mm. Yep.
Is anybody in here not a globe earther?
No one is a globe earther. No one.
Not a single person in this chat?
No one ever on the face of the plane. No one is a globe earther.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
I guess
Not
I'm
even
like
you. You can think you're something else, but you are not a glober.
Yeah, you're not.
I'm not a glober?
No, not at all.
And then why do I
Well, by
tend
the
to go
fact that
after
it's a
girls
plane,
with
you can't be.
round curves?
That's because you're a bloke, dude.
Exactly.
Jesus.
I also like the big round pregnant belly curves, you know. When I see that, it also gets me kind of turned on, you know.
Fair enough. There is something special about that. I agree.
The fuck? There's like nothing I could say that you won't agree with. Just like, well, gotta agree with that. Shit. Like, fuck.
Hey.
I mean, I know that like pregnant belly fetish is like a thing, but shit. It's supposed to be, it used to be like a sort of underground thing.
No. No, I think if you're already a father, I think you very much can appreciate a pregnant belly. It doesn't have to be sexual in any way. But there is something
no,
special about it, definitely.
It's very, very specifically and only sexual, nothing else. Just sexual.
No, not with somebody else. With your own partner, definitely.
Both with my own partner and with people who are not my partner, because I want to like fuck that person while they have a pregnant belly to see if it like results in a miscarriage.
Well, that's just really, really broken. That's
Yeah.
like there's something within the psyche there that's quite broken, mate. Yeah.
Hence the username.
Yeah, I can't see it, but fair enough. If it's very apt, that's fine.
How'd you find
I'm
the
just fucking
server
with
getting
y'all.
into all that stuff?
But on a serious note, I guess I could take a few minutes to ask you guys some questions. So in terms of like the Earth being flat, so where would the South Pole be located? Because I think I've heard that the North Pole would be located in the center. So where's the South Pole?
It's called a rim job. Ever heard of a rim job?
I've always wanted one, but instead I always get
But do they
ass
check
job.
in 24/7? The last few hours you've been getting destroyed over there, dude.
Destroyed
He's been
over
getting
where?
rimmed, has he? Or reamed?
You're looking for different answers to your silly questions.
Yeah, what do you mean by South Pole? What is that?
Like the other end of the magnetic pole.
Well, it's
You know, the
really
same
just
magnetism that draws compasses to the north.
yeah. So it's still it's based on the field, which is just happens to point somewhere that we call north. So the opposite of that would be south. So basically, south is just opposite from north.
Yeah, but magnets have a positive and negative charge, and you can actually measure the negative charge as well. So, and it will direct you towards the south.
But do you know how a ring
Positive and negative charge? That's a weird statement.
It's just another way of saying the inversion of the charge. You just say negative for short.
Interesting. It's the same point, essentially. If you get a long magnet, you've got a north and a south end. But if you cut that magnet down into a really small part, you've still got a north and a south, but it's essentially the same point, right? But just different directions. The field still goes from that point one way back into itself. It's a point.
Yeah, pretty much.
Right? So you think of that how you will on a flat plane. So there's a north point. It goes out to all the edges. And from there, because we're not allowed down there and we can't discover, does it then go back under to the north? I don't fucking know. Or through the earth back to the north? I don't know. But it's the same point.
Well, what if we just kept going though? Would the magnetic charge get any weaker or something like that, past this edge?
Well, who would know? If let's just say there were multiple, let's say they're on a big flat plane and we're on a little section in a pond with its own little north pole, and somewhere out yonder on the plane there's another little pole with its own little earth going on, its own little pond. It's possible that if you were to walk from one to the other, you'd be moving away from the one you're in, and it would get weaker and weaker, and then you'd get towards the other one. But as we know, when we go to Antarctica, we do know that the south magnetic field lines, they pull down into the earth. Before you get to the pole, they're already pulling down. So there's something going on that's different to the north. Compasses are very different. Magnetic ones are very different in the south for that purpose.
Okay, that's interesting. Well, that kind of raises some questions because thinking about multiple north magnetic poles spanning out for an infinite distance would sort of imply that this could be an infinite flat plane or something, which makes me wonder about the stars a little bit because of the way they work and also the way flight paths work. Huge flight companies like Boeing, Qantas, and Airbnb. Or not Airbnb, what the fuck? Airbus, I mean. Some of the flight paths they take, I don't know if they would work on a flat plane now that I'm just sort of thinking about it.
That's all very much dictated by altitude, speed, presumed distances in the southern hemisphere. So, there's lots of variables there that no one sadly can verify, especially you on your own.
But I think you can for a couple reasons. So one, we do agree that a plane basically has to take a straight path to its destination because any other path is a lot further than a straight line. A straight line is the fastest way to get from point A to point B. And the second thing is that fuel consumption actually means that a lot of these aircraft have a limit to how much distance they could fly. So it could be the case that on a flat Earth, following some of the same paths, you wouldn't be able to make it to some of the destinations that are commonly traveled by Qantas and Airbus using that same pathway with the limited fuel that these things can carry.
That's based on assumed distances and assumed efficiencies and all these assumptions. Look, I understand what you're saying. Given the standard model and everything we know, these things shouldn't be practical. But the straight line, I'd argue with, because quite often flights will take a deviated path just because it's economical to stop somewhere and pick up more people. Right?
Well, yeah,
so it's
there's
not
that.
always just straight lines.
From fueling station to fueling station, you're going to be going in a straight line. You're not going to just go on some large, curvy, weird path for some reason because that's just obviously not going to work. And, you know, if you've ever been
Generally,
on a
yeah.
commercial flight, which I'm sure you have, like the plane goes straight between destinations.
Yeah, but you also know they've got to allow that 20% fuel in case they A, have to circle around at the end for whatever reason, or there's a big fucking storm or something, or a volcano erupts or something they've got to go around. Like they have to allow excess. So you can't say that there's
Yeah,
a
they do have
possibility that that
an extra
excess can't be
20%, but
used to, yeah. So they're
yeah.
not just limited to the distance. There's
But the thing
20%
is,
that
if we're going to
could be
grant
used
that
up.
they need that extra 20%, that just kind of moves the problem somewhere else. With now the flight paths have to be paths selected that leave 20% of the fuel in the tank, which still leaves us with a sort of finite variable because, you know, the flights are so common, they need to be successful repeatedly over and over. And so actually, if anything, that's kind of in favor of my argument because that means they've got even less fuel to work with if they have to leave 20% in the tank every time.
Not really, no.
Well, instead of just assuming numbers, why don't we actually start calculating distances and fuel efficiency? Because I
You
think we could
can't.
actually just do
What's
that.
the speed? What's the speed? How fast are these planes
So
going? And
planes
how have you
typically,
verified this?
especially these mega jets, go about 340 miles an hour.
Okay, but how has this been verified? Because at the end of the day, apparently these planes that hit the Twin Towers were going at speeds that they shouldn't be able to physically go in the density of the air that they were going in. Yet they did. Right, so they defied the laws of physics. Yet for some reason, when a passenger jet goes up, it's
Well, you know
limited to what they tell us.
those guns
Like
that
what?
cops use to measure the speed of cars? I mean, if you really doubt what's being said, why don't you just get one of those and point it at a plane?
Oh my god.
Really?
There's a
They
little bit of
wouldn't.
atmos between me and a plane, champ.
You really think you can point one of those things at a plane?
Not when it's miles above you, but as it's taking off, definitely.
And
exactly.
So
now we
you
have
don't want to measure the speed of a
now we
plane?
have the takeoff speed of a plane. Now, what do we do with that information now that we have the takeoff speed of a plane?
Well, it probably is definitely going to be a greater speed than you say is possible with air density and whatnot.
What speed have we said is possible with air density and stuff?
Well, you said that 340 miles an hour is not possible. So, I mean, that kind of gives me a ballpark.
Did we?
Did I say? No, I don't think I said that wasn't possible, mate. No. You seem to
Well,
think it
then
was
what
a
speed
limit.
are the planes going?
Oh, that's a good question. Mate, in the southern hemisphere at high altitudes, I don't know. It could be that the air's a bit denser down here, a bit higher because it is colder, right? Which is why they don't fly typically over the South Pole because it's so cold. You know, they fly over the North Pole just fine. So surely the air's a bit denser down here. Surely it's a bit thicker, a bit higher. So maybe they can get out of the trade winds a bit more in the southern hemisphere and cruise a bit unobstructed, you know? Shit.
And are they in a jet stream or a trade stream? Like, you know, what are the factors here?
So
different
why not just take a look into the cockpit and see the actual speedometer?
Okay. Well, you know what? Next time I go on a plane, I shall knock on the cockpit's door and say, "I just want to check out
No,
your
not like that.
your speedo, champ. I just want to check out your speedo." Well, how else would I do it?
Not
How
like
else would I
that.
check it out?
I mean, like before the flight actually begins. Oftentimes the cockpit is actually open.
Oh, before the flight begins, I knock on the door, say, "Can I check out your speedo there, champ?" And he goes, "Yeah, sure, come in." And it's going to read 0 kilometers an hour. 0 kilometers an hour.
Wait,
Gee,
I actually recently took a
healthy.
flight to Vegas from California. Yeah, so I actually recently took a flight to Vegas from Lodi, and actually the cockpit was open, and they didn't mind me staring through, looking at the technology and the speedometers and stuff. And the speedometer goes all the way up to about 800 kilometers an hour, which in miles per hour is like 500 something. Not that the planes typically reach over 500, but clearly if it's set that high, then it reaches speeds that are fairly about that amount. And on top of that, you could use other methods to just calculate the plane's speed from the ground. So if you know the altitude of the plane and you use some trigonometry and you time it from reaching any given point A to point B, you could actually calculate how much distance it crossed over a given period of time, which would allow you to essentially get the speed.
Well, yeah, I suppose you could, like this method that you're saying that you can do. Have you done it with any sort of success yourself?
I've done something similar, but not with planes, but rather a satellite.
With a satellite, okay. And how did you do it with a satellite? Can you explain the process to me?
So here's what you have to do. Parallel to gravity, you have to set your telescope up at a completely perpendicular angle. You could do this with a plane as well, by the way. The principle is the same. And then you select another angle for that telescope to be. It could be just about any angle. It doesn't really matter, but you probably don't need much of an angle change, like only a few degrees would actually work fine. But the more degrees of change you use, the more accurate of a reading you might get. But if you're like precise and careful with it, it shouldn't matter. What you have to know is two things. One, the actual altitude of the object, which you can calculate if you know the size of the plane and you know what the model is of the plane flying above you. So, for example, if it's a Boeing 747, let me just look up like the width of the plane.
Oh, it's all right. You make it up. Say it's 50 feet. Doesn't really matter the exact. Just say it's 50 feet.
Yeah, let's just say it's like 200 feet long, for example. And you can, so let's say it's 200 feet long and you're looking up at it and you measure it yourself from your current standing point. And let's say from your perspective, it's about 1 inch long. Or let's just say 1 foot, just so the conversions are easy, but it's actually going to be closer to like 1/4 of an inch in reality. But anyways, what you want to do is use the law of perspective to convert that information into a distance. So you know that relative to where you're looking at that plane, you can essentially form a differential. So basically, if the plane is 200 feet high and from where you're standing, it's 1 foot wide where you're looking at, not 200 feet high, I got fucked up there. If it's 200 feet long, a lot of numbers here, and if it's 1 foot long from your perspective, you can use that information to convert how far away it is. That'll give you the altitude. And from there, you could just basically calculate the distance that it traveled from point A, which is perpendicular to where you set your telescope up, to point B, which is the slight angle change of like 2 degrees or whatever you select. And that's how you do it.
Right. Okay. And is this object that you are pointing at, is that flying parallel to you? Is it?
Yeah, so you just have to get it to be right overhead, or if you don't want to do that, you actually don't have to. As long as the plane is flying in a path that doesn't change its distance from you from point A to point B, then it'll work. But if you do choose a path in which its distance is changing from you, and when you're comparing point A to point B, then you want it to fly like pretty much as close to over your head as you can.
So wouldn't that object that you were looking at, isn't it always changing its distance from you by nature?
It depends. So
well, it would have to be. If this object that you are viewing, is going in a circular orbit, and that orbit is to the center of the Earth, you aren't at the center of the Earth at all, right? So its path is not going to be equal distance at any one particular time. So the way that you're measuring it from the outset is flawed.
But actually, it can be an equal distance from you. Not between point A and point B, but at point A and at point B. And the way that would happen is, let's say at point A, or let's say directly between point A and point B is its closest point to you. And the distance from point A and point B at that middle point is equal. In that way, it actually will be an equal distance to you from both those points.
Okay.
In between, it'll change, but you get what I'm saying, right?
Okay. Yeah. And also, too, right? You are calculating a perfectly straight line travel when, in actual fact, it's traveling in a curved path. So it's actually traveling a longer path than your straight path that you are calculating from. So there is a second flaw in your calculations right there, just on the
Well,
very.
that's actually negligible because that curve won't significantly increase the distance unless you're talking about a very long distance. In which case, yeah, you'd want to account for that curve using some extra geometry to get a more accurate reading. But
Well, I would say anything that's traveling at 17,500 kilometers an hour is probably traveling a fairly long distance anyway. Just putting that one.
Well, we're
just putting
talking about
that one out
calculating
there.
like the distance over less than a minute, really.
A minute,
and
a
also,
second,
do they go 17,500 kilometers an hour? Because that's pretty fucking fast. I thought they went.
Well, if they
I'm gonna
do an
actually-
orbit, if they do, or if it's anything like, I think the ISS might be about 17,500. I don't know if that goes for all of them, but I was just putting that figure out there. I could be wrong with that figure, but but regardless, they're traveling pretty damn quickly, whatever the figure is.
Yeah, I just looked it up. They do travel pretty fast. The Boeing 747 caps out at about 600 miles an hour. So
yeah, but we were talking about satellites here. We weren't talking about the because that's what you've done. That was the example that you put out there, measuring a satellite. You hadn't done it with planes. You were talking specifically about satellites. So
oh yeah, so with the satellite example, the thing that actually makes that a little bit easier, you can do this with planes too, but you could actually use information on Google to see where it's going to be beforehand. So it'll tell you exactly what point in the sky to look, and you'll see it beforehand.
Handy. Yep, handy. Yeah, definitely handy. So you know where to point everything, and like I said, you presume it's traveling parallel to you, it's traveling in a straight line. Like all these things apparently don't matter at all when it comes to the calculations because they're negligible. Well, I don't know. Maybe work out what
Well,
they
just the curve thing,
actually are.
because
compare 'em.
relative to the Earth's curve, the amount that it would be curving over like the couple seconds, arc seconds that you're looking at is so small that technically it would increase the distance just a tiny bit. But let's just grant that for a second and say it does increase the distance because that's what a curved path does as opposed to a straight line. In that case, that would actually further the point that the plane is moving a lot faster than we think, because the claim that you guys have, or that I heard, was that the plane can't reach such a speed. So let's say you do that calculation. Regardless, you're going to get a bigger number, which sort of points in my direction of argument. So, yeah.
I don't know the claims that are out there, and perhaps instead of doing it with a satellite, perhaps you should pull out your telescope and do it with the next 747 that's going to be flying overhead. Work out the path, get a straight line, go from point A to point B, work it out and come back with the figures. I don't know what they're going to be. Absolutely no idea.
I might actually do it. I might even make a YouTube video on it because that might be something people would like to see.
Sounds like
that sounds like a pretty cool idea.
Of course. I'll give you that one for free, but only this one. All other ideas are going to cost you a spotter's fee.
But there are other questions that I have about flights, for example. So the thing I'm interested in is when you're in a plane and you're looking out the window, you could see what land you're flying over. And I feel like, so I've seen maps of both globe Earths and the round Earth, and although they are like analogous in some ways, they like share some similarities. The way the curve is on a flat Earth is a little bit different, such that some countries like Australia and others are just, they look a lot bigger and they look kind of different. And I was wondering, if you were in a flight, for example, to go from one end to the other, what would you actually see? What would be different? Because I feel like with the amount of people going on flights, somebody would have noticed something obvious, right?
Well, I'll tell you what you see, and I'll talk about Australia specifically because I've been pretty damn fortunate to fly across this great land of ours many a time, from east to west, from north to south, and lots of other flights in between. And you go in and you check in and you get on the plane and you take off and you're waiting for your little bevy to come and your little ribbon sandwiches, and you flop down your table there and you get yourself all comfortable up to cruising altitude, and you pop open the little shutter there and you look out the window, and oh my Lord, what you see is the land as far as the eye can see. Land, like, it's amazing what you can see, like so much land, paddocks and dams and rivers and mountains occasionally. Like, you see all this land, right? And then you fly over more land, and then you fly over more land, and then you land, right? So you see a lot of land, exactly, right? But if you actually think that you're going to get in a plane high enough to see Australia just out that little window all at one time, you're kidding yourself. You're not going to do it.
Well, that's not what I was saying. What I was saying is that there are flight paths that intersect with certain pieces of land, from what I could tell, on a round Earth, but not on a globe Earth. Or, I mean, on a
Sorry?
flat Earth, but not on a globe Earth.
So what land would you expect to see on a globe Earth that you wouldn't see on a flat Earth? Like, well, I'm actually really curious now. Like, what sort of land would you expect to see and not to see when you are 35,000 odd feet traveling over, looking at land and land and land and land? What sort of land would you expect to see or not to see?
Well, let me take a look.
Black land.
'Cause I'm going to look at a map and see some flight paths. And
Okay,
there
you
was
look
one
at the
in
flight path.
particular.
Yep. And tell me what you would expect to see when you're looking at that little window across the wing. Like, what sort of land would we? I'm really curious now. Maybe I should be seeing something that I'm not. Damn. Apart from land.
Oh, so I'm looking at the different flights they do. There's this one flight that is a direct flight from Sydney to Johannesburg.
Johannesburg, yeah.
And so the flight duration is 13 hours and 20 minutes at a speed of 830 kilometers.
Uh-huh.
But the bigger thing is the line and what pieces of land it intersects between those two areas. So to get from Sydney to Johannesburg on a round Earth, it's a 13-hour flight moving at 840 kilometers per hour. But on a flat Earth, if I draw a line straight from Sydney to Johannesburg, it actually crosses through Asia.
Right, really? Okay.
Just drawing a straight line. And apparently it's a one direct flight. There's no stops in between because it's one of those big ass planes. So yeah,
So it's possible. that there's a jet stream that it pops into, and it doesn't go in a straight line. It goes around, pew, and it goes faster. Like, how do you know? You don't know this.
Well, you'd have to
If
go
only you
significantly
could
far
know.
around, like to not cross through Asia. You'd have to like take a really far around trip to like avoid it. And I feel like that would just be
Is
a
it-
lot less efficient fuel wise. Fuel is expensive on these planes. These companies have to make money, you know.
Oh, they
Yeah,
make
but if
money,
it's in a jet stream,
yeah, and they definitely don't lose money. Like you pay for the money, so don't worry about them making money or not making money. They're making money, or a majority of them anyway are making money. The ones that are still in business, that is for sure. But and what would I expect to see? What would I expect to see traveling from Australia to Johannesburg? Let me think. So I would take off and I would see some land, a bit more land, and then I'll probably see a lot of water and more water. Maybe some clouds, a bit more water. Might see a bit of land. Might fly over an island, maybe. Who knows? Right? And then I'd see more land. These are the sorts of
But
things that I'd be.
normally between
These are the.
Sydney and Johannesburg, it's mostly just water for 90% of the flight, it looks
There
like.
you go.
At least
There
that's
you
what
go.
Google Maps is showing here.
Well, see,
beautiful.
your question was very specific. What would I expect to see looking at my little window? I've described very clearly what I would expect to see when I look out the window: land and water.
Okay, so here's the question. Looking out of your window, would you be able to tell if you were looking down at India, for example?
Me, not at all.
Well, what if beforehand I was to give you like some photos of what exactly to expect when you're looking down out the plane that would indicate that it was India?
Oh, maybe if there was some recognizable thing that I was actually looking out for, I may be able to see it. If I recognized a particular landmark or mountain range or something, I may be able to
Yeah, something
recognize.
like that.
Yeah,
So I'm like comparing the two flight paths on a flat Earth and a globe Earth. On a globe Earth, this flight is 90% ocean. But looking at this same spot where you would be over the ocean, on a flat Earth, you would be over Gandhi in Indira International.
No, it
Well,
doesn't
see,
go straight. Don't
uh,
assume it goes straight. It follows the ocean.
and I would expect too that that plane would probably be flying the safest route. That would be the one where the airways are less congested. Now, if I'm going to be flying over any land near any major airports and whatnot, I'm going to have to be
Well,
dealing with
here's the
more
thing though, on
congestion.
the flat Earth,
So
to go around
logistically,
and to go around and fly only over the water would be like way out of the way. That would be like a huge curve around. That would be
maybe
Who cares?
it's
How
like
far out of the way it is?
what is the issue with it flying over water? I don't really see the issue with it flying over water.
No, I'm saying like to fly over water, it would have to go very far out the way. But on the flat Earth model, you'd expect it to go over Indira Gandhi.
Why
No,
would
you
you
wouldn't.
expect it? You know, you would expect it. Or why would you expect it to?
Why would I expect it to fly over water at the given point and altitude? Because that's what the Google Maps say. And that's what I assume you'd see on the flight, as a lot of people have been on these flights. Not one person has noticed that they weren't over water during that given time.
Yeah, but you are assuming that the flight would have to take this particular path in a straight line. And I'm asking, why would you assume that?
Because it's the most efficient path
actually,
from point A to point B,
yeah.
and it saves enough time that the plane can actually, you know, make it there.
Well,
No,
they
you
make
assume
it.
that.
Yeah, they do make it there because planes aren't falling out of the sky left, right, and center. So we can be comfortable that they
Yeah.
do actually
Yeah.
make it there. Right. So, That's not really a concern at all.
No, but like the assumption you make when they go, say, in a straight line over the countries, over the land, is because you think it's going to be more efficient, straight line, right? But you've got all the things that land, all the airports like Bandy, flight paths, all the other planes that you've got to deal with. So it might not actually be the most efficient path in terms of having to deal with all of that crap. Now, they also might, when they follow the ocean around on a flat plane, they might get into a jet stream, right? There might be faster jet streams around the outside at the edge or whatever that make it so that it can, within its limits and with assistance of a jet stream, travel that distance in a very similar time. You can't say it's not possible.
Well, I wouldn't argue that a very slight deviation off of a perfectly straight line to the path could be more optimal for all these little conditional reasons. But I think you'd agree that a path that needs to cross almost twice as much distance because of the massive curve it would have to take would just definitely be less efficient regardless of jet streams and whatnot.
Well, no,
And
because if
I
there's a jet
highly doubt
stream
that a
going
lot
at
of these planes
500
would even be
k's an
able to
hour,
make it there off of that much fuel.
no, but you're missing the point. If there's a jet stream that does half the work, and you can still maintain your efficiency of an airplane within that jet stream, but the jet stream
Well, wait.
itself
How do we know it's
happens to
going to
be
do
cruising
half?
along.
That's a lot.
No, but irrelevant. So hang on, what's the speed of an airplane? Like 500 or 300? So for the
Miles
plane to
per
get to
hour, yeah,
double
something like that.
ground speed, so for a plane to do double the ground speed, it just needs an assistance of a wind of 300. So that's very realistic. These jet streams, these trade winds go
Well,
much
it's
faster
not
than
just
that at
about
times.
the speed of the wind, but also the impacting force. For example, no matter how fast wind is moving, it's not going to turn over a stone wall. But a wind that's moving slow but is very thick and dense, like let's say instead of wind we were talking about water hitting that stone wall, that actually might be able to turn it over because it has more mass to it. As you go higher up in altitude, the atmosphere thins out. So, I mean, like the effect is going to be mitigated as you go up. I'm not saying that jet streams are not taken into account to some degree. I could like talk to some flight experts and see like what sort of role that plays. Maybe there's something interesting to learn there. But
oh, mate,
I'm kind of
the fact that you
skeptical at
can't
the
rule it
idea
out
that
is enough.
Hold on, what'd you say? I couldn't hear you.
The fact that you can't rule it out, like it is a possibility that there is a jet stream that happens to be assisting a plane around. Not going against it. I'm not saying the plane's going into the wind. It's using the wind. So it's actually assisting. It's actually beneficial, more efficient for a plane to do that potentially.
Well, how about I just look up like how much a jet
et
stream
cetera,
affects a plane?
That's
Because,
it.
you know, all pilots would have to know this for us not to get fucking murdered every time we take a flight. So I'm sure they've got information somewhere about it.
No, because they're just flying within the conditions. They take a path, they set off, off they go. Like, what would be weird for a pilot? Let's just say the path was over land, but every time the plane like was set up to be over land, but every time the pilot took off, it was always over ocean. Like, and the pilot's looking down, going, "Fucking hell, we're supposed to be over India right now. What the fuck's going on?" Oh well, but we're on the track on the screen here. Like, that would be weird. Pilots would be questioning that. But when a pilot's over the ocean, when they're meant to be over the ocean, they don't care. When they land at their destination, they go, "Sweet, that all worked out. Sweet, I don't care what happened in between."
Well, the point that I'm making is that, like, so I guess the question here is, can a jet stream literally justify, like, doubling the distance that a plane has to fly?
Yes.
Oh,
It's
here
all
we go.
about speed of the wind, mate.
I once took a 727 from Denver to Dulles that took less than 2 hours runway to runway. Normal time flight is about 3 hours. The pilot came on the intercom at one point during the flight and said, "If you've ever wanted to go supersonic, you just have. We are in a very fast jet stream." There you go. Boom. So
There
they
you
cut off
go.
they cut off an hour just in a 3 hour, which is normally 3 hours. They cut a third off their travel time because they hit a jet stream. That was a very simple Google search, actually. Okay, cool. All right, next.
Yeah.
Next.
Yeah, and not only that, that original flight might have only been 3 hours, purely because of maybe some headwinds that are usually involved. So now that we're talking about the southern hemisphere and potentially a jet stream that just goes in one direction all the way around, there are no headwinds at all. So it's just all just yeehaw, boys. Let's
Happy
take this thing to
days.
fucking
Let's
Johannesburg.
go ride 'em, cowboy.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Not to mention quantum locking.
Oh,
I'm not good at Star Trails names.
Exactly.
So I just looked it up, and apparently there's a limit to how much deviation a plane can have from a straight path if it's crossing half the globe, because there's not a single flight that travels more than half the distance of the entire globe, because obviously they just go the opposite direction. And apparently planes are designed to just be able to meet that threshold at minimum. So meaning like the maximum distance they can actually travel is about 25,000 kilometers, which coincidentally is just a little over half of the 40,000 kilometer circumference of the globe Earth model. And that extra 5,000 is just like that 20% leeway, I guess. And if they were to take a curved path, they actually probably wouldn't make the destination. So I'm reading some articles on jet streams. It's hard to find stuff on Google, but some of them say that they could help as much as 20% in terms of fuel efficiency. So I'll grant that's a lot. 20% is a lot, but 20% is not double. I'm not saying that I might not find an article that would say that we get like a plus 100% efficiency with a jet stream, but I haven't seen it yet. I also see something else that actually, as a plane is entering its destination, it typically flies against the wind for safety reasons when landing. So that's another thing that seems interesting.
Okay. So flying against the wind is a fairly simple thing, isn't it? Because the
course it is.
runways are set up exactly like that at the airport. Exactly like that. They can change their direction and stuff at any particular time. North to south, south
Yeah.
to north, east to west, west to east. They can change the orientation at any particular time due to the winds, obviously for safety reasons. And that's what they do. They do it every single day. Probably change it during the day if things are changing. That's not surprising at all.
Oh, definitely. If you've got a storm passing through and the eye of the storm or whatever goes past the airport, you'll definitely be switching your landing sequence for sure.
I don't see why anything like this is unusual or even in contention as an issue myself.
So is Google Maps lying when it shows that the flight path is a straight line here? Because, I mean, that'd be kind of surprising and seemingly unnecessary.
I don't know what Google Maps does or doesn't do in regards to tracking planes movements. I didn't know Google Maps was a plane tracking app personally, but
also, another thing you could do is if you calculate the average speed that the plane is moving, and you also time how long it takes to get to the destination, no matter what path you're taking, it's not going to matter because you could just tell that the distance of that path, if it's curved, is going to be longer than the straight line, and that math just might not work out.
Oh no, not
You
nice.
are always taking a curved path, I would have thought, on your globe.
Curved relative to the Earth's surface, though.
You are taking a curved path. You ain't taking a straight path, you're taking a curved path.
Well, even accounting for that, if I look at that destination I was talking about before, with Sydney to Johannesburg, it looks like the average speed that you would need to cross that distance on a globe would be 830 kilometers per hour. But on a flat Earth, you would need about 1,700 kilometers per hour, which is almost double.
Well,
or actually, that's a little more than double.
That is assuming the things that you are assuming that plane that you assume is going to be doing on your assumed map and path.
Well, I took the two closest points. So this is basically like the steel man for both the globe and the flat Earth. Like I drew a straight line between both. And you guys are the ones saying that it's actually going to be a curved path on the flat Earth, which would actually make that flight take even longer. But just for the sake of argument, giving you like the best sort of steel man, I actually did the straight line anyway, which would be weird because you would go over India. But regardless, it looks like the average speed required to get to that destination in that time would be nearly 1,800 kilometers an hour. And on a globe, it would be 830 kilometers per hour.
Interesting.
Right, so there's 1,000-kilometer-an-hour trade wind. Boom! Fucking hell, get over it. Prove me wrong.
Exactly. Wait, so you're telling me that you think that the plane's just going to fly 1,000 kilometers per hour faster?
Not telling you anything, actually.
No, it's flying at the same speed it's flying, but it happens to be within a medium of wind that is traveling at a higher speed. Do you understand
Yeah,
that?
but like
or do you not
relative to the
understand that?
ground, relative to the ground, you're moving 1,000 kilometers per hour faster still.
Yeah, but who cares relative to the fucking ground, dude? Who gives a shit?
Well, like if you look down, like you wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
Well, you're on ocean, and you're up high. Do you think a human's going to look
if
out
you're
the window
over
and
land,
go,
for
geez, we're
example,
moving so fast?
be able to tell the difference between going half or double the speed?
Over
Like when you're
land,
in your
a certain
car, like
altitude, yes,
surely,
you would
like
see.
when you're looking down at the road and stuff, you could tell the difference between 60 and 120.
Oh, dude, we're talking in the 30,000 feet range. Like, perspective doesn't allow you to see that over open ocean. All you see is ocean, mate. You know this.
All right, well,
Don't be
then instead
silly.
of
Move on to a
that,
different
there's
argument that might have some legs to it.
Yeah.
okay. Well, how about I just find another way for you to measure the speed of the plane that you might be satisfied with?
You can't.
Planes
Unless you're
do
going
what
to say GPS.
planes do what planes do, and apparently they're not actually traveling at 500 kilometers an hour anyway. They're traveling well above that. They're traveling at, I don't know, maybe around the equator. They're traveling at 1,500 kilometers an hour. If you really want to get technical
Look out.
about it, right? So,
yeah, there's a trade wind, isn't it? Rotation.
Isn't
Whatever you've heard.
it? There's
Yeah.
there's the biggest trade win of all, and they're doubting that.
And that one's just accepted.
Exactly. I just thought I'd throw that one in just for a little cherry on top. Since we're talking about speed.
So actually, you can measure the speed of a plane while you're on it using a speedometer.
A speedometer.
With a tool that is called a gyrocentrolicon.
Yep.
Wow.
Well, I'll make sure next time I'm flying high above Australia that I knock on the door and say, "Hey, Mr. Pilot, just need to check out your speed."
It's also called an ASI, which is just short for airspeed indicator. a device for measuring the forward speed of an aircraft. The ASI uses
Oh,
the aircraft's
airspeed.
pilot statistics system to compare pilot statistic pressure to thus determine forward speed.
Airspeed. Hello.
Beautiful.
Airspeed.
So,
Not ground speed. Airspeed. Ground speed over open ocean would be calculated via GSP pings. Ping. Oh, you're here. Ping. Oh, you're here. Ping. Oh, you're here. And then they superimpose it on a ball and stretch it out for your little live tracking app that you get to watch. Oh, look, here I am in a plane. Ping. Yeah.
Anyway,
Marco Polo.
let's move on from planes, can we?
They should actually do that within the satellite.
Stuck on it, to be honest.
Each ping should be Marco Polo.
Well,
Marco.
Look,
Polo.
if you're stuck on it, look, that's.
Oh, there's an article right here
that's
called "How to Calculate How Fast a Plane is Flying While You're on It."
Beautiful. Take note of it.
Calculate. I
Study it
love that.
and
It
use
says, when you're looking out the window of a plane, everything looks small, but they're all big enough to do some physics. Seemingly random data to figure out stuff you wouldn't otherwise know. You can do this with all kinds of things, but in this example, we'll use this recording from an airplane to figure out how high and how fast it was traveling. And it explains why
Is it
window
open
seats
ocean?
are short was.
I'm
Is it
fascinated.
open ocean, or do you have landmarks?
There's land
to
below.
use? Damn, it's not a very good example for what we're talking about, is it? Damn it.
But wait, do you deny that plane speed can be measured when you're over land?
It can be estimated and calculated. Good luck trying to verify it definitively in any scientific manner.
Well, you probably could, considering the fact that if you take a video of it, so basically taking a video while you're at your window seat, you could do the calculations afterward, obviously, and it'll be a lot easier to, sit down and get everything down to the nitty gritty like that, down to your decimal points and everything.
Yeah, but I would ask you, how do you then check that your calculations are accurate?
By using some
Exactly.
physics.
Yeah, but they
Well, what
want
do you
you
mean?
they want you to do an experiment.
You should do all of these things. You should do them all. I encourage you to do them all.
Well, I'm going to be flying to Vegas in about a month, so I might actually do this one just for fun.
Take a video, get your telescope out, look at a plane, look at a satellite, work out all these things, and we will be very interested in the results. We wait with bated breath. We wait.
The formula is pretty simple, though. If you guys are doing flights yourself, it's basically just this: H is height, which forms one part of your triangle. S is the distance from where you're looking.
You're not gonna do it, bro.
And R is. What was that?
Nate, stop being a party pooper, Nate.
Let him go, Nate. All right, he's saving your ass, mate. He's at least an honest person, mate. This guy, he's honest.
We are fascinated by this, Nate. Can't you tell we're fascinated, Nate?
This man here is unpaid, mate.
Stop talking.
He doesn't have a handler, this fella. So let him go.
Let him go. That's right. Yeah.
I mean, you guys could laugh all you want, but I'm giving you so many tools, and it just seems like you're kind of being solipsistic.
No. We are definitely very interested. 100%. We are.
Forget interest. It seems like you just kind of what's solipsism. You just seem kind of but if you try that, it's whatever. Whatever. I mean, why not take it seriously?
Well,
we are.
Let's measure something that's definitive. That'd be a better path to take. I would say. Let's measure something definitive. Put our brains together and measure something definitive.
Okay. Do you consider the concept of clockwise and counterclockwise definitive?
So I throw out there, let's measure something definitive, and now we're talking about clockwise and anti-clockwise. Fair enough. Okay, go, run. Let's hear what you've got to say about clockwise and anti-clockwise.
Well, you would agree that clockwise and counterclockwise are definitive concepts, right?
On a clock, 100%. Yep.
And on a ceiling fan and on a screw and like anything else that just rotates, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Left to right,
Well,
right to
no.
left. Yep.
Well, okay. There
You
is
can look.
position though, isn't there?
Yeah, yeah. It's relative depending on how you look at things. Because something
It
that's
is
spinning.
relative, but
Yeah.
only relative
Most
in one
definitely.
specific way. Like with a ceiling fan, for example, no matter where you stand in your room, whichever way it's rotating is still going to be that direction. So if it's clockwise, like no matter what point you stand in your room, it's always going to rotate clockwise, unless you stand above the fan somehow and look down at it. But that's about it.
There we go. So it can be spinning both at the same time. Cool. Happy days.
All right. So with that all agreed on, let's take a look at star formations and patterns and movement. So
Here we
if we
go.
stand at the North Pole
Mm-hmm.
and we look up and we take a time lapse of the movement of the stars, they appear to rotate counterclockwise. You guys agree, right?
Go on. Go on.
All right, just making sure everybody agrees. And if we go to the South Pole and take a time lapse, they seem to rotate the opposite direction. They go clockwise. And if we're thinking about the Earth being a flat plane, I'm not sure how that would be possible.
Fair enough. I would say it has something to do with the fact that you're apparently upside down, but I can let you think about that.
Well, what do you mean upside down?
Well, aren't you upside down relative to where you were on the North Pole?
Yeah, that's on a globe Earth.
Yeah, that's
There
what
we
you're
go.
describing.
Boom. Happy days. You got nothing more to worry about. Whew.
But I thought you guys were flat earthers or something.
Oh, did we say they go different directions? Did we offer? You said they go different directions.
Yeah, and I asked, so wait, do you not agree that at the South Pole it moves clockwise?
No, everything's moving in the same direction, mate. If you turn around and flip yourself over, it will look different, just like the fan in your room. If you go to the opposite side of it, it'll look different.
Well, no, that's what we established in the beginning, which is that no matter where in the room you stand, the fan will still be rotating counterclockwise unless you look
Flip
at it
yourself
from above.
upside down in your bedroom. No, exactly. So unless you go from above or flip yourself upside down, like on the globe, it'll look like it's going the other way, even though we know that it's not.
They're not. Exactly.
Well, that's what I'm saying, which is that on a globe, you know, when you go to the South Pole and you're inverted, even though the Earth is spinning in the same direction, you get the opposite rotation, it appears, when looking at the stars. But on a flat
Exactly,
Earth,
it appears.
They're not actually going in the opposite direction, are they?
well, you are, because at the bottom of the Earth, your rotation is the opposite of what it is at the top. And that's the difference.
Right, so the stars aren't. Okay, right. Yeah. Fair enough.
But yeah, on a flat Earth, when thinking about looking up at that center point at the North Pole, for example, standing at the South Pole, which is like any edge point at the ice, like you guys said earlier, just like with the example of the ceiling fan, it would still be rotating counterclockwise, wouldn't it?
Would they?
How is it modeled over the flat Earth first? You'd have to sort of model how the stars work on a flat Earth and then tell us what they would look like.
Well, I imagine the stars to be above you in the flat Earth, right? Above you, just like how the ceiling fan in your room is above you, and you can't really get above them to invert the rotation. And I imagine the room that the fan is in represents like the flat plane. And wherever you go on that flat plane is your change in perception. So if I look at that fan, let's say I'm at the north of my room right now, and I'm looking south and looking up towards that fan, it's rotating counterclockwise. And if I go to the southmost point of my room and then look north and up towards my fan, it's still rotating counterclockwise. Like that rotation doesn't change.
Well, we can rest assured that yes, we do think that the stars are above us.
Okay, so
They
would you all
definitely
also?
They definitely ain't below us.
Tell me, how is it that you look south versus looking north to see this anomaly? Just describe that process on a flat plane for me. So you're looking north and you see stuff, and then what's the process to then look south? What do you have to do?
I would just look in the opposite direction, basically.
There we go.
Nice.
Down. Thank you.
It could also work with west to east and whatnot. But regardless, doing that right now, looking in the opposite direction, my ceiling fan is still rotating the same direction, no matter which one of those areas I look from. The only thing that does change is when I jump on my bed and then look down at the ceiling fan from above. Then the rotation seems to change. But as long as I'm under it, it's always rotating counterclockwise.
Well, if that proves it to you, then I suppose, yeah, your time here is done. Yeah, happy days.
Like you have no more questions. Like it all seems to be solved for you. Cool.
Well, how do you guys feel about it?
Well, obviously, he doesn't do it for us. Not me personally, anyway. No, that doesn't. We can only see the stars for a very short period of time in the south. Certainly not a whole night time. We don't get 24 hours of dark. So we're not ever getting a whole time lapse of the southern star trails like we know we do in the north. And there is no center point. So things take a very different path than they should.
So are you disagreeing that we have a time lapse of South Pole star rotation and stuff?
Of 24 hours, definitely. There's time lapse of a short window